Chapter 1703. Quick, let's go quickly. Why hasn't anyone come back to report? We're about to send it to Ping City. Yes, it's getting late. Maybe we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Everyone, be careful. The Minamata family has been looking for us. In the Japanese Empire, night had fallen earlier. At this moment, a group of people were advancing with weapons. In the Tang dynasty, when the drunken immortal house was having a mushroom banquet, the sun was setting outside the window. It was dark in the Japanese Empire. In Fusang, the sun rose in the east. Thus, during the reign of Empress Wuzetian of the Great Tang, the Wu nation called itself Japan. However, the Great Tang often refused to recognize Japan in unofficial exchanges and continued to refer to Japan as Wa. While Li Yi was eating mushrooms, it was dark in the Japanese Empire. A group of people appeared. Today was the day to send away the loot. It was unusual. They should report the news back early. Otherwise, the two horses would be easily exposed, and the people would not be at ease. The team advanced under the cover of the night. No one dared to light a torch. Fortunately, the moon in the sky was gradually full. Under the cold moonlight, they could vaguely see the path. The only uncomfortable thing was that there were many mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the forest would not wait for people to be motionless before biting. The Japanese Empire's clothes were a piece of cloth that was tied up from the back pocket to the front. Below was another piece of cloth that was tied up from the back pocket to the waist. Most of the arms and legs were exposed, as well as the armpits. Only those with good family conditions would have other styles. They mainly learned from the Tang dynasty. The female mosquitoes did not care what others wore. They needed blood and would seize the opportunity to rush forward. There were a total of 43 people. They held simple weapons in their hands. The small crossbows were used by the Yoshimura family to sneak attack others. The weapon in their hands was usually a chopper with a short handle and a stick on a wooden stick. There was also a simple bronze spearhead in front of a wooden stick and a wooden pole. These were pretty good items. The good things were all left with the Yoshimura family's team. They were the armed assets of the two families. Minamata Fan was lying on the ground. The ground was wet and uncomfortable. It was different from a normal rest. Previously, he had used his two forearms to support his body, which was a flat support. Before he did that, he thought that he could maintain this position for a long time. When he did that, he smiled at Jiang Chuan, indicating that he had found a good solution. When Jiang Chuan saw his posture, he returned a smile. Nantian Fan held on. It did not take him long to realize that something was wrong. Why was he so tired? After holding on for a while longer, he couldn't take it anymore and had no choice but to lie flat on the ground. Don't move around blindly. Save your energy. Jiang Chuan saw that Nantian Fan wanted to take a rest before continuing, so he stopped him. If no one comes for the whole night, we'll just lie there for the whole night. The mosquitoes are buzzing around. It's scary. Nantian Fan had been lying on the ground for more than 2 hours, but he couldn't sleep. Lying down for an entire night is better than training for an entire night. This is considered rest. Back then, Jiang Chuan was part of the first batch of winged knights, so he was traumatized. He couldn't bear to look back on the past. Caw, caw, caw. The cawing of the crows came from afar. They're here. Get ready. Jiang Chuan lowered his voice. Nantian Fan reached out to touch the saber beside him. After a while, the sound of messy footsteps could be heard. Yu Yoshimura, Yu Yoshimura. Ji Shou Village, Ji Shou Village. The sound of footsteps gradually faded. Someone lowered his voice and shouted. His voice echoed in the forest, and the birds nearby flew away in fright. Light the torches, hurry up and light the torches. The person who spoke just now shouted. Someone in the group began to take out wooden sticks and velvet grass, turning the wood like a saw to make a fire. Light the torches. Jiang Chuan waited for a while. He couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to do it himself. The winged knights took out their lighters one after another. Click. The flames rose and lit the torches. Who's there? When Jiang Chuan's voice fell, the people on the other side were alerted. Then, flames lit up. Put down your weapons and squat with your hands on your head. Otherwise, we'll shoot you. The winged knights surrounded the other party and kept a distance. One person held a torch, while the other raised a bow and arrow. They showed the other party that they had bows. The rumbling of hooves could be heard. The people on the 16 horses held torches in one hand and reins in the other. The 43 people looked around in panic. There were many torches, and there were 2 people beside each torch. Who are you? We're just passing by. The person in the group shouted. He looked elsewhere, as if he wanted to take advantage of the darkness to find a place to escape. We're waiting for your people. Yashisha Kakuro, I'm Nantian Fan. Nantian Fan stepped forward. Jiang Chuan, who was beside him, took out an arrow and tore off a piece of oilcloth to wrap around the arrow. He swept it over the torch and pulled the bow. The arrow hit the torch that the other party was holding that had not been lit yet. That person was shocked and loosened his grip. The torch fell to the ground, but it burned. He hurriedly picked it up again and kind-heartedly lit the torch for the others. Throw the torch away. Yashisha Kakuro was anxious. If you throw it away, I'll shoot you to death. Hold it well. Jiang Chuan knocked another arrow. You won't be able to escape. Our people said that our weapons are good, and we also have horses. How dare you steal from the Nantian family? Humph. Nantian Fan followed suit. He now looked down on the people from the Yashishu family, who he used to think could compete with his Nantian family. The other party's weapons were pitiful. His family didn't lack iron. We didn't steal from you. Yashishu Kakuro refused to admit it. It doesn't matter whether you stole from us or not. Put down your weapons and lie down. We'll go over. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Nantian Fan didn't want to argue with the other party. If he captured them, he would suffer less. If we put down our weapons, you won't kill us. Yashishu Kakuro looked at the situation. The other party had too many bows. His men obviously couldn't win, and they couldn't escape. Put it down quickly. What's there to ask? If we want to kill you, we can kill you now, Nantian Fan shouted. Put it down. Yashishu Kakuro took a deep breath and threw the things in his hands to the front. The others didn't have any fighting spirit. They really couldn't win. Not long after, 43 people's hands were tied behind their backs. The ropes were connected one by one. Yashishu Kakuro tried his best to raise his head, looking like he wasn't afraid of death. Are you wondering? Are you wondering where the things went? And your men and horses are here, Nantian Fan said arrogantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Yashishu Kakuro played dumb. Battalion Commander Jiang, what should we do next? Nantian Fan didn't know what to do next. Follow them. Send 20 brothers to bring them back. We'll go to the Yashishu family first, then the Yoshimura family. We'll deal with them together. Jiang Chuan didn't expect the battle to go so smoothly. He thought that their family had fewer weapons. If he went over, he would directly occupy them. The remaining people wouldn't be able to fight. After he finished speaking to Nantian Fan, he instructed, according to the number, the 20 of you will go back. Battalion Commander, why is it us again? The 20 people were aggrieved. You guys were in too much of a hurry. You didn't have enough time to recover. Go back and bring people to the 2 families to take over. Jiang Chuan gave a reason. If they had the ability, they could forcefully march again. The next time, they would still be the ones to go back. Chapter 1704. It's too easy. Nantian Fan no longer felt tired and looked very excited under the moonlight. After this crop is harvested, the Nantian family will increase in population. It will be difficult to manage them. You have to learn more. Jiang Chuan didn't know what the fate of the two family heads would be. Whether they were killed or put under house arrest, it was none of his business. The others didn't want to die and wanted to become slaves of the Nantian family. There were many slaves, so management was a problem. Don't be afraid. As long as we don't give them weapons, we'll keep the food and other things well. We won't allow them to get close to the warehouse. They will be very obedient. As a local, Nantian Fan had a solution. Food was the most important thing. The production tools were distributed during the work and collected after the work was done. Even if others wanted to run, where could they run to? Our clansmen eat more and are healthy. Give them less and they won't starve to death. If it were you, what would you do? As Nantian Fan spoke, he suddenly asked Jiang Chuan. Draw a pie in the sky, draw a pie in the sky, give them something to look forward to. As long as I can firmly grasp the trade route with the Tang dynasty, I don't have to care about the others. Jiang Chuan recalled how Li Yi dealt with the Southwest barbarians and the 9 families of Tiela. The first troublemakers of the Southwest barbarians were sent elsewhere to suffer. When they returned, they could only do the most tiring work. Later on, they actually tricked the families of the Southwest barbarians into coming over. All of them were willing to live a good life in the Tang dynasty. The leaders of the 9 families of Tiela held meetings, studied, and played. The others also studied and learned better than the leaders. When the time came, the leaders wouldn't be able to hold power even if they returned. There was no need to kill anyone. After a series of methods, they would all be obedient. The Nantian family of the Japanese Empire probably couldn't do it. They were far inferior to Li Dongzhu. Are you afraid that we'll build ships and sell them on the route we're familiar with? We won't trade with you anymore. Nantian Fan had once thought of asking, but he didn't want to do it now. Trading with us is the most profitable. Look for others. Other merchants won't even give you 30% of their goods. If the merchants knew that you were trading with Li Dongzhu, they would lower the price even more and give the profits to Li Dongzhu. Jiang Chuan couldn't be bothered to answer such questions, but seeing that Nantian Fan had performed well, he decided to tell him. Why would the merchants send the money they earned to Li Dongzhu? Why? Nantian Fan couldn't figure it out. To survive. Li Dongzhu would not make a move. If the other merchants knew the situation, they would refuse to continue doing business with this merchant. The local government knew that they had to find a reason to deal with the merchants. The common people know that merchants are like rats crossing the street. Everyone wants to beat them up. Jiang Chuan spoke the truth. So the Nantian family wanted to get off the boat. No way. Nantian Fan swallowed his saliva. How scary. That Li Dongzhu was so powerful in the Tang dynasty. Drink some water. Jiang Chuan took out a water bag from Nantian Fan's backpack. I'm not thirsty. Nantian Fan didn't drink it. Jiang Chuan and the others began to drink water, taking small sips. It's a little cold at night. Even if you don't feel thirsty, your body is actually dehydrated. At this time, you have to take the initiative to drink water. Don't wait until you're thirsty. Jiang Chuan put away the water sack and said to Nantian Fan. You're not thirsty, but you still want to drink? Nantian Fan muttered as he took 2 big gulps. If you drink it now, you won't be thirsty. Drink it when you're thirsty. After drinking it, you'll still be thirsty for a while. It's not that you won't be thirsty after drinking water. You have to wait for your body to absorb the water. Jiang Chuan took out some jerky and chewed it slowly. Nantian Fan followed suit. He believed that the winged knights wouldn't harm him. At this moment, Lan Bao was eating with his father-in-law. They lit a kerosene lamp and ate in the house. There were screens, and the kerosene lamp was under the eaves outside. This way, they could see the situation outside. Otherwise, the house would be bright while the outside would be dark. There were 2 dishes, fried tofu and stewed fish. Nantian Kazuko accompanied Lan Bao. If Lan Bao asked her to sit at the table, she could sit at the table. If Lan Bao wasn't here, no one would dare to stop her from sitting at the table. Lan Bao took a few bites and frowned. Why do I feel that these 2 dishes are awkward? Is it because they're not good? I think they're delicious. Nantian Ineu was satisfied with the 2 dishes. Actually, it can be 1 dish, stewed fish with tofu. Nantian Kazuko knew the reason. She also felt that they should be stewed together. Lan Bao suddenly understood. This was it. Who made this dish? The people from the Sinomaya temple. They soaked beans in the morning, ground soy milk, and ordered the tofu to be eaten at night. They said that the old tofu is delicious. Nantian Kazuko knew about the situation. When the people from the Sinomaya temple arrived, they disliked the cooking skills of the Nantian family. The old tofu should not be made into tofu. Braised tofu or home-cooked tofu is more authentic. Lan Bao realized that the tofu was indeed not tender enough. Lan Bao, your officials are impressive. They know how to cook. Nantian Ineu didn't know how to cook. He felt that it was embarrassing. The officials from the Sinomaya temple are special. They have to teach others how to breed, plant, and whether the food is delicious or not, they have to cook it themselves. Teaching others how to breed pigs, is it wrong? Is it wrong? Under normal circumstances, it's okay even if you don't breed pigs. Boers don't breed pigs and require other skills to handle the pork. At this time, in order to gain the trust of the people, they have to cook personally. The food they cook will be delicious and guide the people. Lan Bao knew the situation. The people from the Sinomaya temple worked hard, but their salaries were high. Li Dongzhu asked for an additional salary and a lot of benefits. Pork really has to be cooked well. We learned how to cook the pig you brought last time. We only ate 1 pig and couldn't bear to eat it. When Nantian Ineu talked about pork, he swallowed his saliva. The Japanese Empire didn't eat pigs. They ate poultry and mainly ate eggs. Then, they ate wild vegetables, fish from the river and the sea. They didn't eat big fish like tuna. The main reason was that tuna wasn't easy to catch. Also, it had to do with propaganda. First, it was because the Buddhism that spread here didn't kill animals and ate vegetarian food. Second, there was really no food to breed pigs. They told the pigs not to eat too much meat and just eat some fish. When the pigs were sent over, they killed one and stewed it according to the method. It was indeed delicious. Feed them seaweed, leaf grass, fish, chaff. Don't feed them any food. Lan Bao understood that breeding pigs required skills. Under the premise of ensuring the growth of the pigs, they had to consume as little food as possible. Are we still fishing tomorrow? Nantian Ineu changed the topic to fishing. The people in the tribe were all looking forward to it. When the big boat went out once, there would be a lot of fish and prawns when it returned. Squash the fish into slices or cut them into slices and sun them. They would dry quickly and wouldn't be smelly. The best was the prawns. They would be boiled in the pot and then sun-dried. Put the shelled prawns into a sack and beat them. The shells would fall off. We don't have enough manpower tomorrow. The winged knights will act and there will be results soon. If they go over, it will be considered bullying. Lan Bao thought about the situation of the Yashishu and Yoshimura families. What should he do after capturing them? Bao Lang, why don't you let the families of the hired guards come over immediately? Minamata Kazuko spoke from the side and proposed a very surprising operation. They are waiting for the next harvest. If they come over now, what about the food? Nantian Ineu also valued food. Sell. Sell the unharvested food, land, and houses to others at a low price. As long as you give them half of the harvest, everything will be sold to others. Nantian Kazuko said her plan. It was equivalent to giving them away. Chapter 1705. Yes, Kazuko is right. Lan Bao suddenly supported his wife. Father-in-law, we can give them to you for free. Hurry up and bring them here to work. We're fishing. Fish are meat. We need people to handle them. Lan Bao told his father-in-law that there was no need to worry about food when there was meat. Minamata Kazuko added, when we harvest the food, we can handle a few times or even dozens of times the amount of food. Will they agree? Minamata Ineu was tempted but worried. We'll make up for the food. They won't lose anything. The Minamata family will pay. If they come over to work for the Minamata family, we'll pay them. Minamata Kazuko had already thought about it. The benefits in other people's eyes were so big, but she didn't. Lan Bao added, Father-in-law, hire more people to handle the fish. We'll pay them with fish. We have 30 big boats and lack manpower. Oh. Minamata Ineu answered repeatedly. He got up and ran. He realized that if the Tang dynasty's boats helped to fish, it would be a waste if no one helped to clean up the fish. Even if it was 10 caddies of dried fish in exchange for 1 caddy of rice, wheat, or sorghum, it was still better than letting the fish rot at the beach. Lan Bao and Minamata Kazuko watched Minamata Ineu jump out. Father-in-law is a swift and decisive person. After a while, Lan Bao found an adjective to praise his father-in-law. Minamata Kazuko pursed her lips and smiled. Swift and decisive. He was clearly not determined. She picked up a piece of tofu and fed it to Lan Bao, who will pay for this. It's delicious. Count it as the Minamata family's. Li Dongzhu doesn't care about fish and food. Li Dongzhu only wants. Yes, non-ferrous metals and dried sea vegetables. Bring the shrimps and dried scallops back and bring the smart Minamata family members back. They won't come back this year. Not necessarily. The Yellow River can't be navigated in winter. Once the railway is built, it will stop at Haizhou. Lan Bao intended to support the Minamata family. The Minamata family knew how powerful the Li family Zhuangzi was and wouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts. The people who followed them back were spreading the news about the Tang dynasty's Chang'an and the Li family Zhuangzi's position in the Tang dynasty. Minamata Kazuko was even happier. She immediately said, tell the people in the family that my father is not allowed to suddenly die, nor is he allowed to fall seriously ill. She thought of a problem. What if someone in the family wanted to kill her father and replace him? That's right. If something happens to your father-in-law, you can only inherit the Nantian family. You can appoint someone to manage it. I don't trust the people who have made a fortune with me here, so I can't choose them, unless the Li family Zhuangzi sends a villager. Leave a few people from the Western Agriculture Temple behind. It just so happens that they still need to collect species and help manage them. Father-in-law can enjoy some leisure time. Lan Bao followed up with an idea to make his father-in-law a mere figurehead. When the other members of the Nantian family saw this, they knew that it was useless to fight for the throne, so they gave up on the idea. It's enough to provide assistance. That's why you're sick when you have nothing to do. Minamata Kazuko didn't want her father to be bored. Lan Bao and his wife planned for the Nantian family's power and tried their best to make thorough arrangements. He didn't want Ineu Mineta to be dead the next time he came. Ineu Mineta hurriedly went to make arrangements. As the patriarch, he had never dreamed of such a good life. When he found a large number of clansmen, he found that everyone was eating grilled fish around the people from the Western Agriculture Temple. The people from the Western Agriculture Temple were chatting while the others were listening carefully. When the moon that wasn't too round reached the middle of the sky, Yashato Kakuro and the other 43 people were escorted back. Ineo Mineta, who was having a good dream after eating, was woken up by someone. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned as he ordered his men to set off in the night. Some of the navy of the Tang dynasty left with them, some continued to sleep, and some began to guard. At dawn, the team arrived at the Yashato family first. There were more than 1,000 people in the family, and 50 winged knights were guarding it. Anything that could be used as weapons was piled up on the open ground. The important people of the Yashato family were locked in the house. The woman was making rice balls. She kneaded the cooked rice into balls while it was hot and added wild vegetables and salt. Ineo Mineta, who was sleeping while walking, suddenly didn't know what to say when he saw his old rival, Yashitutsang. Yashitutsang also looked at Ineo Mineta. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He was not tied up. The lives of his clansmen were his shackles. Why? They looked at each other for a while. Then Ineo Mineta suddenly asked. I don't want to. Yashitutsang thought for a while and gave an answer. You don't understand. My daughter and son are the wives of people from the Tang dynasty. Behind them are the most powerful people in the Tang dynasty. You want to replace my Mineta family. Ineo Mineta became smart at this time. What he said hit the nail on the head. I also have a daughter. Yashitutsang still had a reason. You don't understand. The Tang dynasty is a country of etiquette. My son-in-law Lan Bao will never marry your daughter. The people behind him won't agree. Ineo Mineta laughed. He knew a lot of things from the clansmen who went to Chang'an. Don't kill my clansmen. I can die. Yashitutsang didn't want to think about other people now. A failure was a failure. If it was before, I would kill you. Now. That's why I said you don't understand. Live. Live to see your clansmen live a good life. I won't turn them into slaves. Ineo Mineta seemed to have changed into a different person. He was magnanimous and generous. He wanted his status to be higher. He was no longer satisfied with being the head of the Mineta family. What if I want to die? Yashitutsang asked with a smile. You are harming your clansmen. You want your clansmen to remember the hatred because of your death. Then I will have to turn them into slaves. You don't understand. My Mineta family doesn't eat rice anymore. Namida Ineo's words were inexplicable. You don't have food anymore? Yashitutsang asked naturally. Ineo Mineta smiled and shook his head. We eat meat now. We eat meat 3 times a day. Can your clansmen eat it? He felt very good. He was finally satisfied. It was all because of this sentence. I still want to die, unless you agree to my condition. Yashitutsang stared into Ineo Mineta's eyes and said. I'm going to Yoshimura's house now. Ineo Mineta ignored him and walked out of the door. He looked up at the rising sun, and yawned. The Yoshimura family had very few people. The head of the Yoshimura family was far worse than Yashitutsang. He only begged for mercy and was willing to submit to the Mineta family. Ineo Mineta didn't want to talk much. So what if he submitted to them? It wasn't worth it for him to treat him as an equal. If he said he wanted to die, he would immediately fulfill his wish. Commander Jiang, what do we do next? Ineo Mineta found Jiang Chuan. You have your own plans. Why ask me? Jiang Chuan was cold. His status determined that he couldn't be too friendly to others. Commander Jiang, please help me bring them back. I'll leave someone to guard them. I'll come back when it's time to harvest. Ineo Mineta was used to it. Others could talk and laugh with the winged knights. But when it was his turn, the winged knights would keep their distance. His daughter said before that the winged knights wouldn't get close to anyone. The Tang dynasty's private army was the same even for the Sheifu. Unless it was Li Dongzhu. Chapter 1706. The bells are ringing, the crows are cawing, the flames of war are endless, the grass and trees are burning, the sun rose, and Li Yi was busy in the yacht's kitchen. He was mainly making breakfast for the important people. Li Longji did not stay in the guest room of Drunken Immortal House because it was not as comfortable as the yacht. There was no air conditioning. Li Lang, the pigeons of the Japanese Empire, are back. It seems that they are going to fight. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were busy in the kitchen. There was milk today. The cow with 2 calves was about to give birth, so the milk came out early. The calves were not born yet, so the cow would not be comfortable if the cow was not milked, right? So everyone had milk to drink. Li Yi had to adjust the breakfast. Porridge was one type, soy milk was another type, spicy soup was another type, soup was another type. He baked a cake, cut sausages, fried eggs, mixed side dishes, set up a fruit plate. Yes, that's why I sang this song. But the Winged Knights and the Tang Dynasty's navy are there. Unless Ping Cheng and Beijing gather a large force to attack, it will be useless. Li Yi took out the cake. The small cake was a normal cake, not cream or ice cream. It was the kind that could be eaten in bites. Children needed to take a few more bites. He did not like the sausages. There was a big difference between the taste of cold sausages and hot sausages. He liked to eat cold sausages because they were harder. As for the fried eggs, they had to be well cooked. It was easy to fry them until they were soft. He did not want to go back and treat patients. Will the fight affect us? Princess Yongmu was in charge of mixing the side dishes. She did not need to mix the garlic and eggplant. She and Xiaolan had to do the cucumbers, shredded kelp, and dried tofu with onion oil. Yes, we are more powerful. That place will eventually become a free trade port. The Nantian family will have the home ground advantage, and others can participate. Next year, we will bring the children of the Nantian family back and educate them. They will become closer to the Tang dynasty. I will peel the watermelon. Don't hurt your hands. Just put a little salt and sesame oil. Li Yi said as he took the watermelon rind from the plate. He deftly cut off the inner layer of the rind and added some sesame seeds. Xiaolan was chopping garlic. First, she sliced it, then shredded it, and then minced it. Slapping was simple. The blade of the knife was held horizontally, and the PIA slapped the garlic with all its might. The garlic would be turned into mud, one at a time. A lot of garlic juice was also thrown out, which made it less ceremonial. Chop it into pieces. Li Fuquan's snake had bitten him, so he couldn't eat them. Li Yi cut the last piece of beef and pushed the cart out. Did you sleep well last night? She's fine. She always wakes up 2 hours earlier than usual. She was still sleeping when I came today. Princess Yongmu was aware of the situation. Before going to bed last night, the retired emperor was arranged to take a cold bath. Then, he slept comfortably. The main reason was that the air conditioner increased the humidity, just like when it was raining. Let him eat later. He's old, so he should have a good night's sleep. It involves several aspects, including mentality. Li Yi noticed that the retired emperor was emotionally unstable because noble consort Lu was pregnant. Noble consort Lu took medicine, and so did Li Dan. They didn't need surgery, so they were fine. The little girl, an official from the Empress's palace, went to take a look herself. She was very sure that it wasn't a parasite. The frequency of the pulse was different, one big and one small. The Li family Zhuangzi couldn't have a parasite in someone's stomach without them noticing. If a parasite could form a pulse, how big would it be? Moreover, the frequency was different from the frequency of a baby. The little girl used her experience to guarantee. After guaranteeing, she took a test strip and the results were the same. Li Dan's mental state was problematic. The imperial physician on the team suggested that she drink calming soup at night. Li Yi firmly opposed. Drinking soup at night and not going to the toilet in the middle of the night. He used physical methods to adjust the environment and artificially created a rainy day. Or maybe Li Dan was too excited and hadn't woken up until now. Li Longji woke up. Due to his biological clock, he was still young. He hadn't reached the age where he would be depressed and wouldn't go to court in the morning. Summer mornings weren't very cool. He didn't do anything last night, so he drank a large cup of iced cold water and lay on the deck of the yacht to wait for his metabolism to return to normal. Everyone was eating. Li Dan slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. He woke up slowly and looked at the sunlight shining through the open curtains. If it weren't for the curtains, he would still sleep. He was hungry and needed to go to the toilet. Let's go back to the Tang dynasty. In Tubo, Princess Jincheng's palace, nearly 20,000 people packed their luggage and were about to leave. Princess Jincheng's people, the Winged Knights, Qi Dai Zhu Dan, and his people formed this team. They brought a lot of things. The whole palace was empty. The cleaning of the palace was arranged by Daluan Qili Su. Qili Su didn't go to the Tang dynasty. He had to stabilize Tubo. The others packed the things they wanted to exchange and gave them to Princess Jincheng's team. When Princess Jincheng came back, she could get the goods. Some of the people who came with the dowry died here, and some gave birth to children. The dead people were cremated and their ashes were taken back to the Tang dynasty. The children went to see their hometown. Everyone was very excited. Even if they went there, they would come back. Under the farewell of many people, the team set off. It stretched for more than 20 miles, mainly because there were a lot of things. Most of the Winged Knights were not in the team yet. They were running around. There were few Winged Knights in the team. They had guns, pistols, assault rifles, and heavy machine guns. The others ate simple things, mainly dry food. For example, they ate 3 boiled eggs and drank a bowl of butter tea mixed with fried noodles. The poultry and livestock were left behind. They asked people to take care of them. As the team moved, Princess Jincheng and Qi Dai Zhu Dan began to eat. Princess Jincheng was busy taking care of the children before. It was too early, so she didn't eat. Qi Dai Zhu Dan was in a state of not eating because of many psychological factors. His stomach was sour. He vomited when he drank water before to reduce the gastric acid. Now he was eating fried buns. The buns were steamed in a pressure cooker and fried in a pan. When eating, he had to pay attention to the technique. Otherwise, he would touch the wound. Princess Jincheng liked the yak and onion stuffed buns. She ate a mouthful of steamed buns, drank a mouthful of 8 treasure porridge, and had some shrimp oil and pickled vegetables. Nu, will I be caught if I go there? Qi Dai Zhu Dan was always worried about his personal freedom. No, what's the use of catching you? If they catch you, Tubo will be in chaos. The Tang dynasty needs to be stabilized. Let's go there and take a look. Why don't they give me something when I go back to my family? Our son should be rewarded even more. Now I don't know where to live. I want to live in Li family Zhuangzi. We can't live in Honglu Temple. That's a place for outsiders. Princess Jincheng was not worried. She wanted to go home and take a look. Then she would come back. If she missed home, she could go back. The baby in the stroller in the carriage was not asleep. He could feel the fluctuations of the biological magnetic field of the people around him. At this moment, his eyes were open. Even if he couldn't see anything, he was still very happy. He kicked his legs and smacked his lips. Chapter 1707. Daluan, will Zanpu be in danger when he goes to the Tang dynasty? Qi Lishu's vassal looked at the team leaving and asked. Qi Lishu put down the binoculars that Princess Jincheng gave him happily before she left. Open the alliance meeting and prepare to expand to India. Zanpu is not here. What if someone objects during the meeting? The vassal asked again. If Zanpu goes to the Tang dynasty, I will be tough. If any tribe in the alliance doesn't agree, the things that Zanpu brings back will not benefit the tribe. Qi Lishu had his own plan. If Zanpu leaves, Tubo will be more stable and no one can hurt Zanpu. If a tribe causes trouble internally, he will fight directly. Even if he loses, he will go to the Tang dynasty to find soldiers, and the Tang dynasty will help him fight back. It will not be easy for the Tang dynasty to occupy Tubo. The tribes are very ambitious. He will get the foundation in India first and then look for the right time. Should we give the binoculars to the craftsman to make? The vassal stared at the binoculars in Qi Lishu's hand. We can't make them. Grinding the lenses will take too much time and crystals. What's the use of making a few? Qi Lishu continued to stand there. He had to wait until the team disappeared before he could go back. Princess Jincheng did not walk fast. The road was difficult, especially when she brought a lot of things to exchange. Ordinary people would risk their lives if they wanted to go from Tubo to the Tang dynasty alone. The road was not good, and there were wild animals, such as wolves. Princess Jincheng already knew what the road was like when she married. She was carried all the way. When they encountered rivers, they had to find a boat or walk across. Some places had suspension bridges. Nu, the winged knights and the medical team of the Tang dynasty are fast. The road now seems to be not smooth. After eating, he looked at the situation on the road and found that the mountains were very dangerous. He had never been so far away since he was a child. The strongest team of the Tang dynasty, how can they not be fast? If they don't have this speed, will they hand over people? Princess Jincheng said with a proud expression. Why should the people of the Red Mountain Palace be afraid? The powerful soldiers of the Tang dynasty came and went like the wind. As they walked, there was a mountain stream in front of them. There were ropes and vines on top of the mountain stream. It was not a single rope, but a series of ropes. The winged knights were repairing the building that Qin Li's team had set up on their way here. Previously, there were no wooden boards on the cableway bridge. Instead, they were bundled with rattan and laid on top of each other. From the looks of it, the man was leading the horse, and the horse's leg would probably sink in from time to time, and then pull out to find a place to step on. Obviously, the medical team that came later would take these cableways, and they didn't need to use the cableways. Now was not the time. The team was going back to the Tang dynasty, so they had prepared the wooden planks in advance. The perforated planks were laid out and secured with ropes, and the procession began to pass. Princess Jincheng got off the car, and Qian Gong stepped forward. A group of people lifted the bed and carried it up. To be precise, they moved it. There were people standing on the cableway, but they didn't move. Instead, they swung their hands over each other, and the house-like bed was swung over just like that. The other cableways were swinging goods, and everyone was tied with ropes, for fear that the cableway would suddenly break. When the goods were swung over first, another rope was pulled on the wooden plank bridge. The other people put on a noose, which had a buckle on it, and hung it on the rope that was pulled back. They walked over and took it off. Princess Jincheng didn't need others to help her. She swung herself up. There was water below, but there was not much water. If she looked at it for a long time, she would feel dizzy. When we come back, we will bring better ropes and fix them. It will be more convenient for us to travel in the future. Standing on this side of the shore, Princess Jincheng looked at her sleeping baby and smiled as she talked to Qi Dai Zhu Dan. You don't want to fix the iron chain? I read in the newspaper that there is an iron chain crossing the bridge. Qi Dai Zhu Dan mentioned Pu Jindu. It's too heavy. We have to use heavier things to hold down the iron chain on both sides. Bring the iron chain all the way here, and don't bring anything else. Princess Jincheng was smarter than Qi Dai Zhu Dan. She set out from the practical point of view. When all the teams arrived, it was almost noon. The yaks that were brought back as gifts were eating grass with their heads lowered. They would have a hard time. The further they went, the hotter it would be. They had to drink more water and water. As for antelopes, deer, leopards, and all kinds of wild birds, there were no live ones. However, they had prepared some fur and feathers, and they had to exchange them in the Tang dynasty. Qi Dai Zhu Dan had his own special things. He didn't sell them directly. He would pay tribute and then bring back something more valuable. Princess Jincheng brought back the Zi beads, the real fossil Zi beads, and the swan ni that she made personally. It was very difficult for her to make them by herself. Basically, the palace maids helped her. She didn't need anything else. She brought the baby back, which was the best gift. The Tang dynasty didn't lack these things. It was enough to see that she was happy and that her son-in-law treated her well. The team took a short break and continued on their way. Everyone ate meat floss bread with sausages inside and drank cold water. Chapter 1708. There's really no way to solve this problem. We can only spread a layer of sand and plant ginger. I don't know how it will grow. Zhang Sun Xan took Li Yi to a piece of land and introduced it to him. Princess Yongmu was also there, along with several other ladies of relatively high status who came with Princess Yongmu. The ladies now liked to look inside and treat it as a game. They could follow Princess Yongmu as customers, but they couldn't see Li Yi. The ladies who could stand here were at least members of the imperial clan or wives who were married to members of the imperial clan. The women of the prime minister, and assistant minister didn't go to Wendianlan Pavilion. Their things were given to them by Li family Zhuangzi. Every month, they sent people to Li family Zhuangzi to collect their benefits and bring back the goods from Wendianlan Pavilion. Otherwise, where would they get the money to buy clothes that cost more than 10 taels, a handbag that cost more than 100 taels, and the assistant minister's eldest daughter's full set of clothes that cost more than 1,000 taels? They were not allowed to sell or pawn the goods given by Li family Zhuangzi. They could only use them themselves. They didn't lose face when interacting with other women, and they didn't need money from their families to support them. The noblewomen were all excited to see Li Yi. He was indeed charming and had the appearance of a scholar. They were admiring Li Yi's floating posture, and Li Yi took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his trousers, and got down. He spread a layer of sand. It was uncomfortable to wear shoes and the sand was a little wet. He walked to a place and squatted down to peel off the sand around a piece of mother ginger. He picked it up and observed it. Then he dug out the place where the ginger was planted and took out a stone. He continued digging and found a pile of small stones. He buried the ginger back and pressed the sand. There's a layer of marble on top. It's broken stone after quarrying. Below is dolomite. It's a good stone for our converter. We don't care about its integrity. Li Yi came back with the stones. There were marble and dolomite. Those who weren't familiar with them would think it was a kind of stone. Stone for smelting. Then. Oh. The people in the past piled the broken stones here and took the intact ones back to carve and process. Zhang Sun Xan picked up a small piece of dolomite from Li Yi's hand and looked at it carefully. She then looked at the land where the ginger was planted and felt worried. The ginger had already been planted, and now they were all dug out for stones. He knew the value of dolomite. It was used for smelting iron and steel. All the dolomite mined in Lantian County was sold to the Li family Zhuangzi and the government. Non-commissioned officer was responsible for guarding the blast furnace, converter and other technologies. Uproot it and plant it somewhere else. Sprouts will appear on top of the ginger. The mother ginger will bring along the son ginger. Let's find a good place first and then move it over. It won't delay. Li Yi wanted to mine this area. What kind of land was he going to plant? He had to spend money to buy stones. Where are the marble stones above? Zhang Sun Xan picked up another piece of marble. He felt that it was too small for anything, unless it was used to pave the road. Inspector Zhang Sun, do you think it would be expensive to pave a large piece of land, for example, 10 paces long and wide? Li Yi suddenly thought of a technique and roughly gestured with his hands. Yes, it's expensive. Only the palace has it, and not every palace has it. It's not easy to pick a large piece of stone. Zhang Sun Xan nodded. He was in charge of these aspects of the emperor, so he naturally understood. I have a method that can make such a large piece of stone, or even larger. You can choose the pattern yourself. I call it a terrazzo stone. Li Yi smiled and said to Zhang Sun Xian, waiting for his response. Keep your Li family Zhuangzi. Don't give me the technique. I can't keep it. I'm afraid of death. Zhang Sun Xian understood Li Yi's meaning, but he firmly refused. He was living a good life now. He didn't lack money. Why would he want to get himself killed? Listening to Li Yi's words, it seemed that a piece of stone that was 100 paces long and wide was also a piece. Was this something he should have? The eyes of the noblewomen lit up. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They communicated with their eyes. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan looked calm. They didn't care whether the new thing was profitable or not. They had plenty of money at home. The two of them were more interested in this thing. Such a large piece of stone. Li Lang, the square where we first dried the grains. Build it. Everyone will feel comfortable looking at it. Princess Yongmu found the place. It was a big square. Okay, let's go back and do it. I'll ask the workshop to test it first. The process is not difficult. Li Yi agreed. He could make the terrazzo stone as big as he wanted. It could also be used to make patterns and words. It could also be polished with a layer of wax. Do you want to make the snake board that the children play with? There are also split skateboards, double row roller skates, single row roller skates. Let the children play with roller skates in summer and ice skates in winter. Make a single-legged donkey with wheels. Li Yi thought of the old man he saw before. He couldn't skate in summer, so he made a single-legged donkey with wheels. He also used a stake to skate. Everyone stared at it and was stunned. Li Yi, when the time comes, make one for my yard. I want to play with the child. The child is about to be born. Zhang Sun Xian knew what toys the Li family Zhuangzi had. He had already prepared them for his son in advance. Okay, I'll find the materials. When your son is born, I'll give him a small gift. Li Yi agreed. He only looked at the children of grandmasters. Zhang Sun Xian was just so and not worthy of his attention. He didn't have the heart to take care of Empress Wang's father and brother. He just needed to give them enough money and don't cause trouble. If they wanted to bully people, he would also take care of them. He wouldn't give anyone face. Fortunately, those two people were sensible now and didn't dare to do anything. It's a free gift. What children's toys can't be made by others? Just give me dozens of different sets. Zhang Sun Xian made a request for his son. If he wanted something, it must be good. He didn't even want red coral, gold and silver. Okay, Xiao Lan, remember it. Don't forget it later. Li Yi still agreed. Wasn't it just a toy? He was prepared to make it himself. He wanted to make small toys with electricity. Small light bulbs, coiled copper wires to drive the rotor, and made dry batteries. It was up to him whether he wanted to make it or not. If he wanted to, he could make it now. There was no need to exchange. He could make any sound because he wanted to make a telephone. The kind with wires. If there was no rubber insulation, he could replace it with something else. He had already sent people to bring the cultivated saplings to Cheongzhou for planting. He left troops to guard the place. Once the telephone came out, he could make simpler telegrams. After that, he could build a relay station. This was useful. It could promote the development of the era and increase the lifespan. Okay. Xiaolan opened her exquisite little leather bag and took out a small notebook and pencil. She started to write. He, Zhang Sun Xian laughed. He didn't want to earn money for himself. He was afraid of causing trouble. However, he wanted to fight for something for his son. Even if others didn't have it, he would fight to the death to ensure that his son could have fun. At most, he would hire more guards. Whoever wanted to rob him would be killed. Then, he would find the emperor and ask him to send troops to eliminate them. He was a relative of the emperor. He didn't do anything bad and wasn't greedy for money. Couldn't he give some toys for his son and Li Yi? The noble ladies looked at each other again. They were envious. His status was indeed different. He was stronger than them. Empress Wang. Moreover, he made money for the people. Just look at Lantian County. The local people supported him. Chapter 1709. We can keep the leftovers and gravel with natural patterns. Dolomite can be sold for money. You get 30% and I get 70%. Li Yi didn't forget about the dividend ratio. He would pay for the technology, seeds, and fertilizer, while Zhang Sun Xian would pay for it. Since there were a lot of old, waste, stones, they had to be dug out according to the rules. Zhang Sun Xian thought about the dividend ratio and looked down at the ground. If the stones are dug out, it will probably become a big pit and become a lotus in a pond. Li Yi lowered his head and thought. Then he looked up and said, the pond is shallow and clear, and the pond is calm. Jiangyuan Road in the south, and the valley in the north. The lotus blooms with the moon, and the water chestnut is cold. Since we're looking for new products to try, why hope for a harvest? Plant water chestnuts. Isn't it too late? Yes, let's try. If it works, I'll look for water chestnut seeds. Zhang Sun Xian understood. What she didn't understand was that Li Yi had nothing better to do. Princess Yongmu's face was rosy, and the noble ladies around her looked at her with envy. Look at how talented her husband was. Li Yi's face was actually a little red, but he was thick-skinned. He was just supporting his girlfriend. Of course, he was in good condition today. If he wasn't, then forget it. It was late to plant water chestnuts, and it was also late to plant lotus. They had already bloomed and produced lotus seeds. So what if it was late? The climate of the Tang dynasty allowed tubo to grow rice, and wheat was even less of a problem. Jiangnan mostly had water chestnuts, which was 5 unique songs. 5 lines were also fine. Repeat the song once, or write 12, 16, or 20 lines. The Tang dynasty's water chestnuts had 7 lines, while the water chestnuts had 5 lines. The tune was fixed and the lyrics were filled. No matter how the tune changed, it would still be the same. Like jasmine, a beautiful jasmine, and a good jasmine. The two looked different, but the main style was the same. This was the change. What if the 7-line water chestnuts had 5 lines? Okay. It was similar to Vast Sea's One Laugh. Vast Sea's One Laugh and Vast Sea's One Laugh could be used in a song. Li Yi's request was to give face to Princess Yongmu. It was the 5 characters. Writing the 5 lullabies had a counterpoint, which made it seem like his level was higher. Princess Yongmu really enjoyed it. These noble ladies around her, let's see if your husband can write a piece of Ling's song in the time it takes him to lower his head and raise his head. Look at my families. That's why I say poems are worthless. As an official, you have to prioritize the people's livelihood. Get more mature fertilizer and catch some fish to raise. If it succeeds, we'll breed a new breed. Even if it doesn't, we'll still have water chestnuts. It's just that they'll be shriveled. Where am I going to find seeds? Do you want to grow the seedlings first? Zhang Sun Xian was in a dilemma. He was willing to do the experiment. It was a piece of land. After all, he could make money by making stones. There's a type of water chestnut in Hunan Prefecture. Spend some money and dig it out. Bring it here with mud and water. It just so happens that we've finished digging up the stones here. Li Yi thought of a good idea. Actually, he felt that this matter should be paid for by the Si Nongxi temple. But he reckoned that if he couldn't get the money, he would have to ask the Si Nongxi temple for money. In the end, he might have to pay the Si Nongxi temple. Those people were too good at crying about being poor. Last time, there was a person who accidentally lost his magnifying glass and cried that he wanted to hang himself on a branch in the southeast. Zhuangzi had no choice but to give him another magnifying glass. Later, the magnifying glass was found, but he didn't bring it back. He said that he was looking for someone to help him. Okay, go to Hunan Prefecture to buy it. The transportation fee is much more expensive than Miao. That Li Yi, why don't you use raw fertilizer? If you want to raise fish, raw fertilizer is suitable. Zhang Sun Xian agreed to spend money. He had his own opinion about the fertilizer. There were a lot of worms in raw fertilizer. It was just right for fish to eat. The weather is hot, and the fluidity of the pond water is poor. Mosquitoes and flies will lay eggs in it. The larvae are just right for fish, especially the chironomid mosquitoes and little red worms. Li Yi explained seriously. There was no need for the worms in the raw fertilizer. It depended on the season. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly understood. He clasped his fist. I'll find someone to do the drainage work to avoid rotting the roots. Inspector Zhang Sun, please take care of it. Let's go to the next place. Li Yi was willing to communicate with such people. The other party had studied hard and understood after a sentence. Like Yao Chong and the others used to threshing wheat by hand. Was it like eating a little and rubbing a little at home? Then using a hammer to pound it into powder? The team moved forward, and Zhang Sun Xian immediately arranged for people to do it. The hired workers who were ordered didn't feel that the superior's decision was wrong and that they had to do it twice. They listened not far away and knew that this was an experimental field. It didn't matter how much money was spent. They worked for a day and earned a day, and they didn't pay less. After looking at 2 more places, there were no major problems. Li Yi refused Zhang Sun Xian's invitation to the bonfire party and insisted on returning to the yacht. There were too many mosquitoes outside. They needed to apply a lot of mosquito repellent. It was not cost-effective. Zhang Sun Xian took his wife to the yacht. The yacht was indeed comfortable. The small robot held a bat for electric mosquitoes and flies in its hand and patted around. Their eyes were better than human eyes, and their reaction speed was faster. In the evening, Li Yi ate barbecue skewers. He turned on the big fan and turned off the air conditioner, but the change of air was especially good. The cow hadn't finished eating yet. It was just right to skewer it. It was the last meal. There were also clams and scallops that had been soaked. They were skewered and fried. There were no fresh ones, unless Li Yi drove the yacht to the beach. Senior sister, can I eat? Li Fuquan's face was full of, I want to eat. He had 2 bottles of fluids during the day and changed the medicine on his leg. You can only eat barbecue beef skewers. You can't eat garlic, chili sauce, seafood, broad beans, fish, leeks. The little girl told her junior brother all kinds of things that he couldn't eat. Senior sister, if people in other places are bitten by snakes, they will definitely die if they eat this. Li Fuquan was greedy. In the past, he was greedy and endured it. He didn't have money. Now that he had a master, shouldn't he eat something good if he was greedy? If you're in other places, you're dead. In your last moments, you can eat whatever you want. The little girl didn't hold back at all. Senior sister, I just want to eat beef skewers. I feel sick and want to vomit when I see other things. Li Fuquan said very sincerely. The beef was indeed delicious. One had to know how to be content, right? Don't feel wronged. Master had to exchange his life for the medicine that he gave you. Your wound isn't swollen anymore. I've met many people who were bitten by poisonous snakes. Some couldn't be saved in the end. Some had a big hole where they were bitten, leaving a scar forever. You were bitten 4 times by Verger Glider. In the whole world, except for Master, no one can save you. Moreover, your wound isn't swollen anymore. The little girl was teaching her junior brother. She felt that it was strange. What medicine did she use? Senior sister, find a robot to read to me. I'll eat and listen at the same time. Li Fuquan requested. Then you're silly. You have to think about how delicious the meat skewers are and not think about other things. Unless you can be like Master, who can solve national affairs while eating and talking. It's not tiring at all. The little girl refused. She didn't want to learn. Now, she just wanted to eat and relax. Then, she would improve faster. Chapter 17:10. Li Yi, who was grilling the skewers, took a small brush and brushed the rice wine on the skewers from time to time. The rice wine was freshly brewed this year, and he couldn't bear to brush the old ones. Princess Yongmu had no choice but to fan him from the side, and the ashes from the charcoal fire rose. Li Yi couldn't brush the water, and the skewers didn't taste good. He couldn't spray vinegar either. It wasn't roasted chicken, duck, goose, or quail. If he brushed oil and washed the ashes down, there would be too much oil on the skewers, and it would be greasy. He could only brush this year's rice wine with low alcohol content. At the same time, he prepared a pair of scissors and cut off any part of the skewers he saw. Li Yi was still thinking of a way to deal with the problem. He didn't say to Princess Yongmu, "Don't fan, can't you see the problem?" Was the food more important or the emotions more important? Li Yi chose the latter. "Fan, I'll try my best to cooperate. Your husband has this ability." Xiaolan saw it. She reached out and quietly touched Princess Yongmu's waist. "Little Miss Li, let me fan for a while." "Okay, you fan." Princess Yongmu was willing to give Xiaolan a chance to show off in front of Li Yi. However, Xiaolan took the fan and fanned twice. "Aya, little miss, there's something. Come with me." She pulled Princess Yongmu elsewhere and put down the fan. Princess Yongmu was stunned. She looked at Xiaolan. What was she doing? Xiaolan pointed at Li Yi. Li Yi put down the brush. If no one fanned, there was no need to deal with the ashes. "You're smart. Bring 2 skewers over. Let's eat." Princess Yongmu didn't think that her position was being challenged at all. Xiaolan was observant. It was normal. Xiaolan ran over and came back with a tray not long after. There were several kinds of meat skewers on it, and the most was roasted meat. When Princess Yongmu saw the meat, she felt that it tasted like braised pork. She looked at Xiaolan and smiled. This was delicious. Because it was cooked, it was already cooked before roasting. It was braised and cut into large slices. "Princess, let's just eat these. It's not good to eat too much at night. I'll go get some fruit. There are too many cantaloupes and watermelons in the capital office. They're all being transported here." Xiaolan ran to get the fruit platter. She never dared to think that she was like the women beside the previous emperors. In her heart, Li Lang was even more powerful than those emperors. She could not tolerate sand in her eyes. For example, if Princess Yongmu threw a tantrum and he took the opportunity to be gentle with Li Lang, he would definitely be punished. What he should be doing was helping to coax Princess Yongmu, not looking for an opportunity to rise to the top. Of course, the princess never threw a tantrum. She could be happy for half a day just by eating braised pork. In the Japanese Empire, the Minamata family was very happy. They held a bonfire party and sang and danced. However, it was not the kind of performance that existed in Li Yi's era in the later period of history. That kind of performance did not exist in the Tang dynasty. It was a kind of opera. In history, it only sprouted during the Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming dynasty. During the Tang dynasty, as long as the Japanese Empire had a bit of background, they would dance to Tang dynasty songs and dance to Tang dynasty songs. They painted their faces in a scary red and white color. It did not belong to the Tang dynasty. There was not so much paint, and people did not like to paint their faces too thick. Tang dolls only appeared in the later period of the Tang dynasty. They developed during the Song dynasty and flourished during the Ming dynasty. The Tang dynasty regarded fat as beauty. It was not like sumo wrestling. King Chu liked thin waists. Could it be that in the Tang dynasty, people liked the image of 3 feet 3 inches tall and 3 feet 3 inches wide? This did not conform to the rules of the continuation of the human species. Unless the human woman became an ant queen or a bee queen. And Lu Shan had such a body type. He was trusted because everyone felt that he did not have much ambition. In the Tang dynasty, there was polo. Li Shimin was an expert. Li Longji was also good at horseback archery. Empress Wang played shuttlecock games with the people in the harem all day. Under such sports, can one still be fat? The image in the painting was freehand and not realistic. Being able to fly with such fat meant that in terms of artistic processing, such beauty was used to represent prosperity. Everyone was full. The people in the Japanese Empire were not fat. They were all quite skinny and did not have much meat. They were malnourished. The people from the Yashishu and Yoshimura families also ate together. Their patriarchs were not dead, and the Minamata family did not want to kill. Minamata Ineu did not care about killing. If it was necessary to kill, then kill. He considered killing all of them. So many people held grudges, and it would take a long time for them to forget. Then, he would lock them up and raise them. He would not kill them, at least not now. Once the people of the two clans were settled down and the change of power was completed, then they would see what the people of the two clans who once had a say in them were thinking. Minamata Ineu only learned this technique. It was his instinct. In fact, he did not do anything wrong. In history, Li Yu was forced to his death because of his lack of experience. After he became a captive, many of his subordinates were not convinced. Thus, they had to appease him. In the end, he wrote lyrics for fun. He did not have the ambition. If he had, he would not have lost his country. In the later stage, his subordinates were all dealt with. He was still writing lyrics. People did not care about what he wrote. They would find a reason to say that his writing was not good. He was not as good as Lu Shan. At least when Lu Shan was alive, he was happy because he was cheated by Zhuge Liang. At that time, Zhuge Liang wanted the Sima family to seize power, so he had to establish his prestige. He could have developed steadily, but he did not. He sent troops again and again. People's actions were all purposeful. Zhuge Liang was in his own land. It was not easy to accumulate things and people, but he had to fight. What was he after? It depended on how many people with the surname Zhuge and Sima. They were doing it for their family. Zhuge Liang did not have a country in his heart. At that time, no one in the world had a country in their heart. It was just like Li Yi's war-torn country. The people from the Minamata family were happy. The people from the Yashishu and Yoshimura families ate while observing. They saw the warships with torches and the navy of the Tang dynasty in good clothes. They knew how they lost. The army of the Tang dynasty came to help. The people from the two families who were captured were in a bad mood. Their weapons, iron, and copper tools were confiscated. Fortunately, the Minamata family did not want their clothes. The two family heads sat next to each other. They did not know what to feel. They only knew that their family was gone. They would become vassals of the Minamata family in the future. Yoshimura Suzuki was beside Yashishitsang. Both of them were in good condition. They were just a little tired from rushing over. The people from the Minamata family brought stewed fish and grilled fish. In addition, there were large scallops steamed with soy sauce. They were good food, especially the soy sauce. The Japanese Empire did not have soy sauce, but there was natto. This was not invented by the Japanese Empire. It was learned from China. Ordinary people could not afford it. The beans and jars were quite precious. He doesn't want to kill us. Yoshimura Suzuki did not eat. He sat in a daze for a while and said, "He's just putting on a show for others. If he kills us, others will be worried and will not exchange with them." Yashishitsang also did not eat. He was thinking about Minamata Ineu's intentions. What should we do? Yoshimura Suzuki did not blame Yashishitsang because it was useless. It was the Yoshimura family who found the Yashishu family and asked them to help. In the end, both families were involved. There were even lives on their hands. No matter where they went, they could not explain it. Chapter 1711. The Minamata family didn't care about what the other two families thought. They were the happiest. They didn't need to pay for labor anymore. They just needed to give them food to eat and save money on other things. At the same time, the biggest crisis was solved. People who came to trade with them in the future would not be robbed or killed. Chang'an in the Tang dynasty is like this every night. When the night ends, it becomes morning. People can go out to eat at any time. You can find any woman there. Unfortunately, we can't find one. We have no money. Kazuko doesn't give us money. Their boats don't need oars. They pedal. It's hot. There are many people at night. People are not allowed to carry poles or push carts to other places at night. People need to sleep. They have a lot of cows, horses, donkeys, and mules. They put a bag behind their butts and put their feces in the bag. People who had been to the Tang dynasty began to tell others that even a bonfire party had to be compared to Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. You've said it twice. Someone who was eating was annoyed. I'm afraid you can't remember. Do you know how wide the roads in Chang'an are? From here to there. The person continued. Some people liked to hear it. They liked it after hearing it a few times. For example, the wives and children of people who went to the Tang dynasty had extra gifts for their families. Everyone had gifts. Li Yi gave them to others. He hoped to make a breakthrough here and become a stable stronghold. Lan Bao was drawing with the smell of toilet water. He was good at drawing. He learned it when he was an apprentice. If he couldn't even draw, how could he make all kinds of things with patterns? Minamata Kazuko handed him tools and all kinds of rulers. Lan Bao designed a big warehouse, drainage, feces pit, internal structure, and materials. He was afraid that it would be destroyed in a heavy rain or a typhoon. He piled stones to make a strong warehouse. Now, he had people. His father-in-law was drinking with people of status in the family. He didn't deal with people of status now. Those who wanted to challenge his position were taken away by him and locked up. After he was locked up, he would be released. He must stabilize his position as the patriarch. The wine they drank was white wine mixed with cold water. The alcohol content was very low. For people who had never drunk white wine before, drinking a few glasses could still make them drunk. The people of the Nantian clan were very respectful to the clan leader. After all, he had a good daughter. Lan Bao is busy again. He's writing and painting. The knowledge of the Tang dynasty is good. I'll go and have a look. Namida Ineu drank a mouthful of wine and stood up to go to the side. Actually, the distance between them was only 5 steps. He could just sit there and talk. Father-in-law. Lan Bao heard the voice and put down his brush. He moved a stool over. Don't you want to eat some skewers? Seeing that his son-in-law was satisfied, Ineu Mineta sat down and asked with concern. I ate a little. I'll have a few more bites after I finish painting. Father-in-law, don't drink too much wine. It'll be hard for you to sleep at night. Lan Bao replied and picked up the unfinished drawing. Father-in-law, please take a look. We need to build a few scattered stone warehouses. We need to dig canals outside, divided into open canals and underground canals. There should also be water next to the food storage so that if there was a fire, it could be used to extinguish the fire. Leave 4 doors open. If something really happens, open all 4 doors. Lan Bao used the simplest words to introduce, and Manamida Ineu would say, good, from time to time, regardless of whether he understood it or not. His purpose was not to explain how to build the warehouses. He wanted others to see that he had a good relationship with his son-in-law. Lan Bao knew that he still had to put on an act and cooperate with his father-in-law. Minamida Kazuko was roasting a large conch by the side. She used a grate and dipped the meat in seasoning before placing it on a plate. The plate was made of porcelain with exquisite patterns on it. It was a gift from the Li family Zhuangzi. Pa! A sound came from the side. A child from the family went to scoop the stewed fish. He took a bowl and did not dare to throw it away. He quickened his steps and tripped. Lan Bao put down the drawing and ran over. He picked the child up from behind and observed the child's face and small hands. He asked, "Where does it hurt?" The child shook his head in panic. Suddenly, he saw the broken bowl and the spilled fish on the ground. He revealed a frightened expression and cried. It's okay, it's okay. Stop, why did you come over? Why are you so fierce? Are you going to hit the child? Lan Bao coaxed the child. A man rushed over and scolded him. He broke something. The man was shouted at and quickly stopped. Will the thing be better if you hit him? Lan Bao understood the adult's thoughts. Hitting the child would teach him a lesson. The child already knew that he was wrong. Look at how frightened he was. Next time, take a tray and walk with it. If you accidentally trip again, throw the tray away. Don't hurt yourself. Lan Bao turned around and said to the crying child. Don't adults fall too? Kazuko, are you stupid? Look at how frightened the child is. Leader Lan is talking to you. Minamida Ineu shouted at Minamida Kazuko. Actually, he felt sorry for the beautiful porcelain bowl. There were 4 similar bowls in a set. Since one was broken, there were only 3 left. Yes, I've wronged the child. I didn't take good care of him. What else could Minamida Kazuko do? Fix an autumn bowl. When someone accidentally breaks the others, fix it. I brought a lot of porcelain. Lan Bao did not feel sorry for him. In the past, if he broke one, he would cry whenever he thought about it. Now that he had money, he knew how much it cost. There were many kilns in the capital and the surrounding prefectures. Usually, they would burn pottery. Once in a while, they would burn porcelain. Most families used pottery to entertain their guests. If the children broke a lot of pottery, the parents would clean it up after seeing it. It was not worth much. If the bowl was filled with braised pork, they would pick it up, wash it, and heat it up in the pot. They would not throw away the noodles or rice. They would boil it with water. The hot noodles would become cold noodles, and the steamed rice would become boiled rice. If it was filled with soup, they would throw it away. There was little in the soup. It was all water. Autumn. The child stopped crying and pointed at the bowl on the ground. He was illiterate, but he knew what the 4 bowls were from Lan Bao's words. Minamida Kazuko came over and brought the child back. Someone came to clean up. Jiang Chuan and the others are not coming down for dinner. Minamida Ineu looked at a boat. They are tired and resting on the boat. They should have eaten already. Lan Bao was not sure about the winged knight's arrangement. He knew that the winged knights wanted to sleep well. The boat was the safest. Are the people in Chang and of the Tang dynasty eating now? Manamada Ineu glanced around and felt that this night was particularly warm. The people who work early in the morning go to bed early tomorrow. They are only willing to eat supper when the people who work in shifts at the dock get off work. In addition, the students who earn living expenses during the day and study at night will come out at this time. They will find a place with light to read and communicate with their companions. They are usually in the area under the Li family Zhuangzi's jurisdiction in the south of Chang'an. Lan Bao told the truth. Not everyone did not sleep at night. How rich must they be? Everyone still had to live. Even if it is far away. Manamada Ineu wished he could go to Chang'an of the Tang dynasty to take a look. There are public buses. The students can take the tickets. They don't need to spend money. The elderly don't need to spend money, the children don't need to spend money, the disabled don't need to spend money, and the non-commissioned officer don't need to spend money. Lan Bao said a series of things about not needing to spend money. Chang'an was like that. What about the bus fare? Manamada Ineu thought of the cost. The imperial court will subsidize it. The Li family Zhuangzi will subsidize it in the south of the city. The students can eat a bowl of noodles at night. Lan Bao said with a different smile. Chapter 17:12. Lan Bao couldn't describe his feelings with words. He hadn't studied for a long time and didn't have a photographic memory. He felt that his Tang dynasty was good, just like the people in the Duojing government. At this time, the sky in Chang'an was later than in the Japanese Empire. The lights in the south of the city were the brightest. When some shops were closed, they would bring the lights to the places where they were open for the students to use. This included the glass lamps with candles inside. Kerosene, gasoline, and diesel had other uses, and paraffin was a byproduct. Most of the paraffin was bought by merchants, and it was much cheaper to light oil lamps in other places. Few students came by car. It cost a lot to live in the city, and the price of inns was high. The residential area after Ba Bridge was not allowed to enter. It used to be allowed. They either lived in other counties because it was cheaper and inconvenient to communicate. Most of them lived in Chang'an in the south of the city. They had a certificate and lived in a small house without a toilet or kitchen. It only cost 1 yuan a day. They prepared their own night buckets and poured them out at a fixed place during the day. It was called night incense, and they washed it. Just like in Li Yi's old Shanghai, there were carts collecting the waste in the morning. After pouring it in, they went to the central place to wash it with water. They had to line up. If any student said that he couldn't stand such dirty things, he would refuse. Then there was no need to take the imperial examination. If he couldn't pass, he couldn't even answer all the questions correctly. Li Yi could jump into the methane pool to take things out. Other people also had to do it. You can't do it. Why are you so delicate? Students can do it. The 42 and 220 students before Li family Zhuangzi had to help deal with the livestock sheds and chicken coops. Then they all got A in the imperial examination, which meant that doing dirty and tiring work had an extra status when taking the imperial examination. Brother Feng Shua, did you go to the manure pit during the day again? Smell, there's no smell on you. A few students were reading under the lights in the south of the city. Some of them were talking to their classmates. The person called Feng Shua was surnamed Shi, and his name was Yongqiu. He made a lot of money from his work, mainly because he was careful. When he dug, he spilled very little and didn't spill any on the road. Before he dug out the manure pit, he would spread a layer of sand around it. After sprinkling the sand, he would put the sand into the big bucket in the car. What was even more amazing was that he had prepared water soaked in perilla leaves and sprayed it with a pump to cover the smell. At the end of the day, he could earn more than 50 yuan, free baths, and a free lunch. His breakfast depended on which workshop he went to. After he went in, the workshop head was also willing to give him a meal. At night, he didn't eat. Instead, he came here to study. After he was done, he ate a bowl of noodles and walked over while reciting what he had learned. Yes, I've washed it. Since I'm doing this job, I use soap to bathe. Shi Yongqiu also smelled himself to make sure there was no bad smell. Which workshop are we going to tomorrow? Another person asked casually. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the birthday of Prince Shui's eldest son. Shi Yongqiu paused. Brother Feng Shua, you got the invitation? The person who asked before was surprised. At the same time, he felt a little sour in his heart. It was Vice President Zhong's recommendation. My results in the painting competition were passable. Shi Yongqiu gave the answer. He had used Zhong Xiaojing's connections. Zhong Xiaojing was sponsored by Li family Zhuangzi to organize the competition. He picked the best ones and brought them to celebrate the birthday of Prince Shui's eldest son. Brother Feng Shua, if that's the case, you are going to have a meteoric rise. Another person was also jealous, but he couldn't ridicule him. Meteoric rise? What meteoric rise? It's not like you don't know that if you want to walk the path of recommendation, you have to pass Dr. Li's test. Those who can pass the imperial examination were recommended, but Dr. Li didn't agree. Later on, they passed the imperial examination. Those who are recommended by Dr. Li will definitely have a higher ranking in the imperial examination. Shi Yongqiu shook his head lightly. The path of recommendation was too difficult. No matter how many things you know, Li Yi guaranteed that he would be able to get to the bottom of what you are best at. How many books did Li Yi write the annotations? What everyone learned was what he wrote. Shangshu, great learning, the doctrine of the mean, wasn't it all because of the annotations written by Li Yi? The key point was that these books were all correct, but it only proved that you tried hard to memorize them. The subsequent problems were so difficult that it made people doubt their life. The key point was that if Li Yi didn't pass the recommendation, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high if he passed the imperial examination. If he said that Li Yi didn't like him, he would still rely on his own ability. It was useless. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lack the imperial examination at all. You can pass the imperial examination, but you can't pass Dr. Li's test, isn't that normal? After passing the test, you will be directly awarded an official position, then take the imperial examination, and your ranking will be high. After the examination, you will be waiting to be assigned an official position, but it might not be real power. Obviously, you want to go through the back door, but in the end, you have to go through the same examination as the Xiuzai examination. If you want to be assigned an official position, fine, you can go to the county's registrar outside the capital, the county's deputy, and the county's deputy. Then, a group of people will watch over you. Not only can you not make mistakes, but you also have to make political achievements and recommend your prince to bear the pressure. What kind of relationship and talent do you have to make a certain prince do this for you? Do you know how much the prince will suffer if you don't make political achievements? Of course, the other kind of imperial examination is different. If you have talent and learning but don't have the qualifications to take the imperial examination, the requirements will be lowered and you will be given an official position first. The students were in a good mood again. Yes, Shi Yongqiu wants to be recommended, but it will be difficult. Brother Yi, do you have good wine? I brought you a person. Do you know how good he is in regular script? Today, I will show you how to draw. Li Yi was barbecuing skewers outside when Li Qingqi chased after him with a man in his 40s. I didn't bring wine or white wine for barbecued skewers. It's not good to drink white wine at night, so I only have beer. The yellow wine is used for the skewers. Li Yi first gave a palace maid a big handful of barbecued skewers to let the others eat. He put some on a tray for himself and walked over. After putting down the tray, he cupped his fists towards the man. "Brother, the weather is hot, how about drinking some cold beer?" "Okay." The other party also cupped his fists. Li Yi poured 3 cups of beer and took a sip first. However, the man directly raised his head and gulped it down. "It's a 2-liter cup." When Li Yi was in the karaoke bar, a bottle of beer was more than 300 milliliters. A 2-liter cup could fill 6 cups. A 500 milliliters jug of beer was 4 jugs. Not to mention drinking wine, even drinking water, Li Yi took a deep breath and put the cup in front of his mouth again. Gulp, gulp. "I can't lose." "Why are you drinking so much stronger than before?" "I'm a little dizzy." "Ugh." The man who finished a large cup of beer burped at this time. Li Yi, he turned around and walked to a place where there was no one. "Why, I've vomited. I haven't eaten the skewers yet. I've been barbecuing for others. Can I still eat after drinking so much beer?" On the way back, he took a detour to get some edamame. "Just now, I died, right?" Li Yi was just about to say that he was going to get something when he saw the man who was drinking beer vomiting into the bucket. "When we came, he had just eaten and didn't drink. There's too much food in his stomach." Li Qingqi helped to explain. "Okay, it's good that he vomited. Let's drink slowly." Li Yi was glad that he had been eating on an empty stomach. It was very uncomfortable to vomit after eating. Chapter 17:13. The palace maid next to him fed him water and continued to vomit. After vomiting out everything in his stomach, there was still some in his small intestine. After vomiting, the man seemed much more relaxed and smiled at Li Yi. "I ate too much at night and wasted food. It's okay, it's not a big deal." Li Yi expressed his understanding. The man had clearly eaten and was brought to the banquet by Li Qingqi. It would be strange if he could still eat. The capacity of the stomach was limited and it was not like eating too much had never happened before. Achoo! Achoo! The man was stunned for more than 10 seconds after vomiting and kept sneezing. "Did Dao Xian catch a cold?" Li Qingqi asked with concern and turned to Li Yi. "The gastric acid has irritated the roof of the mouth and the nasal mucosa is uncomfortable. It will be fine in a while. Drink some warm water. You feel uncomfortable eating anything now?" Li Yi did not have such a reaction. His stomach was empty and there was little gastric acid. However, he still went to check the vomit in the bucket to confirm. Sometimes, when the small intestine was irritated, there would be a histamine reaction. At this time, it would be an allergic reaction. Sneezing would also cause red spots on the body, followed by swelling. The more one scratched, the more itchy it would be. In the worst case, it would be asthma. Gastric acid also irritated the esophagus and throat, causing allergic reactions. Anyway, vomiting could cause asthma. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of warm water, the man burped. "It's okay, beer will be fine." "Is it medicine?" The man obviously knew Li Yi's identity as a miracle doctor. "It's anesthetic. If you drink too much, you won't be able to feel it," Li Yi said with a smile. The man was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. "Dr. Li is really humorous. The color pictures in the newspaper, those colors look very good. It's quite troublesome. It needs to be printed. The cost of color pictures and words is high." Li Yi explained how to print. His printing workshop could not automatically mix colors and jet ink. If he wanted to print, he had to draw first and then engrave. "It's worth it. I have a collection of every newspaper." "Oh, I'm not like the Tubo envoy." The man joked. The Tubo envoy got himself into trouble in order to trick Li Yi. The old newspapers were old to the people of the capital government, but they were new to the entire Tang dynasty. The contents inside were precious. Li Yi picked up a skewer of roasted chicken heads and sprayed it with vinegar. The 3 of them shared one each. She then asked Li Qingqi, has elder brother eaten? Nope. I came here to look for you, hoping to eat here. Li Qingqi waved his hand, took the chicken head, and ate it with his hands. When the meat is cooked and roasted, it needs to be braised first. When it's cooked, it needs to be heated and seasoned. Roasting it raw meant that it had to be cut open. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cooked even after half a day. If he wanted to roast the chicken head well, he had to use a small fire to simmer it slowly. It would take up a lot of space. Unless it was 20 yuan for one skewer, barbecuing 4 skewers would cost 80 yuan. Otherwise, barbecue sellers would suffer a huge loss. The people brought by Li Qingqi learned to grab the chicken with their hands and eat it slowly. The chicken head had less meat and more bones, so they had to break the bones continuously. After eating a few bites and drinking a mouthful of beer, he looked at Li Yi, who was busy grilling the meat skewers. Dr. Li, bring me 2 more. Finish the chicken head first. Eat carefully, don't waste it. Li Yi refused. So stingy. Why don't I draw a picture for you? The man squeezed Li Yi. You just vomited, so it's not suitable for you to eat anything. Your gastrointestinal tract hasn't recovered yet. Eat the chicken head slowly. There's a lot of saliva, and it will give your gastrointestinal tract time to recover. Li Yi didn't want to draw, but didn't he know how to draw? The man was stunned again, and then he sighed with emotion. I misunderstood Dr. Li. Dr. Li is indeed a saint and benevolent. After eating the chicken head, he drank more than half a cup of beer. The pure beer had a high alcohol content, and it was stronger than ordinary wine. I'll draw a picture. Brush and ink, please. The man wiped his hands with a handkerchief. The palace maids quickly asked the eunuchs to bring a table. It wasn't that they couldn't lift it, but they were women. They should let the men do the hard work. The man dipped his brush in ink, picked up the beer cup, and gulped down the rest of the beer. Then, he picked up the brush and began to draw. Li Yi stood at the side and watched while roasting the skewers. He was prepared to shout a few words against his will, or write a poem to praise him. As he watched, Li Yi's hands stopped roasting the skewers, allowing them to be roasted. After a while, the skewers were burned, and he was awakened. Wu Dai Dang Feng. Wu Daozi. Brother Yi, you can tell that it's Dao Xian? Li Qingqi smiled. Yes. Dao Xian is Wu Daozi. Why didn't I think of it just now? Li Yi suddenly realized that Li Qingqi had mentioned Wu Daozi's name before. Brother, call Wu Daozi here. When I go back, I will find someone to tell His Majesty. His Majesty has said that no one can draw without an imperial edict. Li Yi felt satisfied. Wu Daozi was indeed better than him in drawing this. Although he could imitate Wu Dai Dang Feng, he couldn't do it with Li Kuei or Li Gui. Li Yi knew why Wu Daozi was with his brother. In history, Wu Daozi had an official name called Ning Wangyu. Just like the little girl who walked in the Empress's palace, he was an additional official. However, his brother was still King Song. He didn't change his title because of the Cheng in his third brother's mother's posthumous title. At the same time, he wasn't King Ning. King Ning had an even higher position. He was the one who founded the country. After Li Longji secured the throne, he was willing to give King Ning to his eldest brother who was the crown prince. Just like when Li Yi went to sea, the title of Admiral of Heavenly Strategies belonged to Li Shimin. Now, there was no need to give it to King Ning. So what if it was King Song? He still controlled the Chaotian fund of the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi was in charge of many things at the seaside. Yes. You should talk to third brother. Otherwise, if His Majesty gets angry, he will dismiss you. Li Qingqi joined in the fun. If you want to pretend, I will accompany you. So, first Madame Gongsun, Ji Zhen, Ruoxu, and Bogeo are all here? Li Yi named another 4 people. When he saw Wu Daozi, he remembered that they were first Madame Gong's son, He Zhizhang, Zhang Ruoxu, and Zhang Su. In fact, Wang Zhihuan was also here. However, Wang Zhihuan was too arrogant. He was even more arrogant than Li Qingqi. He always thought that there was no one else in the world. Were medical books considered articles? Come, recite all the medical books. Li Qingqi didn't dare to be unrestrained. He just helped the people of the Tang dynasty to live a good life. Now, he was worried to death. It had been so many years, but the development was too slow. His 5-year plan was already gone. Yes. Do you want to meet him? Li Qingqi didn't think that Li Yi couldn't meet anyone unless the other party was gone. Not for now. I'm too busy. I don't know what to say when I meet him. Let's leave it to fate. Li Yi actually felt a little nostalgic for these people of the Tang dynasty. Memories? Thirst for knowledge? In fact, he didn't care. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren came to find him. Meng Haoren was so tired of running around. In order to become an official, he didn't give up his position. Wu Daozi, who was in front of him, learned calligraphy from others and became an official. He was very far away. Later, he couldn't work anymore, so he resigned and went to Luoyang. He Zhizhang came from the imperial examination and had a good start. As for Zhang Ruoxu, he was good at writing but not good at politics. He never became an official. Zhang Su was more honest. He grew up in an official's family, so he was willing to be an official. Then, he went to Changpeng. These people were quite interesting. Li Yi was not as excited as before. Chapter 17-14. It took a long time to draw a painting. Wu Daozi only drew the general posture of a few people and did not fill in the colors. In the Tang dynasty, such paintings were painted with colored ink. Wu Daozi raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. It was half finished. The rest was easy. He had an apprentice and usually asked his apprentice to paint. No need, just like this, Li Yi said. He did not want color. Colors were worthless. This painting was an unfinished work of Wu Daozi. He warmly invited Wu Daozi to eat skewers and drink. Wu Daozi had worked so hard to come here and even vomited in order to drink with him. Wu Daozi was also very satisfied. He felt that he had outdone himself. This beer was good. In the future, he would drink beer to paint and not wine. Mosquitoes flew around, but it did not affect everyone's fun. The stability of the Tang dynasty is all thanks to Dr. Li's good plan. Wu Daozi sincerely praised Li Yi. At least he could use more kinds of paint and the paper was cheaper. It has nothing to do with me. It is all thanks to His Majesty's kindness to the Tang dynasty. The officials brainstormed, the soldiers risked their lives to guard the border, and the people worked hard. The prosperity of the imperial government is not the work of one person. The happiness of the people is the virtue of the many. The tall trees are full of shade, and the single tree is not a forest. The reed leaves are luxuriant, and the single tree is not swaying. The Tang dynasty is a country with hundreds of industries, thousands of roads, and thousands of people working together. Only then can it shake the world and have people come from all directions. Li Yi said sincerely. He was very grateful to Li Longji, Li Qingqi, and the prime ministers. Sometimes these people cooperated with him like idiots. At the same time, they witnessed the rise of the Tang dynasty and put down many power struggles. Otherwise, he could only usurp the throne. They were all dragging him down. He might as well break through and do it himself. If he was tired, so be it. Otherwise, he would not be able to live. Dr. Li, you did the most. I know, His Majesty. Wu Daozi still wanted to praise him. Thank you. Drink up. Li Yi interrupted in time. Don't talk about His Majesty. Why would he talk about His Majesty behind his back? Drink. Okay. Wu Daozi gulped down half a glass of wine and burped. He found that it was not full. Now he could drink. After vomiting, he drank a lot and his body automatically adjusted. Today, he felt that he was in a good state and could drink a lot. Li Yi was normal. He looked at Wu Daozi and thought for a while. Let's sing. Everyone, take out your instruments. He had no choice. If he wanted to drink more, the best way was to sing. It would make him excited, and when he sang, his body would move more. Just like the people back then, when they were already drunk after eating and drinking, they ended up singing after eating. Once they started singing, there was simply not enough alcohol to drink. Good, good, good. Sing the Swan Goose. I heard that this song was made by Dr. Li to wear down the enemy's soldiers. Wu Daozi relaxed. Li gave off an easygoing feeling, without any sense of pressure. Of course, he didn't see how Li Yi looked when he was angry with the chancellors. The chancellors were always on tenterhooks when they ate. The palace maids and eunuchs ran to get musical instruments, which were necessary tools. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan also joined in on the fun. One of them played the violin while the other played the sun. Li Qingqi didn't have a big drum, so he made a small tambourine to try out the sound. Li Yi took out a harmonica, an accented harmonica. There was no F sharp or B flat in the Swan Goose, so there was no need for a chromatic harmonica. The harmonica itself was an octave apart between the two rows. If one played an octave chord with 9 holes, the best effect would be to block the tongue in the middle and add accompaniment, but it would exhaust the lungs. Fortunately, Li Yi's lung capacity was large, and he didn't play an octave chord the whole time. Therefore, Wu Daozi sang an off-key song at the top of his voice. Swan goose sky, hung geese up in sky line up river water long autumn grass, on the Hedong road, the heavenly soldiers cruised 3 to 5 miles ahead. In the night, the soldiers were also singing softly. They had musical instruments, but they didn't dare to use them. Those were all military instruments. Were they going to blow the horn? Or were they going to beat the drum? They didn't have alcohol to drink, and they didn't eat skewers either. They were afraid that drinking alcohol would cause problems and cause smoke to rise from the bonfire. However, they had individual self-heating rations, which could be heated by pouring water in. The cost was a little higher, and they didn't have aluminum foil. They used other things as a sandwich. After pouring water into the outer layer and waiting for a while, the fragrant and hot food would be ready. It was much simpler than Li Yi's, but it couldn't be compared to that time. At that time, there was no food, and there were drones to deliver it. The heavenly soldiers had several types of individual rations. The soldiers' favorite was braised pork, braised quail eggs, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. They had a lot of oil and were mainly flavorful. There was no staple food inside. They could bring their own staple food. If they could bring individual rations, why couldn't they bring some fried rice, fried noodles, or dead noodles? As long as the food was delicious, it was fine. The staple food could be soaked in water and eaten with the food until it was fragrant enough. If there was soup in the food, it wouldn't be a problem to dip it in the soup. Here, eat 2 pieces of jerky. I've soaked it for you. This time, the battalion commander in charge, Shiryu, gave the jerky that had been soaked in water for more than 10 minutes to the dogs. There was too much salt on the outside of the jerky, so it had to be soaked out. He was a hunter himself, and he had always kept hunting dogs at home. He could handle ordinary wild beasts, such as wild boars, which were the most powerful ones he could handle. If it was tigers, it wouldn't work. His hunting dogs wouldn't dare to charge when they saw a tiger barking with all their might. Some would even be scared to the point of peeing and couldn't stand up. He had always envied hunters who could raise mountain guard dogs. Their dogs would bite even though they knew they would die. Soldiers had no will to live, so they became the formation breaker. Dogs had the will to die, so they became mountain guard dogs. Sure, you envied those who had mountain guard dogs. They didn't despise their own dogs, as long as they didn't go to the tigers. Wild boars weren't a problem. If their own team encountered a black bear or tiger, would they need their dogs to charge? After the sound of gunshots, they would all become prey. They quickly dealt with it and sent it back to exchange for money. The extra money could be used to ask others to help bring it back home. If he took a break, he would help other brothers bring it back. The 3 big dogs he brought had always been very obedient. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't bark. If they encountered a rabbit, they would rush up and bring it back. If they were touched on the head by their owner, it would seem that everything was worth it. If they encountered a pack of wolves, they would run away quickly. There were too many wolves. If the 3 of them attacked the alpha wolf together, the chances of winning would be lower. Not to mention there were other wolves. If they ran back to find their owner would go with others to kill the wolves. Then they could show off their strength. Now there was dried meat and some salt. It was delicious. Most animals like to eat salt. Dogs also like to eat it, but eating too much would affect their sense of smell. At the same time, they had to drink more water. This isn't preserved vegetable braised pork. It's pickled pork. There's a little distiller's grains. The rest are all big pieces of streaky pork. Li Dongzhu is really generous. A soldier heated up the dish and found that the ingredients were different. It wasn't written on the package. Your meat is bad. The color is wrong. Let me try it. A person beside him came forward. No need. I like to eat bad meat. You eat yours. This person wasn't stupid. What do you mean you'll try it? What will I eat after you try it? Will you let me try your braised pork? I'll take a bite. Woo woo woo, oh oh oh, woof, woof, woof. While everyone was joking, Yu's 3 dogs spat out the food in their mouths and barked softly in a direction. Get ready, Datang. Yu knew that they had discovered the situation. His dogs wouldn't bark like that unless it was a special situation. Someone inserted the end of the bamboo tube into the soil and put his ear on the hole. Battalion Commander, Cavalry. There are many. The Turks are on the move. Let's finish eating quickly and set off. You didn't forget to eat. How could he fight on an empty stomach? The cat felt that it was better here and couldn't find a better place. Now, there were also cats on the grassland, or rather, feline animals. When they saw a large group of cavalrymen running, they all ran away. Why would they run away like a pack of canines? That was not something they should touch. With the binoculars in hand, Yu's team finally found another team. The scouts are in groups of 10, and we've discovered 7 groups with different faces. There are at least 5,000 of them, and each scout has 3 mounts. The main force should be 1 person on 2 mounts. Yu's army of 500 scouts was sent out, and they brought back information. They couldn't enter, as the enemy's scouts were too concentrated. If they entered, they would be attacked. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but he was afraid of alerting the enemy. The other party was obviously going to launch a sneak attack. When they realized that the situation was not right, they would turn around and attack them. Commander Sure, the Turks are going to the Shi tribe. They are too fast. Another team of scouts returned. 10 men, go and inform the Shi tribe to prepare. Send another 10 men back to report that there is a problem within the Turks. No, report it truthfully, but tell them our considerations. You instantly judged the situation. The Turks were going to war with the outside world. They had to either stabilize the situation or shift the conflict. To stabilize the situation, they naturally had to expand. To stabilize the situation, they had to fight for power. As the commander, Shiryu thought of many things in an instant, but he didn't dare to give any accurate information. He could only report it truthfully. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two teams ran away. They threw their things to the other teams and ran with all their might, reducing the burden on the horses. However, the water and grains that the horses drank were not reduced at all. It was not a problem for the people, but the horses had to pursue speed. "Commander, what do we do?" The captain beside him asked. "What else can we do?" "Preserve the horses. Once they attack the Shi tribe, we will ambush them when they are in formation or charging. We have guns. When they arrive at the Shi tribe's territory and the Shi tribe organizes a defense, we will look at the situation and go out." Shiryu thought of many things in an instant. He intentionally let these people go. If they attacked now, the other side would be defeated. He wouldn't be able to gain much advantage, but the Shi tribe would be safe. He had to make the Shi tribe afraid, and then his team would fight to prove that the Tang dynasty's army could protect the Shi tribe. He didn't care about 10 times the number of troops. The range of the bow and the range of the gun was too far apart. The gun was indeed inaccurate on the horse, but the bow was accurate. Who didn't know how to shoot? Didn't they know how much the wind would affect the arrow? Shiryu had already discovered it, but it wasn't him who discovered it. It was the border army who tested it. The stronger the wind, the more powerful the gun. If the distance was small, the stronger the wind from the bow and arrow, who knew where it would be blown. Sniping was difficult, but they could at least guess one of the shots, right? If the enemy died, and they didn't die, it would be a victory. There was also the downwind. If the enemy was downwind, and their team was downwind, they would still stop their horses, aim, and shoot. After 2 rounds of shooting, the bow and arrow wouldn't have enough range. The border army had already studied it, and they had practiced with a lot of bullets. Check the bullets. Don't let anything go wrong. Li Dongzhu's words were repeated several times in his heart. It's time to start. Shiryu couldn't tell if he was afraid or excited, but he was very excited. They were finally going to fight. What was wrong with the Tujue? Understood. 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 Good. I'm watching. No problem. Yes. A mess of responses sounded. Everyone checked the bullets. Riding the horse didn't delay, except for the one carrying the dog. Be obedient and don't move. Let me check the guns. When it's time to fight, you run. You just need to report. A soldier carrying a dog talked to the dog. The dog couldn't understand, but it could feel the emotions. The dog was lying in front of the man, its 2 paws behind the horse's neck to maintain balance. It didn't need people to carry it. It knew that it was tired from running, but it wasn't tired on the horse. Do you want to kill the scout? The scout on his side ran back and asked Shiryu. Do you want to do it? Then isn't it over? Keep a distance, don't let them see us. Their scouts are riding 3 horses each, and the regular army has 2 more. We have 4 horses, and we have the advantage in speed. Don't fight with the enemy. Shiryu shouted back. He knew that the scouts on his side were itching for a fight. They could surround and kill the enemy's scouts at any time. Chapter 17:16. Shiryu's camp was far behind the Tujue's camp. There were many Tujue scouts, so he wasn't in a hurry even if he couldn't get in. He was 300 miles ahead of the Celestial Army, north of Huada County in Inner Mongolia when Li Yi was there. The Tujue were going to Guyuan County in Hebei Province when Li Yi was there, next to Inner Mongolia. Guyuan County was exactly 300 miles away from Huada County, and the Shi tribe's leader, Li Daxiao, was in charge here. Li Daxiao was the same as Li Shihua. He didn't marry the princess and stayed in Chang'an with Li Shihua. At this time, his younger brother, Li Lusu, was in charge of the Shi tribe. This was the Wan River basin above Qingde when Li Yi was there. The Khitans were in charge of the east, where Li Shihua was. At this speed, the Tujue would arrive before tomorrow morning. They had torches, but Shiyu's team didn't. The binoculars only needed to see the light spots, so they followed slowly. The messenger was fast, and each of them had 4 horses, so they didn't carry much weight. They followed for 2 hours, and the Tujue's team slowed down. Shiyu's team changed direction and ran southeast, where there was a small river. The Tujue also had a river where they rested, so they couldn't let the horses drink. Both teams rested, and Shiyu's 3 dogs ran to the river to drink. At this moment, the Great Tang soldiers only lit a few dozen small torches for Ma Xiaoming to drink. After half an hour, the Tujue's team continued forward, and the Tang dynasty's team followed. The other 10 riders continued to run, and they didn't give the horses time to rest. Anyway, they took turns to ride for 300 miles, so they wouldn't be tired. The 2 teams ran one after another until midnight, and they were less than 30 miles away from the Shi tribe. The Celestial Army knew that they needed to rest. Obviously, the Tujue wanted to launch a surprise attack at dawn, so they were the most tired. Sure enough, the Tujue's team stopped again, but there was no river, so they could only let the horses eat grass. Shiyu's team also didn't have a river, so he put down the dogs and said, "Go, find a well nearby." The 3 dogs were stunned, and they turned and ran in the same direction. The team followed. The dogs' running speed wasn't fast, so they ran and sniffed. About half an hour later, the 3 dogs stopped at a place and circled around it. Shiyu immediately went over, and under the illumination of the torch, he touched the ground and examined it. He lifted up a patch of grass, and the grass on it was still very tall. Below was a wooden board. When the wooden board was removed, a pipe appeared. The people next to him took the parts above the pressure well, assembled them, and poured water into it to draw water. After a dozen breaths of time, the clear water was forced out. The soldiers took out tools to collect water and feed the horses first. This was also the reason why Shiryu always brought his dogs with him. They would secretly dig wells and cover them, and most of the time, they would not know where the wells were. He couldn't leave any obvious markings on the side so that others could still see it. The 3 dogs had peed in a large area. Unless it was a heavy rain, the dogs could still find them. Even if the smell of urine was gone, the dog could still locate the well, but it would take some effort. When Ma Quan had drunk enough water, he began to drink. Shiryu continued to take out jerky to feed the dog, and the dog did a good job. On the other side, a team of 10 people had arrived at their position. They shouted, "Heavenly Army Scouts, urgent military situation." Under the torches in the camp, some people were looking around with binoculars. 10 people lit torches and raised their binoculars as well. Both sides confirmed that they were on the same side. The others did not have binoculars. "Come over quickly," the other party called out. 40 horses ran over. "I am Heavenly Army Scout Gao Li. I want to see Li Xiaotang." The captain of the 10 people asked. "Wait, eat and drink first." The person who had asked the question just now ran away. A group of Shi clansmen came over to help lead the horses and deliver things to the 10 people at the same time. The 10 people only drank water and did not eat. They were not hungry. The food they had eaten before was still in their stomachs. After a few minutes, Li Xiaotang entered the room. "General Li, we are." Gao Li explained the situation and did not mention that there might be problems within the Turks. The other party had already attacked this side. What was the internal situation important? "Thank you." After Li Xiaotang heard this, he turned around and ran out. One by one, the horses ran away, and the camp began to get busy. The resting people were woken up. They ate and drank a few mouthfuls of water and prepared to face the enemy. The stronghold was made of soil and wood. The bottom part was soil, the wood was nailed into the soil, and there was another part above. A ditch was dug outside, but there was no water in the ditch. The ditch was not deep, but the horses would definitely not be able to get up. The people who were woken up cursed the Turks. When they learned that the other party had 5,000 people, they curled their lips. No matter how weak the Shi clan was, they could not be defeated by 5,000 Turks. Who were they looking down on? Some soldiers carried buckets of water and poured it on the grain to prevent the Turks from having the chance to rush there and start a fire. First, they wet the outer layer and wait for the enemy to retreat before drying it and eating it. The inner layer was still dry. They could not set fire to the inside, right? The people in front of the Shi clan were preparing. Another group of 10 people returned to the Celestial Army camp around the same time. Zhang Jiazhen was woken up. When he heard the news, he washed his face and walked around the room with his hands behind his back. After walking around a dozen times, he stopped and ordered, "Send someone to find Zhang Zhiyun. Tell him to send troops to the east of the Celestial Army. The Celestial Army will send 20,000 troops to the north and then turn northeast to intercept the Turks." Yes. The messenger went down. The bugle horn sounded in the Celestial Army camp, and the other bugle horns followed. Zhang Jiazhen wrote letters and released pigeons. He had pigeons here. No one knew how to train pigeons, so they were usually kept in cages to be fed. He caught 2 pigeons and put the letters in the bamboo tubes that the pigeons carried with them. He let go, and the pigeons flapped their wings and flew up before landing again. The 2 pigeons cooed a few times as if communicating with each other before flying up again. They circled twice in the sky before finding the right direction and disappearing outside the light of the torches. They should be making a move. Since the Turks have come out, the imperial court will deal with them. Zhang Jiazhen clenched his fists. He was already feeling depressed guarding here and wanted to send troops to fight. The Celestial Army did not have enough troops. If the imperial court wanted to fight, they would have to send more troops. When the Shi clan and the Khitans sent troops together, there might be no more Turks by the time autumn came. The 20,000 cavalrymen with large backpacks organized their troops. Each person rode 2 horses. They did not have that many horses to equip them with. They were eating canned meat. They chewed hard on the canned meat in the bamboo tubes. After eating, they threw the bamboo tubes away and set off in batches. There was no pre-battle mobilization. Zhang Jiazhen stood at the entrance of the camp and watched. At the same time, he prayed that his brothers would not die. He prayed that they would kill the enemy and bring back many horses. The Turks, who were being targeted, did not know that their movements had been exposed. They set off again. This time, their speed was not fast. They waited until dawn to give the horses more time to rest. The sun did not rise, but the darkness gradually disappeared. The sky in the west was the first to brighten. The Turks were less than 5 li away from the nearest camp. The horses began to speed up. Chapter 17:17. More than 10,000 horses galloped. The ground shook a few miles away, and the sound could be heard. There were 5 strongholds in front of the Shi tribe. Each stronghold had 3,000 people. There were no other people here. They were all warriors. Less than 10 miles behind them was the Wan River. There were strongholds on both sides of the river. The strongholds in front were still warriors, and the ones behind were ordinary Shi tribe people. They needed to use the water from the Wan River to water their fields. There were fields on both sides of the river. They would only come over when they harvested. The Wan River was deep and shallow. The shallow parts could be walked by wading in the water, and riding horses was not a problem. In the past, the Shi tribe was a semi-nomadic tribe. They had a place to live, and in the winter, they would stay in a relatively stable residence. They also grew grain, usually wheat and sorghum. They also grazed. Now, they grew a lot of rice and raised livestock and poultry. Li Dayou was in Changfen. Through trade, the Shi tribe people had plenty of tools. Otherwise, how could the strongholds be built so well? They also cultivated paddy fields and needed short, curved plows. The houses they built were made of bricks and covered with thatch. The tiles had not been baked yet, and they were just burning bricks. Chinda had an open-pit coal mine. Li Yi did not want to talk about it, but he felt that the Shi tribe needed it. He could not possibly transport coal from the side, right? There was. The heavenly soldiers were in Shangxi Datang City, Tianjin County. Did Shangxi Datang have coal? The heavenly soldiers had a coal mine. It was more than 300 miles to transport coal to the Shi tribe. Wouldn't it be better to transport other things? Under Li Yi's guidance, the Shi tribe people found the open-pit coal mine. No matter how big it was enough for them. At this moment, the people living by the river ran into the cellar. They were all distressed about their houses. If the Turks rushed over and set the houses on fire, they would have to rebuild the beams. The walls were made of bricks, so they were not afraid of fire. The livestock and poultry were released. When the time came, they could run. It would be lucky if they could escape. Dang dang dang, dang dang dang. Enemy attack, the Turks are coming. Get up, the Turks are coming. The people standing guard at the front of the strongholds banged their gongs and shouted. Then, the gongs of the other 4 strongholds rang out. The Turks did not seem to want to attack the stronghold at all. Their group rushed past the stronghold and toward the river. Then, they changed their direction slightly, wanting to go around the stronghold by the river. The drawbridges of the 5 strongholds were lowered, and the doors opened almost at the same time. Dozens and hundreds of people rushed out, all of them in a sorry state. Some of them did not even have their bows. They screamed desperately, trying to protect their families behind the river. They had only traveled a few li when the Tujue Tubo divided their forces. One of the 5,000 men was divided into 3,000, the other into 2,000. The 2 teams rushed towards the nearest stronghold. There were still people coming out of the stronghold one after another. There was no formation. The Turks knocked their arrows with excitement written all over their faces. Then the people who rushed out turned their horses around and ran back. Just now, they were risking their lives, but now they ran even faster. The Turks thought that the Shi people were afraid of death, so they shouted. While they were charging, additional sounds of horse hooves joined in. Cavalrymen rushed out of the gates of 4 of the 5 strongholds in neat rows, all of them fully armed. The cavalrymen who ran out quickly increased the speed of their horses, and 2 of the Shi people who were targeted ran around the stronghold. The cavalrymen of the other 3 strongholds rushed to the rear of the stronghold. They knocked their arrows and were ready to draw their bows at any time. Other than the difference in the number of stones, their bows and arrows were the same. They were standard equipment of the Tang dynasty, with leather armor on their bodies and wooden helmets on their heads. The Turks were quite smart. They saw the situation and the equipment of the other party and knew that they had fallen into a trap. Charge, cross the river, go to the back and kill them, the leader commanded. They looked for gaps in the cavalry formation, not giving up. The 2 sides crossed each other at a certain distance and shot arrows. From time to time, people would fall from their horses. Kill. Sure, you thought that the Shi people would have a hard time fighting, but it seemed that the Turks were finished. He did not want to wait. The 480 men rushed towards the 3,000 Turks, where the highest commander was. Ka 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 ka, the heavenly soldiers lowered the front of their helmets, opened the front of their guns, loaded the bullets, and pressed their fire caps in, ready to fire at any time. The 3 dogs did not move and stayed where they were. Their mission was not to bite the hooves of the horses. If they rushed in, they would be trampled to death. The Turks who were going back and forth to the back of the Wan River did not hear the sound of hooves. The battlefield was too chaotic. They rushed through the night. The Shi people slept first, and when they were woken up, they still had time to adapt. The morale of the 2 sides was not on the same line. The Turks were tenacious. They wanted to cross the river, so someone had to stop the 5 strongholds. The horses slowed down in the water and became fixed targets. They were looking for an opportunity to distance themselves. The 3,000 men ran, and Shiryu's men gradually approached. There are fewer people there. Charge! The commander of the 3,000 men weighed the battlefield and saw a team with fewer people. He wanted to disrupt the enemy's formation by charging at this team. The team adjusted slightly and rushed towards the heavenly soldiers. Stop, 2 rows. Shiryu saw that they dared to attack him. He ordered. The 480 men formed 2 rows in a short time. The front row and the back row raised their guns in the gap. About 300 meters. Fire! Shiryu shouted. Bang! 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 The first row of guns fired and they quickly reloaded. Fire! Shiryu shouted. Bang! 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 The second row of soldiers pulled the trigger and reloaded. The moment the Turks heard the gunshots, the people in front shouted and fell off their horses. Some horses were hit, some raised their hooves in pain, some rushed to the side, and some directly knelt down. About 200 meters. Fire! Bang! 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 Fire! Pa! Retreat, reload. Shiryu stopped fighting. The horses were running too fast, and he had lost his mobility. Everyone immediately urged the horses to run. As soon as the horses sped up, they used their own methods to reload. They stuffed their guns under their armpits, grabbed the reins and loaded with their mouths. The charging Turks on the other side slowed down. Military forces of the Tang dynasty. It's the military forces of the Tang dynasty. Firearms. Are these firearms? The Turks were a little panicked. Not many people had died, but the sense of powerlessness was strong. It was so far away, and the people around them were shot. How could they fight? The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were riding 4 horses per person. Their troops would be wiped out. They could not catch up, hit, or run away. The Turks' commander was even more confused. What should they do next? Gather, gather. The commander finally gave the order. Fire! Bang! 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 Shiryu would not wait for the Turks to think before attacking. He had enough range now. Go that way. The Turks' commander did not want to chase, and the troops changed direction again. Fire! Bang! 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 The Turks ran, and Shiryu continued to shout. The Shi clan's troops were still chasing and circling. The other 2,000 Turks were circled back and forth by several troops. Some were chasing from behind, some were running diagonally in front, and the troops on both sides were circling back and forth. They were surrounded by the Shi clan's warhorses, and there was no gap in the distance. The troops could only rush in one direction to escape the encirclement. Chapter 17-18. Fire! Pa! 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 Fire! Originally, there were 3,000 men, but now, there were less than 2,000. A portion of them had died in the battle with the Shi tribe, and they were being chased by the Celestial Army. Every time there was a gunshot, someone would fall off their horse. They hated the sound of the gunshots. Why did they always hit people from a distance? The Celestial Army became more and more excited as they fought. Finally, they had a chance to fight. Hunting prey was boring, but it was more fun to fight enemies. There was no need to aim accurately. If they fired in a general direction, they would definitely hit someone. There were many enemies. Li Xiaotang stood on the gate of the stronghold and looked through his binoculars. He focused on the Celestial Army. A cloud of smoke rose, and the Turks fell off dozens of men. This weapon is good, but it's a pity. Li Xiaotang was envious but shook his head. The Tang dynasty would never give it to them. The bows and arrows that were given now were once unattainable. His people were not afraid of fighting against the Turks. On the chaotic battlefield, everyone turned, and the two Turks finally met up. Retreat, retreat. The commander gave up on the idea of crossing the river. The Turks ran, and the Shi tribe chased. Even if they could block the Turks, they would have to fight. The losses on their side were too great. If they left a gap for the Turks to run, they would attack from 3 directions. Get out of the way. Those on the left, get out of the way. Yu's team shouted. They wanted this position. The Shi tribe on the left slowed down and sped up again, leaving a gap of a few hundred meters. The Celestial Army opened fire, and the Turks fell off their horses. After an hour of fighting, the Turks had less than 2,000 men, and many of their horses had been lost. When another round of gunshots rang out, someone from the Turks shouted, "The commander is dead, the commander is dead." The whole team panicked, and then someone shouted, "Surrender, surrender. Stop fighting, we can't run, surrender. We surrender, don't shoot." The Turks slowed down and finally stopped. Some of the Shi tribe people shot again, but they felt that it was meaningless and stood guard at the side. The Turks got off their horses, and the injured were helped out by others. The Celestial Army people also got off their horses and cleaned their guns. It was obvious that they could not continue fighting. "How far did you run?" "My dog." You did not know the distance and had been shooting. Battalion commander, these Turks. The celestial soldiers at the side pointed at the captured enemies. "It's ours. We'll send it back and exchange it for money," You said naturally. Captives were valuable, but the Shi tribesmen had no use for them. They were always afraid that the captives would run away if they asked them to work. "Are we going to be promoted?" Another man asked. "Probably. Where would he go after being promoted?" "Award merit points." "No land, only money." "Then, everyone will be promoted by 1 level, and how many people will each take?" You had a headache when he thought about being promoted. If he didn't become a battalion commander, his brothers would also be promoted, and there would be no soldiers under them. There were only so many people in the Heavenly Soldiers' Army. If all of them were to become battalion commanders, what was the difference between a battalion commander and a small soldier? He didn't want to go to another army. He wasn't familiar with it. If he left the army, he wouldn't have the final say. "If you can give me a reward of 100 cutlasses, give me another merit, and give me more military pay every month, my family's life." The person who asked the question spoke out his thoughts. "It's always better to fight a battle like this. Fire from far away, it's safer. The horses are also ours, right? The Shi tribe has a lot of horses. The Shi tribe doesn't need horses in the rear, but there are enough at the front. And the meat and skin of the dead horses, 1/3 of it to the Shi tribe. If we didn't send the message, the Shi tribe would have suffered heavy losses. I'm not worried about the Shi tribe suddenly rebelling. Today, they saw how powerful our guns are. Rest, rest, we still have to go back and report. Drink water, I don't want to eat." The Heavenly Soldiers' Army felt that all the spoils of war belonged to them. The Tang dynasty gave the Shi tribe a lot of benefits, so the Shi tribe should be sensible. The Shi tribe swept the battlefield and carried away the dead soldiers from both sides. The Tujue tribe dug a big hole and buried them. Their own people had to report to their families and ask them to bring them back. The Shi tribe members were happy but also sad. The brothers who were bragging with them yesterday were gone today. Let's see what Li Dongzhu plans. You looked at the Shi tribe members and couldn't bear to snatch the spoils of war. The families of the dead soldiers would be sad. How would they live in the future? They probably hoped for compensation and took the spoils of war themselves. Hurry up and treat them. Battalion commander, we have to save them. We have something. A person who had just put away his gun ran over. Yes, let's see who's injured. Quick, the losses after the battle are greater. We'll save the injured Tujue later. Sure, you reacted. His team had medicine and surgical tools. Everyone became spirited. Stop chatting and get down to business. They shouted and dispersed. Most of them ran back. There were more injured people in the camp, so the Shi tribe members had fewer losses. Flick, flick, the pigeon flew back to Li family Zhuangzi. The person who raised the pigeon took off the bamboo tube and looked for Songda. Songda hesitated for a moment and went to Zhuangzi's political hall. Pigeon, pigeon, carrier pigeon. By Zaifu, the carrier pigeon is back. Songda entered the political hall without anyone stopping him. There were no guards at the entrance of the hall. Zhuangzi's political hall was absolutely safe. Where did the pigeon come from? The four ministers asked. Japanese Empire. Songda took out 2 bamboo tubes. Send it to your Dongzhu. He insisted on going to Lantian County and delayed things. Song Jing did not take it. What was the point of telling them about the Japanese Empire's pigeons? Steward Song, pigeons, more pigeons are back. The voice of the pigeon keeper came from outside. Songda ran out and returned in less than half a minute with 2 red bamboo tubes in his hands. Heavenly Army's pigeons. Quick, take them out and translate. Song Jing saw the color of the bamboo tubes and did not care about anything else. He opened one and found the Heavenly Army's code book and checked the words. A battalion of soldiers 300 miles north to scout the Tujue. 5,000 cavalry to report to both sides and tail them. 20,000 soldiers to the north to block their way back. The translator read out. Farming, farming, all you know is farming. Quick, send the other tube over. Li Yi is delaying things. Su Yi was so anxious that he stomped his feet. The ministers can't make a decision. Songda was unhappy. You're the Minister of War, but you're not saying anything. Why are you blaming my Dongzhu? Bai Gu and the others looked at each other. Send troops to fight the Tujue. There's no progress with the 5,000 Tujue soldiers. Is there chaos within the Tujue? Zhang Jiuling was worried, his eyes were dark. Bai Gu coughed. The most important thing is to defend the borders. Jia Zhen is in charge and commands well. What should we do? Send people over and bring more pigeons. Song Jing could only do so. The Tang dynasty's decision to attack and how to attack were delegated to the local generals by the imperial court. The imperial court could only arrange for people they trusted. As for the specific deployment of troops, the imperial court did not issue any orders. The opportunity was fleeting. By the time news came back and forth, the battle had already ended. I'll send this to Dongzhu. Songda took a red bamboo tube and 2 bamboo tubes from the Japanese Empire and ran out to arrange for fast horses. Xiao Yi has given the Shi tribe a lot of good things. They are half selling and half giving. They are allowed to buy on credit. I think they will win this battle. The Tujue. Bai Gu said comforting words. He could not guess the internal situation of the Tujue. Chapter 1719. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Sure Yu brought his 400 brothers back to the Shi clan village. The 3 dogs pounced on him, wagging their tails and sticking out their tongues to lick him. The dogs knew that their master had gone to risk his life. Many people had died, and the smell of blood was everywhere. They were happy to see their master back. They felt that they had been separated for a long time. Okay, stop licking. Have you eaten? I've prepared food for you. You've done a good job. Sure Yu saw that the dogs were fine and patted their heads one by one. His dogs were different from those raised for meat. Even if they died of old age one day, they couldn't be eaten. The others began to wash their hands and treat the wounded. Sure Yu took out food for the dogs and asked them to eat while he joined in the treatment. The Shi clan soldiers had arrow wounds and fell wounds, but there were no knife or spear wounds. The two sides fought without contact. Those who fell were treated with splints. The arrows were removed, disinfected, sutured, and applied medicine. In this way, the probability of infection was low. They would observe the situation before dark and decide whether to change the medicine. After changing the medicine, they would change the medicine the next day. Without anesthesia, the Shi clan people bit on sticks or handkerchiefs. It felt good when alcohol came into contact with the wounds, especially when they had to wipe and clean the flesh. If you can live, think for your family. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Men are afraid of pain. Living is better than dying. Just treat it as if you were caught by the enemy and tortured. You can only bear with it. Good man, you didn't say anything. Did you faint? Generally, send a team to the Heavenly Army or the Henji Army to ask for things. Painkillers, anti-inflammatory medicine, gauze. We need to change the medicine. The Heavenly Army people encouraged him as they treated him. Sure Yu treated a wounded man and said to Li Xiaotang, who was watching from the side. Li Xiaotang gave the order as fast as he could. He had only heard of such methods, and today he saw it with his own eyes. It was indeed magical. He hesitated and asked embarrassedly, "Commander Shi, can you leave the dead horses for us? The meat and skin of the horses will be sent to our dead brothers. I don't have the final say. It depends on Li Dongzhu." Shi Yu shook his head. Li Xiaotang was sad at first, but when he heard the name Li Dongzhu, he smiled and said, "Okay, we'll listen to Li Dongzhu." He was afraid that the imperial court of the Tang dynasty would not leave him anything or reward him. If it was Li Dongzhu, he would have treated the Shi clan well. He still owed Li Dongzhu a debt and was slowly paying it back. His asking price was not high. Don't mistreat the captives. After treating our people and then treating the captives, the money spent on the medicine will be earned 100 times more in the future. Shi Yu was afraid that if the Shi clan members died, his brothers would come after the captives, and if the captives died, the losses would be huge. Quick, go and tell him. Li Xiaotang ordered again. Turning his head, he said gratefully, "Thank you, Commander Shi, for informing us in advance and for helping us kill the enemy. There are women in the tribe. No, I have a wife. I'm guarding the border. My wife is taking care of the children and my parents at home." Shi Yu didn't wait for the other party to finish his words and firmly refused. Battalion Commander Shi is indeed a loyal person. Li Xiaotang could only praise him. I also value my life. If I find a woman, I'll go back and get my head chopped off. The more benefits they receive from the imperial court, the stricter the military law will be. Shi Yu was afraid that the other party would continue to introduce him, so he simply threw out a death scenario. The imperial court is indeed good at managing the army. That gun is really powerful. Li Xiaotang gave up and praised the gun instead. He found the gun's advantage. The bullets were light, and he could carry a lot at a time. With a long shooting range and good horses, the enemy could only be beaten without being able to retaliate. In addition, ordinary leather armor would not be able to block it. That's right. Shi Yu admitted, something made by Li Dongzhu. Next time, I'll bring it with me to shoot the monkeys and shoot the horses. Once I shoot it, it will be a mess. Shi Yu agreed with the other party's words. However, since the other party could not get it, it was already good enough to give him a standard bow. As they spoke, another injured person was carried over, and Shi Yu continued to treat him. At most 5 days. You are a child, in the growing stage, your wounds heal quickly, your blood flow is good, your body's genes are good, and you have enough nutrition. This nutrition refers to what you ate in school. Your foundation is good, and you don't lack nutrition after your injury. Don't worry, if you don't want the scar, I have a way to remove it. Li Yi looked at his second disciple's wound and was very satisfied. He was satisfied with his disciple's recovery speed, and even more satisfied with the county school of Lantian County. Yu Handing took good care of the children. The same child could only eat a little every day and was always hungry. Compared to 3 meals a day with meat, vegetables, and fruits, the result was definitely different. Master, Bai Zaifu promised me to give benefits to the Grief Tian Square in Guangzhou's Yin City. Li Fuquan thought of something. I guarantee it. If he dares to go back on his words, I will not pay taxes. Li Yi laughed. If he did not pay taxes, what could others do to him? It was only halfway through the year, and estimated that the Li family Zhuangzi's tax revenue would reach 10 million CUN. If the income did not reach 10 million CUN, the tax would be too high. For some things, 100 CUN of sales would require 80 CUN of tax. If it was someone else, they would have quit long ago. He did not want to be too tired, so he gave the money to the imperial court. The imperial court had many people, and if the local government needed money, the treasury would allocate it. As for whether the local government would embezzle, it was a matter for other departments. They could not refuse to pay just because he might be embezzling, and affect the people's livelihood. If he was embezzling, the Ministry of Revenue would audit the accounts, and the emperor's team would be responsible for it. Urgent report, urgent report. The winged knight's shouts sounded from the shore. From the Li family's manor, they changed horses every 10 li. The information was delivered. Master, there's something. Li Fuquan heard the commotion and reminded Li Yi. Read it first, call me if you need anything. Have you been reading medical books recently? Is the tablet tiring? Li Yi was not in a hurry. He knew that his second disciple had to memorize the books first to learn medicine from his eldest disciple. Paper books were not suitable for his second disciple to read. It was tiring to flip through the pages, and the tablet would flip through the pages. Keep a distance from the books. Every half an hour, I will rest for a quarter of an hour and close my eyes to recall what I memorized. Master, there are more medical books than what students normally learn. There are actually hundreds of them. The 4 books and 5 classics and other books are easy to memorize, but there are too many medical books. After Li Fuquan started learning medicine, he realized that what he memorized in the past was only a small part of the medical books. The medical books you read do not include another category. The other category includes drugs, surgery, and so on. Learn it. It's good that you have this thought and talent. Li Yi really did not know how to encourage his second disciple. Anyway, this was life, no, a doctor. Doctors, learn with a lifetime. The books used for the imperial examination were really nothing. Master, there are books on other subjects, right? Li Fuquan finally understood the worry. Don't worry, learn slowly. Li Yi was afraid of discouraging his disciple. It was a joke for a person to want to learn all subjects. There were many branches in a subject, and one branch had different branches. Brother Yi, come here. Li Longji's voice suddenly came from the robot in the room. It seems to be a big matter, you rest. Li Yi nodded to his second disciple and went out to find Li Longji. Li Fuquan looked at the little robot. Can you give me a portion of spicy noodles? No chili, garlic. Can it be sweet and sour? No, no. The little robot shook its head. Give me some chili oil alone, I smell it, I don't want to eat it. Li Fuquan rolled his eyes. Let me show you the picture, you look and think about it, it will leave a deeper impression. The little girl's voice came from the little robot. Senior sister, I don't mean anything else. Li Fuquan was scared. Chapter 1720. Brother Yi, take a look. When Li Longji saw Li Yi, he immediately translated the information. Li Yi picked it up and glanced at it. He seemed to be in a daze. Li Longji did not rush him. He looked at the letter from the Japanese Empire. There was going to be a war there. He smiled. What war could the Japanese Empire fight? If the Great Tang Navy and 200 Yulin flying cavalry launched a surprise attack, they would be able to occupy Pingqingjing. Third brother, send a pigeon back to Zhuangzi. Take out a large amount of resources from Zhuangzi. Prioritize medicine. Recruit troops and send them to the Heavenly Army. Order Hedong Jidushi Zhangjiajin to gather troops north and prepare to build a city. Chanyu Protectorate and Anbei Protectorate will each send 20,000 cavalry north. Do not speed up. We have to make a big fuss. Tongzhou and Huazhou Tiela 9 families will send 30,000 troops to transport baggage. Collect the goods at Changping warehouse. Jingzhou will send southwest barbarians to replenish the goods at Changping warehouse in Tongzhou and Huazhou. Hebei province will buy provisions and head north. Hunan province will cross the river to support Hebei province. Li Shihua wrote a letter back to his brother Li Suagu and ordered him to mobilize the Khitan soldiers to reinforce the Shi tribe. Prepare to cooperate with the Shi tribe and the Tang dynasty at any time. At the same time, send a caravan to the Khitans. Allow the Khitans to buy on credit. Also, the Tang dynasty will exchange armor and bows for cheap. I will choose a coal mine and build cement kilns there. This year, we will help the Tang dynasty build a castle on the grasslands. Li Yi came back to his senses and continued to issue orders. A large area of the Tang dynasty needed to be mobilized. He did not care about the specific situation of the Turkic Khaganate. From a strategic point of view, if the strategy could be supported, the strategy would be pushed forward. The specific tactical problems would depend on the generals. Li Yi knew his own ability. He could not reach the level of a famous general in his time. He could command a large area of guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare would eventually become a large-scale battle. Compared to the war gods of that time, Zhang Shaosong was nothing. Li Yi did not want to learn, and he could not learn. The only thing he could do was to deal with logistics. He knew how to replenish the baggage in a large-scale battle. He would have to wait until he encountered a situation where he would know how to command on the spot. Someone anonymously wrote a letter in blood to report Zhang Jiajin for embezzling military funds. They sent over 100 letters from different people. Li Longji suddenly brought up this matter. How did you deal with it? Li Yi asked. Let's not talk about the real situation for now. Your Majesty, did you say that you were greedy enough for 100,000 gold coins? If it's not enough, Your Majesty will personally make up for it, just like Zhang Shaosong. Li Longji laughed and said, corruption. Give me a quota. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it. As for the blood letter, I can't tell what kind of blood it is. Li Yi nodded and began to write a letter. His speed was so fast that his handwriting became ugly. After he finished writing, he put down the pen. Third brother, help me take a look. I'll go cut a fruit plate. Li Yi left, and Li Longji called Gao Lishir to write the imperial edict according to Li Yi's writing. After he finished writing, he sent it back with the Li family Zhuangzi's letter to the chancellors. The chancellors would write it again in the imperial secretariat. This was the correct procedure. When the pigeons were released, Li Yi came back with a fruit plate. Where did Wen Tian go? Li Longji seemed to have forgotten about what had just happened. He passed the letter from the Japanese Empire to Li Yi. She brought a group of people to wash yarn in a small stream. It seems that Lan Bao can help the Nantian family occupy a large territory. It will be more convenient for the trading team in the future. Li Yi also did not care about the situation in the Japanese Empire. The team had enough manpower. Unless there was a war in Pingcheng, it would be considered a national war. He would drive a yacht there. When she was young, she was frightened in the imperial residence. She was sensible. After she entered the palace, her life became better. However, she did not smile much. After meeting you, Wen Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. She was so happy every day. At my age, when I look at Wen Tian, it's like I'm looking at my biological daughter. Isn't that right? She's like my own daughter. Li Longji talked about his daughter. Yes, yes. Li Yi nodded. You're right. Seeing Wen Tian with you, I'm relieved. The others probably think the same. Just follow your heart and don't feel burdened. Li Longji added and patted Li Yi's shoulder. I've always followed my heart. Li Yi continued to nod. That's good. The matters between men and women are just like this melon. When the melon is ripe, it will fall. There's no need to follow any etiquette. Eat the melon. Li Longji used a toothpick to pick up a piece of watermelon and fed it to Li Yi. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate. It's sweet. Third brother, you're really good at picking melons. It's not easy for a woman to find a man she truly likes. Just like, report, urgent news from Tubo. Princess Jincheng has sent a pigeon. Before Li Longji could finish, another urgent report arrived. The winged knights ran in and took out 2 unopened bamboo tubes. The color was not red, but green. Seeing the color, Li Longji and Li Yi sighed in relief. It was good that it was not red. Obviously, the Zaifu did not open the tubes. Princess Jincheng's pigeon had nothing to do with them. Unless the emperor looked for them after reading the contents. The red ones were different. They had to race against time. Pulling out the letter, Li Yi looked at the secret text inside and directly translated, Retired Emperor, Your Majesty, Father King, this unfilial daughter is homesick. Today, she and her husband, the ruler, pearls, pills, and dowry are on their way home. After Li Yi finished reading, he said to Li Longji with red eyes. Princess Jincheng is back. We have to prepare a boat to go to the artificial canal. The boat there is too big to pass. Yes, the cruiser can stop at the place where the mountain passes. There's no need to drag it up. Li Longji wiped his eyes and said excitedly. He also did not want to marry a woman from the Tang dynasty. Even if Princess Jincheng was not married off when he was the emperor. Princess Jincheng's return proved to the world that the Tang dynasty did not use women to seek peace. It was a normal marriage and she could return to her mother's home. Not only did his daughter come back, but he also brought his son-in-law. Look, is this fear of Tubo? Okay, let's inquire in advance. The yacht is fast. Li Yi had to agree. His yacht could not enter the Yellow River, nor the artificial canal. Unless they continue to dig and can store water in the canal. Third brother, when our railway is built, we will build the Yellow River Bridge while building the Hukou waterfall and the big reservoir of the canal. This year, Princess Jincheng obviously can't go back. She can stay for a year. The goods must be sent back first, and the trade with Tubo will be strengthened. Let's urge Tubo to occupy India. Tubo's Daluan Chili Su should take the opportunity to stabilize Tubo's internal affairs. The Tubo tribes will not be able to fight for power. Whoever sits on the throne will be attacked by the Tang dynasty. When they are used to profit, the Tang dynasty will drive them away with profit. Li Yi considered many follow-up problems in an instant, including calculating Tubo. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in a daze and then laughed. Ha! Brother Yi, it's been hard on you. The chancellors added together are not as good as you. Don't. Third brother, you don't know. They are very powerful. I'm considered cheating. If I don't cheat, it's impossible not to cheat. Ha ha ha, Li Yi wanted to be humble, but then he realized that there was no such thing as being on the same starting line. He had the means to cheat, so why not cheat? He could obviously use heavy machine guns to fight, but he had to fight hand to hand. The system wanted to commit suicide. Chapter 1721. Brother E, let's take a walk on the deck. Li Longji was in a good mood. He could see the blue sky from the boat's canopy. Okay. Li Yi was indifferent. The two of them went out. Tao Hong, Cui Lu, Bai He, Jin Ju, Qing Song, Ziyu, Huang Bai, and Gu Yan reached out almost at the same time to carry the fruit platter. Wait for me. The little robot reached out, picked up the fruit platter, and ran with it on its head. Its posture was fast and steady. The 8 palace maids and eunuchs looked at each other, their expressions changing. I heard that Dong Zhu wants to put the little robot in Zhuangzi. Huang Bai couldn't help but speak first. Of course. The robot has been exchanged. It's a waste to put it on the boat. Tao Hong's hand grabbed her lapel. The little robot doesn't need to be paid, right? Jin Ju touched the hairpin on her head. Didn't I say? Pay the electricity bill. It's the same as us paying for the meal. Ziyu's face was painful. Do you admit it? Palace intrigue can't be used on the little robot. Qing Song was tangled and felt a toothache. The little robot is not afraid of death. It has no desires. If we play tricks with them, we will be killed. Gu Yan put away the letters on the table. Don't worry, I think so. The little robot can't help block attacks, and it can't travel long distances. It's impossible to say that we are useless, right? Cui Lu's words were very weak. She was afraid. What can we do? Add 4 more groups of Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the palace maids and eunuchs, right? Bai He found the key point. We are the best. The 8 people reached a consensus and went out with their heads held high. The little robot carrying the fruit platter didn't know that others regarded it as an opponent. It just worked according to the program. Wherever Li Yi went, it followed. Standing on the deck and looking down, the ferry boat still didn't charge, and passenger ships came and went. The fisherman cast a spinning net, picked out small fish and threw them back into the water, and put the big fish into the bucket next to it. Brother E, this distant mountain, this close to the water, these people, and the change of dynasties, what is it for? Li Longji watched as a woman carried a baby onto a small boat. The baby in swaddling clothes was sleeping soundly. He sighed with emotion. There are so many beauties in the mountains and rivers, attracting countless heroes to bend their backs. Li Yi suddenly thought of a poem. Well said, stop that woman. Snipers, get ready. Li Longji was just about to sigh again when Li Yi suddenly pointed at the woman holding the child and shouted. Whoosh! 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 The group of people jumped off the yacht. Passenger Blue 166, stop the ship. Passenger Blue 166, stop the ship. Get close immediately. Someone shouted through a loudspeaker. Blue 106 was the ship's number, Lantian County's 126 passenger ship. Instead, it was Blue 162. Every ship of the imperial government had a serial number, including the fishing boats. The owner of the yacht immediately leaned towards the yacht. Regardless of the reason, it would be over if he didn't lean over. The people who jumped down all stepped on the water. Their breasts were on the water, showing how good they were in the water. It was normal for the average person to step on the water and show their head. The passenger ship came over, and 2 winged knights slid down the yacht. Their heads were down and their legs were up, with ropes wrapped around their legs. When they reached the bottom, one of them put a knife on the woman's neck, grabbed the woman's arm with one hand, and held the child with the other. The person holding the rope ran to the other side, and the 4 people were dragged to the deck. The person on the deck held the woman with a knife and looked after the child. Li Yi went over and untied the child's package, milk bottle, water, wet towel. Here. The little robot ran over and opened the box in front of its chest. There was a milk bottle with water, but no wet towel. I have it. Tao Hong finally found the opportunity and put the tray in front of him. Wipe the body. Li Yi began to feed the little guy water. The little guy's mouth moved, and his little hands grabbed the milk bottle. When Tao Hong wiped, the little guy kicked his legs. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Li Longji was stunned. He just said that the mountains and rivers were so beautiful, and in the blink of an eye, he caught a woman and a child. How can the mother wrap her son so tightly on such a hot day? And thick silk cloth. Look at that woman, how little is she wearing? Li Yi stared at the woman, and his eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and loosened them, then clenched and loosened them again. Li Longji looked at the baby drinking water and nodded, death penalty. Li Longji understood. Look at how hot the child was from the heat. When the wet towel was used to wipe him, his eyes were wide open, and his little hands were holding on to the milk bottle. He thought about how if his own child was like this, he would be able to get rid of the empress, concubines, jiayu, and talented people. He would have to kill groups of eunuchs and palace maids, and then he thought about the officials who should be exiled. Don't exile them, just kill them. His children were so cute. Even if they cried, they would only cry once or twice. Someone would immediately take care of it, and the child would be comfortable again. Ah ba. The woman opened her mouth. Behead her. Li Yi gave the winged knights a look. The winged knights pulled out their sabers and stuck the woman's head on the railing of the ship. Spare me. Spare me. I bought it, I didn't steal it. The woman who was mute a moment ago was able to speak in an instant. Brother Yi, your medical skills are amazing, to be able to make a mute speak so fluently. Li Longji said through gritted teeth. He could not understand how someone dared to lie in front of the owner of the yacht. Did she not know what this yacht represented? What was more interesting was that she carried a child up the yacht. Provocation. Tao Hong, the four of you take her away. Li Yi looked at the four palace maids. Dongzhu, don't worry. They are all women. I guarantee that she will speak nicely with us. The four palace maids took over. The winged knights let go, and the woman turned around to jump. Then, there was a crackling sound. Ah! Ah! Oh! Oh! Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was dragged away by Tao Hong and the other three palace maids. That's more like it. Li Yi was very satisfied. If the palace maids were not capable, why would they come to work in the Li family Zhuangzi? The palace maids usually had beautiful faces, enchanting figures, sweet voices, and gentle natures. They were all fake. Or it could be said that the palace maids were willing to live like that. At the crucial moment, the palace maids were needed. The number of ghosts in the harem was the same as the number of legends about the palace maids. Ask around and find out which family lost their children or lost their children. Bring him to Qingdai. Li Yi saw that the baby was full and patted him on the back. The baby burped and turned around to jump into Li Yi's arms. He put his two small hands in front of him and pressed his forehead against Li Yi's body. Li Yi held the baby horizontally and fanned him with the hem of his clothes. Only then did the baby's hands relax. Just now, he thought that Li Yi could cool him down, but the clothes were hot. Qing Song next to him took the baby and held him horizontally. The cub fanned him with his sleeves. They were clever. See if there is a contract. If there isn't, it will be a felony. Li Longji did not think about how fragile the country was. The contract he mentioned was only if the child's biological parents agreed to adopt the child. Generally, the other party would give some money, but not much. Without contraception, the child could not be raised. Some people did not have children, so they asked for one. This was not illegal in the Tang dynasty and was reasonable. If they stole a child, it would be a capital offense. Eunuchs also adopted children. Some took better care of them than the biological parents, but they were all boys. Chapter 1722. Brother E, is it because of prosperity? Having a boy is better than having a girl. Li Longji thought of himself. No matter how many daughters he had, it was better to have a boy, especially one born by the empress. The real prosperity does not distinguish between men and women. In the fake prosperity, people want to have a boy to inherit the family business. In the chaotic times, believing in the evil of giving birth to a boy, it is better to give birth to a girl. Giving birth to a girl is like marrying a neighbor, giving birth to a boy is like burying 100 herbs. Why did I copy him again? Forget it, when he comes, I will arrange a county officer for him, from the 20 counties outside Chang'an. If he dislikes it and refuses to accept it, then let's have another, wine and meat rot at the red door, frozen bones on the road, again. Li Yi muttered and thought of Du Fu again. Du Fu always wrote such poems. Looking at the poems, he felt sad. He felt that Du Fu had really gone deep into the common people. But when you can be an official to change things, why don't you do it? On one hand, you despise the low rank, but on the other hand, you pity the state of the universe. Is there a problem with your mind? This is an illness, it has to be treated. Look at Wang Wei now, he believes in Buddhism and works hard for the common people. Look at Meng Haoren, he is so arrogant. Now he has his feet on the ground. When the poetry collection comes out, he will be given a 5th rank official, and his wife will be promoted to a noble lady. Li Bai is now mingling around. When he comes to Chang'an, he will drink a caddy of white wine with him and blow a poem to him. After he is convinced and drunk, he will be assigned a county officer. Ha 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 ha! Li Yi laughed out loud when he realized that no one was around. Li Longji cooperated. Brother E, why are you laughing? I am laughing at the injustice of heaven, laughing at the common people's livelihood, laughing at the many affairs of the mortal world, laughing at the mist of the human world. Is it a dead cow from the shore? Why is it so tragic? Li Yi immediately answered. This was simple, he just opened his mouth. Then, he saw someone driving a cart. There was a cow lying on the cart. It was bleeding and its flesh was lacerated. He did not understand. Was it killed by someone? There was no need. The cow was old and could not work. The price of giving it to the Li family Zhuangzi was still not low. Now, the price was lower than the price of selling the Li family Zhuangzi. Living was no different from dead. The winged knights at the side swooped down. There was a rope between the shore and the yacht, and it could be slid down with a buckle. The winged knights talked to someone there, nodded, ran to a higher place, used the rope there, and slid back with a whoosh. Dongzhu, cattle. At night, wolves came down the mountain. The cattle ran out of the fence and fell to its death. There were also 2 wolves. The wolves bit the cattle. The winged knights reported. Where's the wolf? Li Longji asked naturally. From this angle, it was blocked by the bull's body. There is indeed one. This subordinate saw it. The winged knights replied. Let's test it. You're eating beef for lunch? Li Longji felt relieved. This meant that the other person was not lying. I'll test the wolf first to see if it has rabies, then I'll test the cow. Li Yi knew the procedure, and he wanted to eat it too. This cow and 2 wolves could be exchanged for a 3-year-old live cow for the people. There was no problem with the wolf meat. It was best to braise it in brown sauce to suppress other smells, and give a basin of it to the people who died. The wolf skin, teeth, bones and so on, he could keep it for himself. Brother E, Fu Quan has always wanted to eat meat. Can you cut the tendons of the cow's hoof and give it to him? Li Longji thought of the children. He can't eat much by himself. I'll deal with the tendons. If I don't deal with it well, he won't be able to chew it and it will be stuck in his teeth. It's more suitable for children who are growing their teeth. I have an idea. When the children are growing their teeth, we can make big bones for them to chew on. It will be less uncomfortable if their teeth fall out. Li Yi said as he thought of a good idea. When the children were growing their teeth, they would feel especially uncomfortable. He dared not to do it directly. He recalled when he was young, he felt that his teeth would fall out. He would touch it every day. One day, he gathered his courage to squeeze his eyes and pull it out. Some of them were eating. As they ate, they would bleed and their teeth would fall out. When the upper teeth fell out, they would be buried in the doorsill. When the lower teeth fell out, they would be thrown on the roof. When the teeth were growing, he would eat more cherries and peaches. He would not knock on hazelnuts or melon seeds. It would be painful unless he was stupid. Now, he felt that eating bones was fine. The meat on the bones was not easy to chew down. Fu Quan, His Majesty is thinking of you. Listen. The small robot in Li Fuquan's room received a message from the small robot there. There were keywords. The key was that someone wanted Li Fuquan to hear it before allowing it to be transmitted. Brother Yi, Fu Quan has always wanted to eat meat. Can you cut the tendons of the cow's hoof and give it to him? Li Fuquan heard Li Longji's voice. Li Fuquan's tears gushed out. The emperor was thinking of him when he was talking to his master behind his back. Don't put anything spicy. I want to get better quickly. When I grow up, I will be a high-ranking official. I will kill all the corrupt officials in the world. Li Fuquan felt that he had a direction in life and was willing to fight for it. The cow was pulled up. There were also 2 wolves. Li Yi brought them for inspection. If there were no problems, they would be eaten. For the new cow, a note was written and sent to the cattleman. He would go to Li family Zhuangzi to collect it. Even if he could not eat the meat, he could still get the cow. Without the cow, his quality of life would decrease. His purchasing power would decrease. The sales of the merchants would decrease, and the taxes would not be much. This was equivalent to a population dividend. It would take 20 years for the children to be born to contribute to the country. How long would it take to recover the cost of a cow's head? It was much more cost-effective than population welfare. Moreover, when the cattleman had the cow, the health of the children in the family would also improve. In immigrant countries, some races were lazy. The better the social welfare, the worse it would be. That was why there were career insurance and relief funds. Not everyone could lead the relief funds. The homeless did not. Li Yi felt that the Tang dynasty was good. The Chinese people were hardworking. Give them a little help and they would immediately take root. The cattleman waited by the shore and drank the free soup. He was not in a hurry and did not complain. Let him come back. There are so many things to do now. He only knows how to send pigeons to give orders. Someone in Li family Zhuangzi complained. Song Jing. Song De sent the pigeons in the bamboo tube. He took the one in Zhuangzi and arranged for people to prepare it. Li Longji needed to go through the procedures. When the ministers saw the contents, they were not in a good mood. It was said before that this kind of thing had to be done by the generals at the border. The imperial court could not make a decision. It was not noon yet. Let's see. The decision was made. The Tang dynasty needed to take action, one layer at a time. He felt his face burning. It was because of the hot weather. How many people and resources will be mobilized this time? What is the goal? Su Yi was still thinking about the outcome of the war. How could he understand the overall strategy? Normally, when the Hedong Jidushi knew that the Turks would not be mobilized, he would send the Celestial Army to deal with them. The focus would be on the battle between the Shi tribe, the Turks, and the Celestial Army. When Li Yi heard the news, he directly ignored the battle and started to move on a large scale. From Hunan province to the imperial capital, materials were transported north. This time, more than 300,000 people, soldiers, and laborers were mobilized to advance as a whole. Even captives were used. Were they going to fight a national war? couldn't you come back and discuss it? Why did you stand me up? Chapter 1723. Do you remember the last time we used this method? Zhang Jiling was troubled for a moment before he suddenly recalled what had happened before he was the Grand Chancellor. Snatching Juku. The three of them spoke at the same time. They recalled that Su Lu had led the commandos to join forces with Tubo to lure the Abbasid Caliphate into attacking. At the most critical moment, everyone was thinking of defending, and defending was good enough. The Li family Zhuangzi exploded and sent all kinds of resources forward as if they were free. The three lines that were supposed to be defending suddenly charged forward at the same time, and that was a huge battle. The Abbasid Caliphate's troops were directly crippled. The commandos retreated again and again, but they still suffered heavy losses. Tubo Juku was gone, and the source of the Yellow River was the Tang dynasties. Look at the northwest now, who dared to move? They were all like quails. Now that the Turks were attacking with 5,000 troops, and they were beginning to move on a large scale, could it be that, he's a madman? His poor soldiers. Ugh! They don't know how to spend money just because they have some. Song Jing wanted to say that Li Yi was being overly aggressive, but he suddenly realized that the Tang dynasty had too much money. How was this being overly aggressive? This was clearly using money to smash the enemy. The Turks had mobilized 5,000 troops, while the Tang dynasty had mobilized 300,000 non-commissioned officer. Was there a need for that? Bai Gu glanced at Song Jing and didn't correct him. Being poor had nothing to do with money. His brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character, Chuan. Bohai. Everyone. Don't stare at Xiao Yi. We're the Grand Chancellor's assistants. Bai Gu didn't want to ask Li Yi for money at this moment. When it came to important matters, if he said the word, money, again, he was guaranteed to join the group. With Bohai. Do you have such a deep plan? Song Jing was not convinced and retorted. She agreed with her words. Zhang Jiling and Su Yi fell into deep thought. After a dozen breaths, Su Yi said, the Tang dynasty's navy can control the Bohai Sea and the northeast. The Shi and Khitans can work together to deal with the Turks, and the Tang dynasty supplies them with resources. Once the Turks retreat to the north, the Shi and Khitans will rejoice and become even more loyal to the Tang. The Hedong Jidushi and the Shi clan fired the cement. The front was connected to the city in the fort, creating space for the subsequent planting of potatoes. If that was the case, ordering the Chanyu Protectorate Manor and Anbei Protectorate Manor to slow down their advance was a feint. We will work together with the Hedong Jidushi, the Shi tribe, and the Khitans to seize the gains from the strategic expansion and use them to plant crops later. Su Yi had thought it through. Li Yi wanted to change his strategy and take advantage of the Bohai kingdom. Potatoes were to be planted in the grassland, so that they could be plentiful. Zhang Jiling added, the Southwest Barbarians and the Tiela 9 clans have mobilized to train their troops. They want to let them know that they should fight for the Tang dynasty. The Winged Knights and the 16 guards didn't need to be mobilized. The only thing they needed to do was to strengthen their defenses. Do you still remember the hundreds of people who wrote blood letters to impeach Zhang Jiazhen? Just like Zhang Xiaosong, the nuclear bomb. Only an aristocratic family can do it. Using both hard and soft tactics has already reached the level of perfection. He is the best at earning money. Bai Gu added, agreeing with Zhang Jioling's words. For a moment, everyone was silent again. What was the use of saying so much when he had personally written it? Just follow the instructions. If there was any delay, they would join the group. After writing, all the procedures were completed in a few minutes. There were no more problems and the order was given. Then, they drank tea. The tea was good and tender. Although they couldn't drink it in the imperial city, they could drink it in the Li family Zhuangzi. It wasn't particularly bitter. Instead, it had a hint of sweetness. They drank and chewed at the same time. The four of them felt just like the tea, bitter and astringent. The Celestial Army sent news that the Turks wanted to attack the Shi clan. The Celestial Army sent out 20,000 men to cut off the Turks' escape route. It was just a small piece of information, and they couldn't do anything about it. At most, they could just give them something. What else could they do? In the end, the same information was sent to Li Yi. Fuck, more than 300,000 people were working at once. Like fireworks in the night sky, they were so quiet when they weren't lit, but once they were lit, they would explode into the sky. The light would cover the moon and hide the stars. What they didn't understand or didn't think of before, they all understood after Li Yi gave the order. It seemed that Li Yi didn't care how many Turks came to attack. As long as they attacked, he would start working. Li Yi wasn't a chess piece, nor was he a chess player. He was the person who organized the chess competition and set the rules. Muslin needs to be washed, hemp needs to be beaten, and cotton needs to be rubbed to make dust. Princess Yongmu, who had found a small stream to wash silk, explained to everyone. Things made of silk couldn't be beaten. They could only be washed in water. Hemp clothes couldn't be washed. They had to be beaten with a wooden stick. The best way to wash cotton was to use a washboard. If it couldn't be washed clean, beating would damage the cotton. Moreover, beating wouldn't remove the dirt in the cotton. In fact, the hemp couldn't be beaten out either. It was just that the hemp couldn't be rubbed out. How many people would use a washboard to scrub a sack? Did they still want their hands? Li Yi always believed that the washboard was invented in the Ming dynasty. At that time, cotton was just being grown in large quantities, and they needed washboards. Now, cotton was being grown in large quantities, so washboards were a must. The ladies couldn't use washboards. They were here to play, not to work. Princess Yongmu asked someone to bring soap and lather the silk before shaking it off in the stream. Nowadays, the ladies washed their own clothes, so it was impossible for there to be oil stains. They weren't washing clothes. They were playing and giggling. Ding ling. Ding ling. Tao Hong rode a bicycle over. Xiaolan waded to the shore and whispered a few words in Tao Hong's ear. She then turned around and whispered to Princess Yongmu. Princess Jincheng left pigeons on her way back. All the dowry and people with pearls totaled more than 20,000. Princess Yongmu loosened her grip and the silk floated down. Where are they? We have to go and welcome them. I want to see my little nephew. The news hasn't arrived yet. They probably haven't entered the Yellow River area. Xiaolan analyzed. As long as Princess Jincheng's vanguard came into contact with the Tang dynasty's castle on the Yellow River, she would start the crazy reporting program. They have to come back. They've been out for a few days. They should have had enough fun. Princess Yongmu didn't want to continue the activity. Yes, there's a war. The Turks went to fight the Shi tribe, but they were discovered by the heavenly soldiers in advance. They secretly reported it. Xiaolan nodded. Let's do it. Li Lang couldn't stay outside anymore. Sisters, let's go back. It's war. Princess Yongmu didn't mention Princess Jincheng's matter. It was a secret for now. What if someone wanted to do something bad? There was no need to keep the war a secret. They had to fight whether they knew it or not. Who are they fighting with? How badly did they beat others? How many captives did they catch? They don't sell captives now. Tell your husband that my family wants to buy a few. When the noble ladies heard about the war, they talked about it one by one. They weren't afraid at all. For example, the people in the capital knew how strong the Tang dynasty's soldiers were. When they heard about the war, the first thing they thought of was victory. The Tang dynasty had good weapons, hot air balloons flying in the sky, telescopes, I don't know yet. The Turks are fighting. The heavenly soldiers are on the move. They're going back. Princess Yongmu was also full of confidence. She didn't think that they would lose. If they lost, Li Lang would have sent someone to tell them and then take revenge. The group of noble ladies knew that they had to leave. Otherwise, they would have to find a car. The boat wouldn't wait. Chapter 1724. When the group of women rushed back to the yacht, it was time for lunch. Originally, they wanted to have a picnic outside. The two wolves were cooked like dogs. It was good to eat on such a hot day. Therefore, after it was done, the meat of the two wolves was sent to the county yamen as a reward. There were a lot of dried vegetables and tofu in it. Otherwise, it would not be enough. The big wooden bucket of rice was also sent. They ate the wolf meat soup with rice. The cow was also made into beef soup. There were a lot of radishes in it. The radish skin was soaked in vinegar because it was hot. Li Yi, Li Longji, and the others ran to the top deck of the yacht to eat. The top deck of the yacht had a glass cover. It was uncomfortable to be inside. The most comfortable thing was to look at the night sky at night. At other times, it was suitable for painting. In the sky light studio. It was not suitable to use the sky light to sell jewelry. The jewelry was not beautiful enough under the natural light. Li Fuquan's wound was smeared with medicine again. It was not bandaged and left to dry. The place where everyone ate was covered with black sunscreen. It was bright and not so dazzling. Li Fuquan put down his leg and sat on the chair to eat normally. He glanced at Li Longji from time to time. When Li Longji noticed him looking back, he immediately lowered his head to avoid looking at him. Eat well. There will be a time for you to repay the kindness. You can't do anything now. Li Yi understood what the second disciple was thinking. He understood the children's every move. How are we going to give the meat of the dead cow? Li Longji was concerned about small matters. He promised to give the other party beef. They will go back after dinner. They will take the land route. It will be slow. They will go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get the cow. The yacht will arrive just in time. Li Yi also calculated. There was a time difference. The people who raised the cow would not be able to eat a mouthful of beef in their lifetime. When they finally died, no, when they were very sad, they would eat the meat of the cow they raised to keep a memory. Master, is there any bone marrow? The little girl found that the dishes on the table were missing something. Where did the bone marrow go? Go back to Zhuangzi to boil soup for the children. The children in Lantian County have already eaten lunch. Li Yi also knew that the eldest disciple wanted to give the bone marrow to the children in the school. Xiao Yi. Now that I'm back, I need to arrange a place to stay. Li Dan drank beef soup and didn't eat rice. Once she was soaked in rice, she wouldn't chew it. It wasn't good for her stomach. He swallowed a mouthful of bread and thought of Princess Jincheng. We'll arrange it later. We'll stay in Zhuangzi. The others will go to the imperial plantation. There are many empty rooms there. Li Yi already had plans. Presumably, Princess Jincheng would return to the palace where she used to live, but she would definitely not want to live there. She wanted to be with her family. Nowhere else could be more comfortable than the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, he would have to arrange a separate place. Since he had brought his pearls over, it was obviously not possible to live in the Honglu Temple. The palace facilities in the other squares were not complete. The most important thing was to let the people from Tubo know how powerful the Tang dynasty was. When they went back, they should spread the word and stop daydreaming that they could defeat the Tang dynasty. After eating, the yacht set sail and headed back. It was impossible to stay in Lantian County today, or else the Zaifu would go crazy. Eat. You have to eat even if you feel uncomfortable. If you don't eat, your body won't be able to take it. At the Shi tribe's location, the heavenly soldiers advised the wounded who couldn't eat to drink meat soup, horse meat. Many warhorses fell on the battlefield. Everyone ate the meat and sent the bodies of the Shi tribe warriors back to the rear. The soldiers at the front line couldn't hear the cries of those who lost their loved ones. The living had to be strong. The herbs were first given to the Shi tribe people, and the rest were taken care of for the Tujue wounded. For the Tujue prisoners who looked seriously injured, they helped those who should be helped. Whether they could survive or not depended on fate. The Shi tribe did their best to treat them. They would rather put medicine in their wounds. The Shi tribe warriors were tenacious. They found that there was hope for survival. They had once fought a war. When their thighs were pierced by arrows, they just wiped the ashes of firewood and wrapped it in a rag. 1 out of 10 people could survive. When they walked, they would limp. They were so seriously injured in the morning. Before noon, they would have a fever and blood would seep out of their wounds. Then, the wounds would fester and jump. Some would have maggots, but they could still survive. Today, the injured people found that it was very painful. They would also jump, but they didn't have a fever. The snow-white cloth was wrapped around the wounds. Before eating, the cloth was untied and rubbed with alcohol. When the wounds were in pain, the cloth was replaced with snow-white gauze. Battalion commander: sure, the things are good. How do you calculate the price? As long as you can save the lives of our brothers, everything else is negotiable. Li Xiaotang had seen the methods of the military forces of the Tang dynasty. What money? Alcohol? Medicine for external application? Gauze? It's free. I think the Jadushi has already sent back the news. The Hengyi army is closer to us. They can send the medicine first. After that, the heavenly soldiers will send the medicine. The Li family Zhuangzi will send the fastest team. The soldiers are fighting for the country. How can we ask for money for treatment? Sure, you fed meat to a Shi tribe soldier who had been shot 4 times. Horse meat was the best. It was cold and the wounds were most afraid of fire poison. You won't deduct the money from the spoils. This was the first time Li Xiaotang had fought a war after joining the Tang dynasty. In the past, he had fought against the Tang dynasty. Sure, you opened his chopsticks and said, it's 2 different things. We are the ones who annihilated the Turkic invaders. We have contributed greatly. It's you. With your guns, they won't be able to escape. Li Xiaotang had enough EQ, you guys block the perimeter. Otherwise, how can the 480 of us chase after them? Brother, open your mouth. You won't die. The arrow didn't hit your stomach. Sure, you picked up the meat and fed it to the wounded. The wounded man was sweating from the pain. He chewed and swallowed the meat. He didn't plan to give up. He had a family. When he was young, he had seen adults fight. Some people could survive, while others gave up and were buried. Don't stop the fire. If you stop, the horse meat will spoil. It's okay if it burns. Drink the soup. Sure, you ordered the fire to cook the meat. The meat was still cooking. When it was done, he took out the firewood and lowered the fire. There were always small splashes in the pot. The wounded relied on the meat to replenish their nutrients. There were also wild vegetables dipped in sauce. It was very bitter to eat them. The uninjured Shi clan members watched over the captives and learned how the heavenly soldiers treated them. They would be able to get medicine for themselves in the future. Sure, Yu's 3 dogs hid in a shady place and ate a boiled horse head. Sure, Yu was afraid that they would fall sick from eating raw meat. When they returned to the heavenly soldiers, they were given raw meat to eat. Now, there was no salt in the boiled horse head. They ate happily. It was all meat. There were even bones for them to chew on. In the Hengyi army, Zhang Zhiyun cursed, quickly send them over. Motherfucker, why didn't you ask me for the good things of war? Why are you asking for things so righteously? I didn't get any merits and now I have to send supplies to the front line. They want all my medicine. How am I going to get something back? Brothers, it's good to have a horse's arm guard. The second batch of Hengyi army rushed out. The first batch ran away with the supplies while the rest were brewing medicine in the camp. The first batch was mostly alcohol and gauze. The second batch treated the medicine and ran to the wounded. God knows if the locals had the ability to brew medicine quickly. Zhang Zhiyun cursed, but he didn't dare to delay. If he sent the medicine quickly, he might not get any merits. If he was slow, he would definitely be punished. As for the unfair treatment, did they not give enough benefits? Zhang Zhiyun understood. So what if they were important officials at the border? If they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't be attacked by the Tang dynasty. Someone would come to kill them. Chapter 1725. 20,000 of the Celestial Army's riders ran to their positions to stop the attack. Zhang Jiazhen also received the news that all 5,000 men had surrendered except for those who had died. Not a single one was left out. He thought someone was lying when he received the news. How was that possible? 5,000 people ran for their lives and scattered. How could they catch up? The Shi tribesman who reported the news swore solemnly. He was just short of banging his head against a pillar to prove that he wasn't lying. We knew in advance that they were coming and prepared. They looked like they were crossing the river to attack our rear. We sent people to pretend, but they changed their appearance and ended up like this. They were surrounded by us. Their commander was killed by the Celestial Army's guns. They surrendered when they saw that they could not escape. If I say anything wrong, I will. I will let my 2 cows be stolen again. The messenger from the Shi clan swore heavily. It was quite frightening to hear that 2 oxen had been stolen. From the content of the oath, it seemed like they had been stolen before. Pass down the order. 20,000 people, 10,000 go directly to the Shi tribesmen. The other 10,000 will be divided into groups of 100 to expand the range. Send another 1,000 men to carry the heavy supplies and march there quickly. Zhang Jiazhen chose to believe. He looked at the Shi tribesmen who reported the news and almost cried. He did not want to delay the military situation. He wrote another letter and sent out the pigeons to explain the situation here. He also asked for more pigeons. He did not know that the rear was mobilizing on a large scale. His side was tactical and the imperial court was strategic. Between the fast horses and the relay station, the southwest barbarians, Li Yi's Tiela and 9 families, and another group of 10 families supported by the Tang dynasty were moving. The families of the southwest barbarians and the 9 families could not follow them. They had to consider their own families before they set off. The southwest barbarians were unfamiliar with the place. With someone leading them, they did whatever they were told to do to increase their points. The surrendered families of Tiela had weapons, but they did not have any thoughts of rebellion. They were very satisfied with their current lives. The yacht went down the river and returned to the Li family Zhuangzi dock. The people who lost the cows arrived at the same time. They traveled by land and borrowed a carriage to pull the cows and wolves. It was a carriage from the same village. When they brought back the cows, they returned the carriage. 3-year-old cows were the best time to plow the fields. The Li family Zhuangzi had already trained them. At the age of 2, his body was not strong enough, and his farming skills were not good. If they were 2 years older, according to the average age, they would not be able to work for 2 years earlier. The person who raised the cow was satisfied and fed the cow grass personally. In the Li family Zhuangzi, the cows were not trained by only one person. They were constantly changed, and the time it took for the cows to adapt to their new owners was very short. Being raised by one person, nurturing feelings, the cow was not willing to leave. If they were dragged back, they would be depressed for a long time and lose weight. Li gave the other party a pot of cooked beef. There was no soup, as it would wobble on the way back. He would cook it after adding water and seasoning. Borrowing a neighbor's horse, he could go back and deliver a bowl of soup. After that, the horse refused to move. The Li family Zhuangzi fed the horse with all kinds of ingredients. He even beat 4 raw eggs, a carrot, and a few pieces of fruit candy. Giving the calf a handful of fructose, he succeeded in taking the bad-tempered horse away, and the calf was tied to the horse to follow. His neighbor didn't take good care of his horse, did he? Why did the horse want to stay after feeding it a few mouthfuls? Li Yi said with a smile. Xiao Yi, come with me. I personally brewed tea for you to taste. Bai Gu appeared and pulled Li Yi away. His big strides showed that he had a good physique. Old Bai, I drank soup. I have a stomach full of soup, I can't drink tea. Li Yi felt that his freedom was being restricted. It's meat soup, right? If you eat too much meat, you need tea to cure it. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Bai Gu continued to pull. That's referring to black tea, not green tea. Green tea can't cure grease as well as fermented tea. Li Yi was still struggling. Alright, to be honest, I have a new poem, and I feel that it's lacking. I'm embarrassed to say it to others. Help me evaluate it. Bai Gu changed the reason and used more strength. What poem? My third brother and the others are all here. Let's evaluate it together. Who can laugh at someone like that? Li Yi didn't dare to use too much strength, afraid that he would pull old Bai down. After a few steps, they entered the political affairs hall. The 3 chancellors were waiting. It felt like they were being interrogated by the 4 halls. What poem? The Li family Zhuangzi is mine. You should think it over carefully. Li Yi made his final struggle. A frontier fortress poem. Song Jing said. How many words? Li Yi asked. 7 words. Su Yi answered. Is it a regular poem or a quatrain? Li Yi asked again. Hard and soft, either is fine. Zhang Jiuling was about to apologize when he saw the expressions of the others. Either is fine. You didn't write anything. Then take your time to think about it. I just remembered that I haven't fed the chickens at home yet. Li Yi didn't want to waste time. Do you have to? How old are you? He turned around to leave. Wait, there's a poem. Su Yi took a deep breath, the Yellow River's Commando Duo Dawn. Zhang Jiuling gave Li Yi a helpless look, a feint to attack Bahang Wan. Bai Gu laughed, 10,000 horses gallop far away. Song Jing followed, 1,000 horses gallop through the borders. Su Yi continued, flying pigeons spread their wings to the court. Zhang Jiuling clasped his fists, the bugle calls to the north. Bai Gu tilted his body slightly, there's no chief in the Zaifu Hall. Song Jing glared at him, idle official position, Duan Tuan. Li Yi, he was stunned. This was the first time he had looked at the group of chancellors in the eyes of literature. It was no wonder that Wang Wei, Meng Haoren, Li Bai, Du Fu, and the other poets didn't care about the Tang dynasty's emperors. Whatever the poets could do, the chancellors could do. However, whatever the chancellors could do, they couldn't. It's just that the chancellors didn't have the leisure to write poems for fun. They were all focused on the important matters of the world. Everyone, please take a seat. It's not that I want to seize power. Look, I'm still young. I'm just a small flag. If you think about it this way, I'm just a conniving official. You're all magnanimous. You didn't purge the emperor's subordinates and let me live. However, this matter, if you handle it well, our names will go down in history. It's you who allowed the Turks to continue running north. You didn't exterminate them because you knew that there were people in the north. You've guessed it right. Bohai, the soil there is good. The rice there is fragrant. Don't think that the grasslands are good for growing potatoes. In the black soil of Bohai, there are not many potatoes. The potatoes that are grown are mushy. Li Yi hurriedly tried to calm everyone down. It wasn't easy for them to guess such a huge military operation. Aren't you the one who wants to leave your name in history? Su Yi felt embarrassed. Who gave the order? His Majesty's decree, the Hall of Secretaries' orders. What does it have to do with me? Don't be sad. I've brought back beef for you. It's delicious. On the way back, the commoners threw fish onto the boat. They said that it was for the chancellors to cook soup. With the chancellors around, the Tang dynasty will be stable. Li Yi knew that the other party was agitated. If it was someone else, the 4 chancellors would have resigned to force Li Longji to deal with them. Luckily, it was him. The chancellors complained a little. Who wouldn't feel bad if they were in his shoes? Gang Ro, we've finished eating. Let's have barbecue tonight. Zhang Juling tried to smooth things over. He didn't want to target Li Yi. The other 3 sighed at the same time. Sigh. Chapter 1726. Bai Gu and the rest were just grumbling, but they couldn't do anything to Li Yi. Purge the emperor. If they dared to do anything, they would be purged. Purging the emperor required an army. Not to mention that the winged knights listened to Li Yi. Even if all the soldiers were to listen to him, Li Yi alone would be able to get rid of all of them by exchanging weapons. The key was that if the commoners still recognized him, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The commoners only had 2 memorial tablets in their homes. One was for the emperor and the other was for Li Yi. There were no chancellors. Whenever he went out, the commoners would stand on both sides of the street respectfully. They weren't respectful to him, but to the position of the chancellors. If it was Li Yi, the commoners would look at the people around them. They were afraid that someone would attack Li Yi. The commoners in the front row would hold hands. Xiao Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your chili noodles are too spicy. Bai Gu said. I'll add more sesame and cumin. As for the chili noodles, I'll soak them in water and dry them. It won't be so spicy anymore. Li Yi agreed. He was still hoping that the chancellors would help him. If he changed a batch of chancellors, they wouldn't be easy to use. He had to train them. If he transferred someone from the governor's manor to talk about politics and economics, he would have to teach them if they didn't understand. How much time would that waste? Now, there were 4 of them. Most of them understood, and it was easier to communicate. Do you still have the oxtail? Su Yi was thinking about the oxtail when he thought about eating. Yes, old man Mu, my 3rd brother and the rest. I didn't even braise my Wentian. But there's a tongue, so it's always braised. At night, cut it into thin shreds and mix it with cucumber shreds. There's no need to cut them. Li Yi shook his head. The Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus could eat the ox tail, but not you. What about the ox head? Bai Gu wanted to eat the ox head meat. There's a pregnant woman in Zhuangzi. I pressed the ox's face and cut it for them to eat. I asked someone to keep it. Don't, this old man is just asking. I don't want to eat. Bai Gu waved his hand. Who would dare to snatch it from a pregnant woman? That would still leave a mark in history. There's sheep's face. We're having barbecue tonight. It's all pressed and frozen. Cut it into pieces. Li Yi held back his laughter and introduced another item. Princess Jincheng is back. What are your plans? Song Jing changed the topic. The matters of the royal family had nothing to do with him. Princess Jincheng was related to diplomacy. The yacht will go to this side of the artificial canal to receive them. Zhuangzi will arrange a place for them. I'll add some equipment that Zhuangzi can manufacture. Telephones and telegraphs. I'll arrange for people to make the insulators for the telephone wires today. We don't have to send people to Cheongzhou to plant rubber. The ceramic pipe is connected and the exterior is fixed with adhesive tape. It can still be used for phone calls and telegram. I'll tell you later, but you need a telegram code. Li Yi stopped joking. This was a serious matter. It was related to the future strategy of the country. If the scouts carried a telegraph and had a relay, they could use binoculars to see the enemy army from afar. The enemy would be useless. If the enemy wanted to pass through the mountains, they would have to check in advance which mountain had an ambush. If they didn't check, they would be beaten. Checking would naturally affect the speed of the march. How much baggage would be consumed for every day they were delayed? How much would their morale be depleted? In 1,000 miles of march, there would be 100 miles of mountains. How many scouts would be sent to check? Send 100 people, the enemy would ambush 1,000 people. The scouts would lose dozens of people and report that there was an ambush there. They could only go and fight, but the enemy ran away. Send all of their troops up the mountain. Otherwise, they might be ambushed if they walked down the mountain. 10 days of march would be delayed to half a year. When they reached the place, everything would be over. Binoculars, telegraph, this was the biggest use. There was no need to annihilate them. It was enough to delay their march. If there were explosives on the mountain walls, everyone, don't be anxious. If you rush, you will be tired. Rest and eat. Princess Jincheng's people ran to the front and back of the troops. Everyone was tired, but the people who came with the dowry were very excited. They wanted to go back early. The winged knights brought back a lot of game. After processing it, they stewed it in the pressure cooker. Everyone ate and rested. Princess Jincheng ate with the baby in her arms. Today, the baby's condition was not good. It was probably affected by the bumps. After drinking milk, the baby cried in the baby carriage. She could only hold him. Princess Jincheng recalled the contents of the newspaper. The baby could not be without skin contact for a long time. Temperature, humidity, and oxygen could not solve the baby's problem of loneliness. Sure enough, there was no problem when she held him. She put the baby in the baby carriage. The baby just stuck to her body, chubby. Like monkeys at a certain stage, the mother monkey sometimes dared to compete with the monkey king for food. When the little monkey could eat by himself, the mother monkey changed. She ate the good things herself, and the little monkey ate the leftovers. This was a class behavior. If it was in the human society of the Tang dynasty, the women who were also breastfeeding ate relatively well. When the child could eat by himself, the best food had to be given to the pillar of the family. If there was a piece of meat, it had to be given to the man. After the man ate it, he had to work. He could not be tired. Only when the family earned money could they eat. Therefore, some children would drown because there was no contraceptive method and no conditions to feed them. And some children would be sent away, hoping that the people who sent them away would give them a bite to eat. Under normal circumstances, every drowning or selling of the child would have a big impact on the parents. This was because the attachment of the baby in the mother's arms was the recognition of human nature. When Princess Jincheng read the newspaper, she knew that she would carry the baby. The newspaper said that she could not raise the child and should quickly send him to the Li family Zhuangzi. If it was outside, she would throw it to the relay station, and the relay station would send it to the capital. There were also some places that had started to give money. When the child was born, the government would give money. How much was written in the newspaper? If she took less, she would report it and go through the channels of the newspaper. Otherwise, she would wait for the emperor's people to come once a month and explain the situation. The small amount of money that the local officials were greedy for was definitely not enough to pay the bribe. The baby couldn't see clearly, so he didn't care about other things. He just hugged his mother and fell asleep. Qi Dai Zhu Dan himself was not that old. He stretched out his finger and touched his son's little butt. You're tired. Let me hold you for a while. Eat quickly. After eating, we still have to hurry. Princess Jincheng was not willing to let Qi Dai Zhu Dan carry the baby. She was afraid that she would throw him on the ground. Women matured earlier than men. She was older than Qi Dai Zhu Dan. In addition, her family was powerful. When she talked to her, it was like she was talking to her husband. We will reach the city in a few days, right? I heard that the city is beautiful. Qi Dai Zhu Dan had a special feeling for Princess Jincheng, so he ate while talking. He didn't know what the fortress next to the Yellow River of the Tang dynasty looked like. The structure of the fortress was waiting for two boats to attack. Let's see if there are enough boats. If there are enough, we can take a boat. It's just downstream. Princess Jincheng held the babies but with her hand to prevent the baby from falling. Chapter 1727. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The leaves on the roadside outside Chang'an looked listless. However, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi were busy. It was the first day of the lunar month, but Li Longji and the other ministers did not attend the court meeting. They did not rest well last night and could not eat any more after eating 2 mouthfuls of breakfast. In the past few days, the swift cavalry had passed down orders. The Chanyu Protectorate Manor and Anbei Protectorate Manor were the most influential, and they were going to send troops to attack the Turks. The transport team of Hebei province did not say anything as they could not get any information about the Turks. Hunan province was sending supplies to Hebei province to ensure that there would be enough food for the people of Hebei province to eat after the supplies were delivered. The Turks in Honglu Temple sent people away. They did not know why the Turks suddenly wanted to attack the Shi people. They only knew that the Tang dynasty was mobilizing forces. The newspaper said that the Turks sent troops to attack the territories of the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty decided to send troops. The people of the capital government also donated money to support the imperial court. At the same time, news came that Princess Jincheng would probably arrive at the Yellow River Basin today and see the frontmost fortress. However, these were not reasons for not holding the court meeting. Today, Li Yi was going to perform surgery on his eldest disciple, Feng Qingdai. Although he practiced a lot on death row, everyone was still nervous. Everyone was different, and Qingdai was a child. Everyone was used to her existence. If she was gone, they did not dare to think about it. Feng Qingdai's grandparents and parents came to Zhuangzi and waited. The other clansmen followed Feng Qingdai's request and continued to stay in their original place to treat the people. If everyone came and someone died of illness, she would feel uneasy. There's still an hour left. Baigu walked around the small square with his hands behind his back. With everyone here, the room felt too cramped and stuffy. They did not feel so uncomfortable when they were fighting. They still did what they should do. Li Yi said that around 9 o'clock, people's bodies are the best. He took medicine to help with excretion last night and ate 2 buns at 6 o'clock in the morning. The nurses did the same. Song Jing let go of all the grudges. Now, his stomach was uncomfortable because of nervousness. We have to believe in the ability of hardness and softness. Qingdai will be alive and kicking again in 2 days. Zhang Jiuling had confidence in Li Yi. Otherwise, he had no other way. He simply could not figure out how such a method was accomplished. He said that the heart was narrowed somewhere, and like a river, it needed to be widened. He inserted a rope from his thigh and blew a ball to where his heart was. This ball would open up the river before he took it out. A narrow river could be dug, but how did one do it inside a person's body? Li Longji didn't say anything. He was eating popcorn. The sorghum rice was made into popcorn sticks by expanding it. He ate both hollow sticks and solid sticks. He just wanted to eat something and drink some tea. Li Dan lay down and breathed in the oxygen. It was a sunny day and the air pressure was stable, but he felt uncomfortable. Noble consort Lu, who was pregnant, was chatting with Empress Wang and the others not far away to relieve their stress. In front of them were things that looked like popcorn sticks, made of rice bran and wheat bran. This was the correct use of the popcorn stick machine. The purpose of the machine was to make fodder pellets. There were many benefits of expanding pellets. After Li family Zhuangzi made the machine, they started to mass-produce the pellets to feed their livestock first. These things look edible. Wu Jieyu grabbed a handful of them and smelled them. They smelled good. Ordinary people can't eat rice bran. Wheat bran is now eaten by people in some places in the Tang dynasty. If they eat too much, they will feel uncomfortable when they go to the toilet. I wonder if the popcorn sticks made by the machine will work. Noble consort Lu once hid among the commoners. When she was Wu Zetian, she suffered a lot. It's better than eating wheat bran directly. We can also eat rice bran. If it's not good, why do we have to make it? Princess Yongmu took one and ate it. It was okay to eat less. She spent all day with Li Yi and learned everything. She gave one to Xiaolan and continued, different animals are fed with different pellets. Rice, sorghum, wheat stalks are not usually eaten by cows and sheep. Other things are added to make pellets. After the cows and sheep eat it, not only will they not lose weight, but they can also gain weight. It also saves feed. The cost is the cost of the machine and the labor cost. The technology is transformed into a concrete demonstration of productivity. Time passes too slowly. Lu Jieyu looked at the clock next to her. She felt that she had said a lot. How come only 6 minutes have passed? Can the machine be used by the people? How do we collect money? Noble consort Lu quickly continued to talk. She did not want to think about the time. It should be something handed in by the people. We use the machine to process it into pellets, and leave a part of it as the processing fee. Only when the people feel that eating pellets is better than feeding them directly will they be willing to pay the cost. Or we can move the machine to the field and let the people process it nearby. Empress Wang grabbed a handful and looked carefully. She threw it down and reached out to take a stick of sorghum rice from the palace maid. This was delicious. She took a bite and chewed. It's amazing. Sorghum rice is not sweet when eaten directly, but when it's made into popcorn sticks, it's sweet even though there is no sugar. It's also sweet when fed to livestock. Princess Yongmu supported this conclusion. She had eaten it just now. Princess Jincheng's team was already at dawn, and they were still more than 20 miles away from the largest fortress. They hurried to get there early, so they could rest and see the number of ships. The winged knights had already run there to report. Zhang Zhongliang and the others were busy mobilizing ships. They detained the ships from the Tang dynasty and did not let them go back first. They were waiting. It was not convenient to enter Tubo's territory directly. They had to abide by the rules. Previously, when they ran to the Red-White Palace and the soldiers were at the gate, it was a different situation. The road was easier to walk on now. The people in the team did not eat, so they endured it. Only the children ate eggs and the babies drank milk. The speed of the team was obviously faster. Everyone was anxious. 20 miles took more than an hour. The team was waiting in front. As soon as they crossed the line, a group of people on the ground knelt on one knee at the same time. The people on the horses cupped their fists and said in unison, "Welcome home, Princess Jincheng. Welcome home, Princess Jincheng." After shouting, they shouted again, "Welcome home, Master Zhu Dan," to accompany Princess Jincheng home. Master Zhu Dan smiled. She was finally mentioned. At this moment, Princess Jincheng did not cry. She also smiled. They were not far away. They could communicate more in the future. She looked up at the fortress 2 miles behind the team. It was the first time she had seen such a city. She had an indescribable feeling that it was not easy to climb up. "Princess and Master, please come in and rest." Zhang Zhongliang came forward. He was the highest person in charge. Master Zhu Dan followed the team to the bottom of the fortress. He looked up and said, when the fortress was attacked, it was small and crowded. Did you throw things from the top and smash them? Master, you must be joking. The Tang dynasty and Tubo are uncle and nephew. They don't fight. Zhang Zhongliang said with a smile. How could they talk about peace? Last time, the Red-White Palace did not fight. They went to see the children. After seeing the children, many people came back. The rest stayed to take care of the babies. Chapter 1728. Entering the city, Tubo's former tribesmen appeared on both sides of the road. They stood and watched. They weren't embarrassed. Tubo had always maintained his position in the form of an alliance. Every year, an alliance would be held. The tribesmen thought that they were free and didn't belong to anyone. Most of the tribesmen on the roadside were children. The adults went to work. Herding, farming, road repair, the local temperature difference in a day was large. It was the coldest in the early morning and the hottest in the afternoon. The tribesmen wore leather clothes. The children wore the same style of clothes made of fine linen. Taking a closer look, he found that the leather clothes were better than the clothes of many people in the place where he lived. The leather clothes should be peeling, black, and partly shiny. However, the clothes were all black. He turned to look at the team. Princess Jincheng and his leather clothes were the same. Were they all painted with oil? Could ordinary people like you wear clothes and take medicine? Looking at his face and hands, the child's face had a unique highland red, but there were no cracks. His eyes were particularly bright. His hair was neatly combed. It didn't dry and stick together. As for saying that he was thin and weak, it was a joke. His little hands were chubby. He understood why so many tribesmen came to the Tang dynasty. They had a good life. Looking at the street, it was also clean. Thank you for cleaning. Chiba Zhudan thanked Zhang Zhongliang. He was valued. It's like this every day, twice a day. The main task is to clean the grass sticks. There are bags for livestock feces. Those that are not raised well will pee. They need to be washed with water. They will flow into the open canal next to them and then be flushed away with water. Zhang Zhongliang saw that the other party misunderstood, so he explained. He was diligent. Oh. It's the same as in the palace. Chiba Zhudan thanked Madam in his heart. He gained experience in Princess Jincheng's palace. He could adapt to the Tang dynasty. Princess Jincheng stopped and asked a child next to her softly, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes." The child nodded, looking nervous. The Tang dynasty's language was not standard. Obviously, he just joined last winter. So Princess Jincheng changed to Tubo's language, "What did you eat?" The child's eyes lit up. He said, "A small bowl of goat's milk, an egg cooked in a pressure cooker, pickles, and 2 big buns. It's delicious." Great. Princess Jincheng was satisfied. Children of the Tang dynasty should eat well. She turned to ask Zhang Shaosong, "Did General Zhang give the little flour to the children?" In response to the princess's question, the rear sent a lot of flour and rice. Usually, it's used for breakfast. Other times, it's stilt samba. Occasionally, they would use a mixture of Highland barley flour and wheat flour to make deep-fried pancakes to make noodles, which would require a pressure cooker to cook. When it's hot in the middle of the day, it'll be boiled in cold water and eaten with sauce. If it's braised, it'll be used to make braised noodles for the hot soup. Zhang Shaosong introduced. He was used to eating samba, but he felt uncomfortable eating it with his hands. Princess Jincheng nodded. "Zhang Ba is delicious. Since that's the case, let's have steamed buns for breakfast." Ugh! Zhang Shaosong was startled and replied, "Today, we're preparing dumplings." boiled dumplings with 3 delicacies fillings, steamed dumplings with pork and pickled cabbage fillings. Dumplings are fine too. Princess Jincheng was satisfied. She didn't want to eat samba in tubo. She didn't want to eat it in the Tang dynasty. Everyone arranged a place to rest first, then washed their hands and prepared to eat. The dumplings with 3 delicacies fillings were garlic sprouts, eggs, and shrimps. The pickled cabbage for pork and pickled cabbage was transported here in a large jar and sealed. As for the other meat, Princess Jincheng didn't lack food, so he didn't make it. The shrimps were not fresh shrimps, but medium-sized dried shrimps. They were soaked and wrapped. The shrimps that were too big should be used for other dishes. It was a pity to make dumplings and steamed buns. There were aged vinegar, soy sauce, and chili oil. You can choose which to dip in. While everyone was eating, Li Yi's surgery in the Li family Zhuangzi was in progress. All the previous preparations were for this moment. Now, even if someone attacked Zhuangzi, Li Yi still didn't care. Outside, the winged knights were on high alert. Guozi sat on the high platform with a heavy machine gun. Li Longji and the others were basking in the sun. It seemed that this was the only way to feel better. It was 10:30, but Li Yi still didn't come out. The atmosphere in the small square was depressing. It was even more depressing than when the Empress and Jiayu were giving birth. Everyone knew what was going on when giving birth. At most, they would use an operation to remove the baby. They had never heard that before giving birth, they had to find a group of prisoners on death row to practice. Li Yi had done many surgeries, but this was the one he was not confident about. The nurses could perform the operation to remove the appendix. It's hot, we need to drink more water. Let's eat wontons at noon. Noble consort Lu said again. She suddenly wanted to eat wontons. Just right, I want to eat it too. Empress Wang agreed. What should Qing Dai eat after the operation? Li Dan didn't have any appetite, but she still asked the little girl. What should the people who have already practiced eat? They need to rest for half a month. They can't get out of bed during the day. The line on their thighs is very painful. Li Longji didn't care about the prisoners on death row. He didn't care about their life or death. Eat porridge. You are not allowed to drink milk. It is said that eating on an empty stomach for a long time will make you feel uncomfortable. Princess Yongmu replied. She knew that there were so many prisoners on death row, so she remembered them one by one. She never forgot the wonderful performance of the little girl when she first met her. She knew what the scent of the sachet was. She checked her pulse to see if she was pregnant. She cleverly guessed that someone in the group was pregnant. Xiao Yi is omnipotent. She is his eldest disciple. In the future, he hopes that Qing Dai will bring more good female doctors. Look, even the heavens are afraid of her. Bai Gu became metaphysical. In fact, today's operation was specially arranged by Li Yi. If there was a sudden change in the situation, he would not perform the operation. Sigh. Su Yi stood up. Someone was standing in the sun for a long time. It was the people from the Ministry of War. His mind was in a mess. He didn't want to care about it. There were assistant ministers and doctors. Why did they have to look for him? He walked over. What's the matter? There may be a need for bullets. You should prepare in advance. Li family Zhuangzi, get lost. Get lost. Can't you see the situation? Go and look for Song Da. What's the use of looking for me? Can I still look for Li Yi? He can kill me. Su Yi was angry. He raised his leg and kicked. The other party took the kick and ran away. I'm so angry. I'll ask later. Who asked him to come? Was it a test? Someone from a big family? Su Yi huffed a few times. He thought about what happened behind the scenes. The conspiracy theory was in the upper hand. He lowered his head and walked over. He continued to think. Who was it? Ting Shuo. Song Jing asked Su Yi. I need bullets. Su Yi said 3 words. At this time, Song Jing had the same thought. Investigate. Li Longji's face was gloomy. The little girl's illness is cured. I think Xiao Yi needs people to practice other skills. Don't kill. Li Dan looked calm. After he finished speaking, he picked up the oxygen tube and stuffed it into his nose. The passage of time had never been so slow. Everyone was suffering. It wasn't until noon that the sound system in Zhuangzi sounded at the same time. I came from the mountains, I brought orchids, I planted them in the small garden, I hope the flowers bloom early, it's done. Xiao Yi's singing is very good. Bai Gu jumped up from his chair and waved his fist. Chapter 1729. In a trance, the entire Li family Zhuangzi seemed to have come alive. Li Dan took off the oxygen socket and gasped for air. It's the most comfortable to bask in the sun. Is it okay to eat hot pot for lunch? He looked at noble consort Lu. Just now, noble consort Lu wanted to eat wontons. Eat hot pot, mutton, and more vegetables. It's good for the child. Noble consort Lu suddenly did not want to eat wontons. Kill the chicken, no, ask Wang Xing to send it. Send more chicken frames to the free soup shed in the government office. Leave more meat. Li Longji stood up and squinted his eyes to look at a white cloud in the sky. He liked it no matter how he looked at it. Previously, when he saw that the cloud was motionless, he felt angry. Oh, Dongzhu succeeded. That's great. Sister Qing Dai is fine. There were still 10 minutes before the class ended. The students who were teaching heard the singing and said, Dongzhu's surgery was successful. Class ended. The children ran out. Today was a Sunday, so there was no class normally. However, they had agreed that they would have 2 days off from the next Sunday. If the surgery was successful, there would only be half a day of class today, and the afternoon would be free. Li Yi was afraid that the children would run around during the holidays. If someone suddenly encountered danger, how could he save them when he was in the middle of the surgery? He simply let the children go to class. By noon, the surgery would have been completed unless there were special circumstances. The main reason was that the preparation time was long, and the actual surgery was fast. Zhuangzi's dangerous work was actually stopped at the same time. Everyone was absent-minded and afraid that there would be problems. 5 minutes later, the little girl woke up perfectly. Li Yi looked at her and asked, You, Master, I'm awake. Don't ask questions. I won't move now. I'll lie down until tomorrow morning. 3 hours later, I'll eat. What should I eat? Porridge? The little girl's eyes narrowed with a smile. She had participated in every practice surgery and knew all the procedures. 8 treasures porridge. I'll give you painkillers and put you on an intravenous drip. Eat half a bowl of porridge. It's thicker. Eat it after 2 hours. Li Yi felt a sense of exhaustion. He smiled. After that, it was simple. He would observe the situation every day. The surgery process was traumatic, and she needed to recover. Master, go out and eat. I'm going to take a nap. I'll have to trouble everyone to take a look at my body's data, especially my breathing. The little girl didn't move. She understood that if she lay down now, she would have to be fed in small mouthfuls later. She wouldn't get up or turn her body. After the anesthesia, she would still feel sleepy. She was afraid that there would be respiratory problems when she slept. All right, go to sleep. Once you're asleep, I'll go and eat. Li Yi looked at the situation on the various screens. Okay. The little girl answered and closed her eyes. Li Yi hooked up the drip. After a while, the screen showed that the little girl had fallen asleep. Get someone to bring in the rice. Soaked sorghum rice, garlic eggplant, salted cucumber. What kind of side dish do you want? Li Yi did not plan to go out to eat. He had to guard his eldest disciple. The staple food was confirmed to be soaked sorghum rice. Salted beans, the kind with chopped green onions, a male nurse requested. Add some braised chicken thigh. I've been craving it since this morning. The female nurse was craving meat. Do you have shrimps? Grab a handful for me to chew. Another male nurse smacked his lips. Stinky tofu won't do, right? Fermented tofu. Eating fermented tofu after eating soaked rice will make your stomach sour. Fry 2 eggs and put in chili sauce. A small plate of dongju pickled mustard strips. 1/2 centimeter wide and 5 centimeters long. Don't be too thin. Don't put shredded green onions. 1/2 pig's ear will do. Don't cut the thin part too thin. Watermelon rind, salty. Put sesame seeds. The nurses made their requests one after another. They were in a good mood. The surgery was successful. If they didn't have to stay here, it would be better to go out and eat. Li Yi was tempted by their words. He nodded. Send more of the same. Add some cowpeas, radish strips, and pickled vegetables. Okay. The little robot ran out. Everyone began to pack up. Li Yi didn't move. The nurses finished it. Fearing that something would go wrong, the little girl slept in the operating theater. It was safer than in the intensive care unit. Once there was a need, she would immediately be transferred to the operating theater next door. This operating theater needed to eat. Li Longji and the others outside went to take a shower first. They could change their clothes and eat hot pot together. This year is a good year. The weather is good, especially in the capital. There is no drought at all, Lu Jieyu said with a smile. Everyone admitted that there was indeed no drought. The water network was there. If there was no water in the water network, it meant that the drought was serious and could only be watered with well water. At present, the people of the capital all drank well water. Under normal circumstances, well water could not be boiled. Drinking well water in summer was cool. Unless it was old or young children, they would drink it when it was boiled. On the other hand, the shed next to the water network took the water in the ditch and boiled it to check the condition of the passers-by. Those in good condition would drink hot tea or soup. Those in bad condition would drink cold mung bean water with salt. Otherwise, drinking hot tea when it was very hot would accelerate heatstroke. When can Sister Qingdai play with us? The little girl was eating at the table next to her. The palace maid looked after her. Sun, and Qian didn't go home. They had been staying in Zhuangzi since they came back from Lantian County. They studied and played together. Their family just left yesterday. They came to visit once every 3 days. The main reason was that the children were in the Li family Zhuangzi. The Su family was still worried that they couldn't eat well and sleep well. The whole family was counting on the 2 children to carry on the family line, or the daughter-in-law to give birth to a few more children. 10 days. After 10 days, I will take you to play, the palace maid responded and helped to wash the dishes. 10 days, sigh. I can't fall sick. The little girl sighed. Falling sick would delay things too much. Tofu is done. Eat tofu first. You won't fall sick after eating. The palace maid scooped up the tofu. It wasn't frozen. Normal tofu was put in to heat up. Eat, the little girl said to Sun, and Qian, They liked tofu because it was chewy. They didn't like chrysanthemum because it was strenuous to chew. Therefore, the tofu they were eating now was made with chrysanthemum mud. It was green. At Li Yi's side, the data began to change after eating. The little girl opened her eyes. Master, I had a dream. Is it simple? Li Yi asked carefully. Last time, when his eldest disciple dreamed, he arranged for the planting and breeding of medicinal herbs in the entire Tang dynasty. He hoped that this time it would be easy and not dream of rushing out of the earth. He didn't have the ability to launch a spaceship. It's okay. I dreamed that many children were eating popcorn. They brought their own things. One caddy of things was exchanged for 14 tails of popcorn. They ate happily. So much. The little girl blinked. She controlled herself and didn't even want to nod. Are you hungry? It's about time. Here you go. Write in the newspaper that one caddy of popcorn can be exchanged for 16 tails of popcorn. It's best if the neighbors trade together. One bag of 14 tails of popcorn can absorb moisture and not be crispy. Li Yi judged that his eldest disciple was hungry and wanted to eat, so he agreed to give her 1/8 of the processing fee. Just like exchanging tofu, the surrounding people were willing to trade. One caddy of beans in Li family zhuangzi was exchanged for 2 caddies of tofu. If the Li family zhuangzi cooked well, they could produce about 2 caddies of tofu and 3 taels of tofu. They could earn 3 taels of tofu money and bean dregs. If they didn't cook well, it would be normal for 1 caddy of beans to produce 4 caddies of tofu. In that case, they couldn't exchange for 2 caddies of tofu. Add sugar to the 8 treasure porridge. The little girl blinked again. If you want to collect taxes from me, you have to deduct the production cost of the equipment and the technical cost. Also, this is considered a trial run. The profits generated at this time should not be included in the tax. It is part of my cost. The cost of the material is also part of the cost. But when I calculate the profit, this part of the profit is guaranteed to be mine. In the process of making profit, I bear the risk of failure of the trial run. Li Yi explained to Bai Gu and the people around him. He was familiar with these operations. In the future, when the tax system of the Tang dynasty was gradually perfected, it would be necessary to use it. Whoever wanted to evade taxes or falsify accounts in front of him would have to be a professional accountant at that time. Even if that was the case, it was nothing more than taking advantage of a loophole. There was no situation where there was no way out. All the loopholes can be fixed, and after fixing them, there will be new loopholes. Let's not dwell on this problem. In fact, I don't need to hire them. I just need to add a small assembly of parts, and the popcorn sticks will automatically break. The weather is hot, and people don't like to come out. They can't sell things, and I can't give them money directly. As Li Yi spoke, he used his finger to draw a simple gear-bearing assembly on the ground. He put this on the equipment and rotated it once in a while. The distance could be controlled. The popcorn sticks were exactly 1 meter long. Small slices could be rotated once. There was no need to use a ruler to measure and pull. When the popcorn sticks came out, they were soft and hot. They would break with a touch. After everyone saw Li Yi's drawing and heard what he said, they were indifferent. It was very normal. It was normal for Li Yi to do good deeds. Otherwise, why would the people light mosquito coils for him? Then, are you going to pay taxes? Bai Gu cleared up all the fog. Yes, I will sell the equipment to the imperial court. After the imperial court gives me the money, I will pay the taxes. Li Yi agreed. So the imperial court will lose money? After the imperial court buys your equipment and collects your taxes, you will still have profits. Su Yi calculated. Read the books. Li Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. It was already written in the books. Aren't you very good at writing poems? Each of them said one sentence after another. Did the imperial court buy it and leave it there? Oh, this kind of situation did happen. For example, state-owned enterprises bought a bunch of useless equipment and just left it there. Anyway, a group of people would reap benefits from it. In fact, when the imperial court bought things, there was business and profit. Even if they processed the popcorn sticks for the people for free, that was also considered a benefit. Benefits didn't exist alone. It would promote social development. Profits shouldn't be calculated directly. Social stability and the subjective initiative of the people had to be taken into consideration. What if you don't sell it to the imperial court? Song Jing didn't agree with the imperial court buying it. He read the books and knew the situation. But why should the imperial court bear the burden? Anyway, there was Li Yi. Look, old Song is smarter. He pushed the responsibility of the country to the private enterprise and made it the responsibility of the enterprise. The country can get more benefits while paying less. Without the imperial court's financial subsidies, and at the same time, without preferential policies, as long as you operate, you will be taxed. Li Yi glanced at Song Jing. Playing this game with me? You're still young. Hard and soft, this method won't work. Zhang Jiuling said. Yes. I will pay the taxes directly. Then I will build the ship. The sea is stormy, and it will be gone. Then, a fleet of ships came out of nowhere and started to engage in free trade. No one knows where the fleet is located. How much money this fleet earns and where it earns from is a mystery. Sometimes, they even attack the Tang dynasty's caravans. Every time the Tang dynasty's navy goes to encircle them, they will disappear without a trace. Li Yi seemed to be telling a story, but the content was not pleasant at all. The imperial court buys it, Song Jing replied naturally. The imperial court just needs to train the sailors. I built the steam engine and never thought of making money for myself. I built the ship and installed it. Didn't you all write poems saying that I'm alone? I'm scared. Try the popcorn. The new ones are a bit hot. Find the dried ones to eat. Li Yi said as he took the popcorn. It was mainly made of sorghum rice. This was the best. It would be good to make corn in the future. He gave one to each person and held 3 in his hand. While others were eating, he broke the popcorn into pieces, dipped them in his saliva, and pieced them together to make a submachine gun. He pieced them together again and made a leaky ship. From the outside, it looked like he was eating a ship. This is the essence of eating popcorn. Eating is actually secondary. Tut tut tut, tut tut tut. Li Yi held a popcorn that looked like an assault rifle and pointed it at Pine Tree and the others. Ah, ah. The others were stunned. Only Pine Tree cooperated. She leaned back and waved her hands vigorously. Okay, I'll give you 100 kilograms. If others don't have it, send someone back and let your family share it with the neighbors. Li Yi was satisfied. See, this is called eyesight. Others can't. Pine Tree was happy at first, but then she was stunned. The palace maids and eunuchs who were stunned before nodded. Yes, Dongzhu wants to reward Pine Tree. Dongzhu, our families live in the same place. If I bring it back to my neighbors, won't I be giving it to them? Pine Tree felt that she was at a disadvantage. Chapter 1731. The machine roared, and the popcorn sticks were put into the pockets. There were not enough cloth pockets for the noodles, so they used paper pockets. They tied the pockets with thread and brought them back after changing. The temporary hired people drove the carriages to 20 counties. The ones in Chang'an were transported by the Li family Zhuangzi himself. Everyone handled them with care, but no one dared to throw them away. If the sticks were broken, the people would not be willing to change them unless there was a discount. At noon on the second day of Chinese New Year, 24 hours had passed. The little girl sat on the pink, cartoon-patterned hospital bed with an 4 drip and opened her mouth to eat. Li Yi fed his eldest disciple. The second disciple next to him ate by himself. He was fine. Li Fuquan did not go back to the county school in Lantian County. He studied by his master's side. "Master, I want to eat fried glutinous rice cakes." The little girl was eating a fried bun. She felt that it was more like fried rice cakes. "Wake up, eat. Don't dream. Your previous dream has come true." Except for a few remote counties in the Tang dynasty, all the other places can eat popcorn sticks. Li Yi firmly disagreed. Why would she eat fried rice cakes? If her stomach was uncomfortable, it would affect her heart. "Did you lose money because of my dream?" The little girl showed a guilty expression. "Yes, I made a profit. I thought it would be fine if I gave the money to the children. I didn't expect you to like it too. Restaurants, teahouses, and Pyong Kong Square. Your grandpa Bai will probably ask me for taxes later," Li Yi said with a smile. The literati ate the most, and the girls in Pyong Kong Square also ate it. In the past, they ate popcorn made with the popcorn machine. Now, they changed to something new. The popcorn sticks were not as dense as the popcorn sticks. One caddy of rice could make such a big pile. Therefore, the price given to others was 1 caddy of rice for 2 caddies of popcorn sticks. He earned 7/8. After deducting other expenses, there was a net profit of 6/8. In other words, the gross profit was 700%, and the net profit was 600%. This was a monopolistic business. The popcorn sticks were considered consumables. The little girl raised her eyebrows. "Master, is there a way to avoid paying taxes without including the cost of the equipment?" "Yes, I put additives. The additives are considered extra costs. The cost of the additives offset the profit." Of course, Li Yi knew how to avoid taxes reasonably, but at this moment, he didn't want to. "Master, they went to look for the children to exchange. The price will be very cheap." The little girl helped her master consider the loopholes. The sticks they eat are rolled into a round tube, while the children eat straight ones. If you find out, you can punish the adult or the child. Li Yi's words were very unreasonable. The food was cheap and could only be eaten by children. Adults could eat it at home with their children. Other businesses would take out a straight popcorn stick and punish you. Which child changed it for you? Punish the child's family. He was subsidizing the child. What did it have to do with the adults? The children outside were indeed very happy. The popcorn sticks were cheap. 1 caddy of rice in exchange for a large pile of rice, the price was only 1/8 of that. He had to start a fire when he steamed rice at home. Eating the popcorn stick was equivalent to eating normal rice. There was no need for anyone to teach him. The child could break the stick into several pieces and glue it into different shapes with his saliva. A caddy of sorghum could be eaten by the child for 2 meals. If it was replaced by a stick of rice, the child could eat it for several days. The imperial court's support is not bad. It can support a war against the Turks. Bai Gu did not even consider asking Li Yi for the tax on the popcorn stick. It was too little. Even if 100,000 caddies of rice was made into popcorn sticks, Li Yi would get 800,000 caddies of rice. It was not even enough for 1 meal of the imperial court. According to the current average price of food after the population increased, it was more than 1,000 caddies. If he asked Li Yi for money, the unit should be 10,000 caddies. How much was 1,000 caddies? Moreover, there was no such thing as 100,000 caddies of popcorn stick. Unless the imperial court's people ate all of it. Bai Gu estimated the wealth of the war. During the war, there was no production. Many conscripts gave up planting, breeding, and handicrafts to help with transportation. I told that person that the 4th branch of the Wang family is behind him. It's not possible now. Because of the important location, there are still forces there. They didn't send people to cause trouble. They paid and wanted to take advantage of the war to get official positions and money. Sui mentioned the person who insisted on causing trouble at the crucial moment. His Majesty wanted to investigate. He directly took the person away and prepared to torture him to death. In the end, there was no torture. The other party confessed everything. They took the initiative to provide evidence, exchange letters, and write poems. Just like the letter Zhang Jiuling wrote when he was in Guangzhou. There was no way to convict them, but he could find a reason to punish them. Sui didn't have the time. The fourth branch of the Wang family was not doing well now. He sent people to keep an eye on them. The war was still the most important. Song Jing shook the pigeon in his hand. The captured later Turks said that after Machi died, his son, Little Khan, became the Khan. Later, he was killed by the second son of Machi's elder brother, Gujilu, and his eldest son, Machi, succeeded him. Because the Tang dynasty's troops always harassed the border, the conquered tribes of the later Turks and the Western Turks were dissatisfied. Fearing that the Tang dynasty would take revenge, they wanted Machi to follow the example of Khitanli Shihua and Shili de Zhu to surrender to the Tang dynasty. Machi was forced into a corner. His younger brother, Kei, sent troops to attack the Shili and returned to intimidate the other tribes. The strong soft strategy worked. Zhang Jiuling praised Li Yi. The Turks wanted to make peace with the Tang dynasty, but Li Yi firmly disagreed. He asked the Heavenly Soldiers and Henji army to attack. The Turks were still unable to stabilize their internal affairs. The tribes had too many thoughts. So it was the new Khan's men. Elites. 5,000 elites and more than 10,000 horses were thrown on the battlefield. Plant potatoes. We must plant potatoes. We can't fight a losing war. Bai Gu mumbled. He thought that the internal affairs of the Turks were even more unstable. 5,000 elites were gone. When the other tribes knew, they would have more ideas. According to Li Yi's request, they would build a city there and stabilize the territory. When the potatoes were harvested, they would have more sprouts. Hurry up. Luckily, we reacted quickly. Song Jing wanted to leave his name in history. He wanted to take the credit. Zhang Jiuling looked at him and didn't say anything. A few days ago, when the pigeons flew over, they could only rely on the generals in front to act alone. They were not familiar with the situation. When the intelligence was sent to Lantian County, the strong soft forces mobilized and attacked. Looking at it now, it was too late. They didn't give the Turks a chance to breathe. When the news was sent, the army would be at the border. The people from the other tribes would most likely cooperate with them and turn around to strike back. The only way for the Turks was to retreat. They would lose the support of many tribes and retreat to the north. As he thought about it, he took a deep breath. What a huge game of chess. If it's done well, the other tribes will surrender. There's no need to fight. The soldiers will arrive. The good ones are the ones who win without fighting. How's Qing Dai? Get well soon. Su Yi was the assistant to the Minister of War. When he faced Li Yi, he felt helpless. Luckily, Li Yi was not from another country and didn't like to be the emperor. Otherwise, after dealing with the Turks in the Bohai Sea, there's no need to worry about the north. We should focus on the Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea is located in dense forests and mountains. How are the Governor-General houses? Bai Gu remembered that Li Yi requested to build a few Governor-General houses in the Bohai Sea. They would guard the key positions and the Tang dynasty's navy would be able to reinforce them at any time. The plan started a few years ago was finally clear. So that's the case. Chapter 1732. Everyone else, don't worry. Take the land route. The land route is not slower than the water route. The roads are well repaired. Qin Li shouted. The winged knights needed to go back. The 16 guards had arrived a few days ago. They replaced the winged knights. Hao Lingquan, a general who was better at diplomacy than commanding, also needed to go back to report. There was also a group of soldiers who had been here for a long time and needed to go home. They had families, especially those who had married, so they had to go back and continue to have children. Princess Jincheng took a boat. There were few boats, mainly carrying children and women, and precious wild animals. Less than 10,000 people took the boat, and the rest had to continue on the land route. The roads were good, but what were hundreds of thousands of people doing all day? Building roads and cities. The roads were not asphalt or cement. They went uphill when they needed to. If they didn't want to, they had to take a detour. It was paved with sand and stone. It was not a small road. As long as they didn't take the Shu road, carriages could pass. There was no problem for carriages to go to Shu. The roads there were also repaired. When they went uphill, the goods on the carriages couldn't move. They had to unload the goods first, put some on the carriages, and carry some up the slope. Just like a person who was picking beehives and herding flowers, he poured them one by one. Princess Jincheng was wearing a bamboo life jacket. She sat on the deck and looked at the water. The baby's stroller was next to her. There was also a bamboo tube in the stroller. If the baby fell, it would be easy to catch it. The baby couldn't die. There was oxygen in the tube, so the baby could last for a long time. It looks fine, General Qin. Princess Jincheng touched the bamboo tube on her body. She didn't want it. Everyone who died in this river thought the same thing. Qin Li also had a lot of bamboo tubes on him. Were the winged knights good in the water? They had all undergone anti-drowning training. Their feet were tied and their hands were tied behind their backs. They could breathe by relaxing their bodies, twisting their limbs, exhaling, and so on. Once they let go of their limbs, the winged knights were even more powerful in the water. They were all wearing bamboo tubes. They knew how to cherish life. Wasn't it good to live? Why would they give up their life jackets? They always had tactical backpacks on them and were always ready. As the strongest army of the Tang dynasty, not only must they have an iron will, but they must also abide by absolute discipline. Son-in-law, the yellow mud from the Yellow River is the best. As a diplomat, Hao Lingquan changed the atmosphere with just a few words. Oh. What do you mean? Sure enough, he was interested. Yellow mud to make ceramics, yellow sand to make the Jade Lake. If you encounter a salt lake, there are many impurities in it. Boil it with the water of the Yellow River. Finally, it settles down and then boil it dry. The salt will be delicious. Hao Lingquan gestured as she spoke. Her body movements made people's eyes follow her, making her more convincing. I see. General Hao, I'm in a good mood when I talk to you. He was still young and wasn't shrewd enough to speak his mind. It's mainly because young master is easygoing and gets along well with others. When young master eats, he's still thinking about whether the children can eat their fill. If I meet someone I don't like, I won't say a word. The son-in-law has a high status, otherwise, would have long wanted to. Young master, just watch. If you go down this river, you won't be afraid when you encounter turbulence. As Hao Lingquan spoke, she adjusted the position of the bamboo tube of the life jacket so that there would be more of them behind. Then, she would naturally be able to hold her head high. Hao Lingquan wanted to become sworn brothers with him, but it was impossible. What a pity. This person was so nice. Qin Li watched from the side and felt quite helpless. When he first met Hao Lingquan was not like this. After that, Dong Zhu gave Hao Lingquan a book. Hao Lingquan practiced hard according to the teaching content in the book. Her voice changed, her expression changed, her smile and her eyes changed, including her body movements. Since Dong Zhu had such ability to teach others, why did she look delicate and pretty? She was very casual in other times. If Dongzhu practiced according to her, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Qin Li didn't understand. At Li Yi's level, he didn't care about influence. He only cared about benefits. When the benefits were there, nothing else was a problem. In the face of absolute strength and benefits, everything else was fake. Princess Jincheng smiled. The more powerful the generals of the Tang dynasty were, the happier she was. The imperial court meeting began. It was the 15th day of the month. The little girl was alive and kicking. She taught her junior brother how to taste medicinal herbs. Senior sister, will I die if I eat this thing? Li Fuquan looked at the live centipede in front of him and raised his thumb. He was not afraid of centipedes. He wanted to crush them to death. He didn't want to eat them. He was afraid. The little girl had a little powder in her hand. She flicked it gently. When the centipede touched the powder, it immediately stopped moving. All things have a counter to each other. Pinch the head. Don't always think about violence. I know you've bitten the turtle's neck. As the little girl spoke, she pinched the centipede's head. The centipede's body automatically rolled up and came to her hand. Senior sister, what is this? Acupuncture and moxibustion. The moxibustion powder is mixed with realgar powder. Let's catch a few more and roast them. It's delicious. In fact, the toxicity is not too high. It's just ordinary for medicinal herbs. If you want to improve the medicinal properties, adjust the feed. As the little girl spoke, she used a bamboo stick to skewer the centipede and went to catch the next one. Senior sister, if it's cooked, can you still taste the medicinal properties? Li Fuquan heard that it was edible and helped to catch it. Do you eat all the medicine raw? The turtle's shell is also medicine. Can you bite it? It has to be roasted into ashes or ground into powder. The little girl gave an example and spoke with conviction. Oh. Eating the centipede today. It doesn't feel good. Li Fuquan was not so weak in front of others. There's also the scorpion. Master raised a lot of things for me. The whole Tang dynasty is raising them. It's delicious when fried. There's also other medicinal herbs. I'll make them delicious for you in the future. Except for the golden juice. It's not delicious. It's disgusting. As for the maggots, look for the ones in the sauce jar. Don't look for those in the latrine. Under special circumstances, put the maggots on a big infected wound. Either the maggots kill you with germs, or the maggots help you clean the rotten flesh and you live. If there's no maggots, you'll definitely die. Then put the maggots in the latrine and wash them. The Li family Zhuangzi did not need the little girl to explain special circumstances to her junior brother. Was there a need to choose between a guaranteed death and a 50% chance of survival? Senior sister, I know how to catch scorpions. One at a time. Pinch their tails when they're not paying attention. Li Fuquan was in Yin City. There were many scorpions there. It was Hunan Xinyang during Li Yi's time. During Li Yi's time, there were many scorpions and geckos in Hebei. Children would always catch them. In the suburbs, there were always geckos and scorpions on the walls and ground. Li Fuquan knew that scorpions were medicinal herbs. He caught them when he was young and sold them at a very low price. Actually, I'm just testing your courage. You don't have to use your hands to catch them and skewer them. The little girl said as she took out a small buckle net from her bag. Use this to catch scorpions and centipedes. Then throw them directly into a pot of oil and fish them out when they're cooked. Sigh. Li Fuquan sighed. Junior brother, are you tired? Are you tired physically or mentally? Tell me and I won't blame you. The little girl had a sincere look on her face. Li Fuquan wiped his sweat. I'm not tired. I'm just thinking that there are other good friends of mine who can't eat such good food. He felt helpless. Why was his survival wisdom not useful in front of senior sister? Chapter 1733. Your Majesty, the Emperor said, Dezhan is virtuous, the time is meritorious. Ho Hao Tao used the punishment of the elephant to make it clear. Today is the elephant, why should we kill it? We should force it. Someone stood up and spoke at the court meeting. I don't understand. Why don't you take 10 horses and crossbows and go personally to show the virtue of the Tang dynasty, show the kindness of the Tang dynasty, and announce the aspirations of the Tang dynasty? Li Longji was annoyed. Was this person stupid? Was the current situation the same as before? What propaganda and scaring others? It was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It was just to show others the brutality of killing people and make them afraid. This way, they would be obedient. These words came from a part of the Yu Shu E.G. in the Book of History, which was taken out by someone to persuade the emperor. It meant not to kill too many people, just to scare others. Li Longji was very disgusted. You said not to kill people here, why don't you go to the battlefield? I give you 10 horses and the crossbows you want. You go and tell me how powerful you are. See if your method is useful. I used more than 300,000 people, countless money, food, weapons, and livestock to fight a big battle, and you tell me not to be impulsive? If my strategic goal is not achieved, what am I doing? Playing around? Let me think about it. The other party retreated. He knew that His Majesty was not satisfied. Fortunately, His Majesty was in a good mood recently. I ask that you fully open the sea trade. However, it should be decided by etiquette, virtue, and position. Confucius said, although you have the position, you do not have the virtue. You do not dare to do the etiquette. Although you have the virtue, you do not have the position. You also do not dare to do the etiquette. Another person stood up and wanted to reform the border trade. He thought that Li Yi was not doing right. He did not follow his position, did not abide by etiquette, and did not show his virtue. This came from the doctrine of the mean in the Book of Rights. Li Yi was a scattered official. He was always giving orders. His position was not right, and his words were not smooth. Good, Guangzhou's Department of Shipping is short of a loyal official. You go. Li Longji was straightforward. He sent you to be an official. I am only giving advice. I am really powerless. I am ashamed. The man hurriedly retreated. He did not want to go to Guangzhou. The climate was different, and it was easy to get sick. What was even more frightening was that the place was under Li Yi's control. If he spoke ill of Li Yi in the imperial court, wouldn't that mean that, Your Majesty, that, the well on the road north from the capital office has been dug, and the oasis is under construction? Send someone to build a pond to store water. It just so happens that there is a lot of rain now. Zhang Jiuling stood up. He talked a lot, knowing that the weather was hot and Her Majesty was impatient. A few years ago, he drilled the well and planted things around it to form a small oasis. He was thinking about building a large cement pond to fill it with water and add a cover and a straw curtain over it. If people didn't drink it, they would wait until it was not raining to water them. Nowadays, the number of cement factories in the Tang dynasty had increased. Sure. You go and arrange it. Just do it. Li Longji was also straightforward. Song Jing stepped forward. Your Majesty, if the fleet that went overseas comes back, I guarantee that they will bring back a lot of seeds. Choose a place and plant them. Song Jing chose to speak in the same way. If he said, returning from a long voyage with seeds, we should choose a place to respond. He estimated that Her Majesty wouldn't bring him for lunch today. He hadn't even thought about what to eat. Go and do it. Li Longji nodded. For a moment, the officials were silent. There was nothing to say. What should they say about the big things? Why should they tell Her Majesty about the small things? Thus, the court session that was supposed to be bustling and long ended within an hour. Those who were no longer qualified to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi left happily with the gifts from Zhuangzi. They attended the imperial court, and some of them were actually waiting for the gifts. Unfortunately, the imperial court didn't open on the first day of the new year, so they didn't get many things. They felt that they had lost 100 million yuan, and their lives had become bumpy from then on. However, when they received the gifts, they were all happy again. There were many things, probably to make up for the first day of the new year. There were also many bags of rice and flour sticks. Oh, there were grilled fish slices and sea fish for their parents, wives, and children to eat at home. They could also drink with their own wine. Everyone stayed far away from the person who had criticized Li Yi. He fearfully took the gifts and found that the amount was the same as the people of the same rank. He breathed a sigh of relief. His clothes were drenched in sweat. The officials left, but Li Longji didn't. He sat on the dragon throne in a daze. The group of officials who were qualified to stay didn't move. Otherwise, where would they go? In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was only a few steps away from his office. Your Majesty, are you worried? Yao Chong was an observer. He couldn't speak unless someone in the group found a problem. There's nothing in the afternoon. At noon, please drink some iced beer. What kind of dishes to go with the wine? Li Longji said what was on his mind. He was in a daze because he was thinking about what to eat for lunch. There wasn't anything important, so he seemed to be quite helpless. It's hot. Cold dishes. Bai Gu had been busy recently. The taxes of the capital and Hunan, the transportation of war materials, the recent heavy rain in Azhou on the west of Jiangnan, and the fruitful harvest in Shu, he hoped the imperial court would help him exchange it for money. He was a bit angry. He resisted the urge to ask Li Yi. He had to rely on the power of the imperial court to get things done. The staple food has to be eaten over water, Song Jing suggested. He had sent more than 200 documents to deal with officials in half a month. The imperial inspection team of the Tang dynasty was attacking everywhere. The old guys were crazy. Su Yi yawned. He had been busy until late last night. He had been investigating the armory and had many problems. He had to deal with people and buy new weapons while he was at it. Zhang Jiuling was relatively relaxed. He was also the head of the Ministry of Works, but he wasn't the Minister of Works. Wei Zhigu was the Minister of Works, so it wasn't easy to replace him. This year is different from the past. The days are easy. Li Longji sighed. He really didn't have much to do. The interior of the Tang dynasty was stable. The people were familiar with the new tools, and there was a lot of food in the areas where the new indica rice was planted. Whether it was delicious or not was secondary. Tubo outside the Tang dynasty was expanding towards India. The Shi and Khitans were on their side, and the Bohai were honest. The Tujue were still fighting. With the loss of 5,000 elites, strategic maneuvers were bound to be difficult. The imperial court had so much money that they didn't know how to spend it. The treasures in the treasury were thrown away. Inside was their own private stash. In any case, they couldn't spend it in a short time. Your Majesty, my Dongzhu said lunch is ready. He said the weather is hot, so he wants to detoxify everyone. Songda appeared in the square. The ground of the square had been replaced with beautiful terrazzo stones, forming a dragon diagram. It would be cleaned up during court meetings. Usually, there were children playing, so it was no longer used to dry the grains. Is it over water and cold dishes? Zhang Jiuling asked. Songda entered the hall and bowed. The emperor was wearing a dragon robe, which represented his status. It was different from usual. Replying to Zhang Zhongshu, we'll have an insect feast today. Fight poison with poison. Everything has been prepared. We're just waiting to eat and fry them. Song De turned and bowed to Zhang Jiuling. Steward Song, there's no need to be so polite. Zhang Jiuling said as he took off his official robe. Inside, he was wearing knee-length trousers and a t-shirt. It was cool. Are there bean worms and bee pupae? Song Jing had eaten bee pupae before. It was considered a tribute. Yes, there are other insects. They were specially collected and processed by Qing Dai and Fu Quan. Song De nodded and then shook his head. How could he dare to say insect feast? Let's go and take a look. Li Longji smacked his lips. Chapter 1734. When Li Longji and others changed their clothes and arrived at the place, the things waiting to be fried were already placed. Tussa pupa, bean worm, cicada, bee pupa, centipede, scorpion, grasshopper, big ant, hornet, maggots in the sauce jar, bamboo maggots. There were no spiders, stink bugs, or dragonflies. Centipedes were not insects, so they were still eaten as insects. Everyone, if you feel uncomfortable, please change to something else. As for allergies, you don't have a problem. Li Yi collected the data of Zhuangzi and other people who were always in contact with them. Allergies, allergies, allergens, allergens, and so on. Everyone smiled. This was the good thing about being in Zhuangzi. They didn't have to worry about eating the wrong things. The things waiting to be fried were put on if they could be put on, and the things that couldn't be put on with a colander. The beer barrel was cooled in an ice bucket, and there were several kinds of cups. I eat them as medicine. Bai Gu looked at a pile of insects and said this to comfort himself. When others heard this, they felt much better. Medicine. People who were pregnant and breastfeeding couldn't drink. Insects could be eaten. They ate 2 mouthfuls of insects to satisfy their cravings. They ate cold meat dumplings. Princess Yongmu saw bean worms for the first time. She was scared. She could eat anything now. The food was fried in the oil pan. Li Yi observed everyone and found that Bai Gu and Su Yi didn't look good. He drank a big mouthful of beer to quench his thirst. Old Bai, are you busy? Ah. Not bad. Bai Gu had something on his mind, so he reacted slowly when he heard Li Yi's voice. Long Zhe was in charge of too many things. Even the Shu officials asked how to deal with the summer fruits. In addition, there was continuous rain in Azhou of Jiangnan West Road. The local government was waiting for waterlogging to happen. Zhang Jiuling told Li Yi what Bai Gu was busy with recently. He was worried that Bai Gu would die of exhaustion. The rain in the lower reaches of Dongting Lake increased. Why open the Changping warehouse? Hurry up and move people to higher places. Take things, livestock, and poultry. The shampoo flushed the land and the house, and the people survived. Everything else was easy, except for the problem of money. Third brother, send a message to His Majesty. You have to be quick. You can't wait. Human lives are greater than heaven. Tell the people that the Li family Zhuangzi is their guarantor. When Li Yi heard this, he didn't care about anything else. What if I don't get the water and delay things? What should I do? Bai Gu was in a dilemma. Isn't it good to not have shampoo? What was there to delay? Money. I'll make it up for you, third brother. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. Li Longji turned his head to look at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher turned around and left. In less than 3 minutes, he returned. His Majesty has issued a verbal order. He has ordered the people of Yi Prefecture and the surrounding prefectures to evacuate. His Majesty has hidden subsidies. As he spoke, he spread the special paper on the table. If he went to take the paper, it would prove that he had seen His Majesty. The 4 chancellors didn't need to discuss. They directly wrote it down and stamped it. They didn't need to go through the Minxia province. What about the fruits of Shu Prefecture? Baigu simply threw another problem to Li Yi. Anyway, he had already asked Li Yi for help. The entire Tang dynasty doesn't lack methods to deal with fruits. There are several methods written in the newspaper. Preserved fruits and dried fruits are the easiest to deal with. Shu Prefecture is asking for sales channels. In order to support the war at the Yellow River, Shu Prefecture has sacrificed too much. The people want to sell preserved fruits and dried fruits to subsidize their families. Li Yi didn't believe that the fruits of Shu Prefecture were all rotten. The people ate them themselves. There was no lack of salt there. It was better to shape the fruits. Put a lot of salt and marinate the fruits together. This way, the water in the fruits will come out, and they won't be so soft and rotten. After 10 days to half a month, the salt will be soaked out. The follow-up processing depends on what it is. If it can't be made into preserved fruits, it will be dried in the shade and become dried fruits. No matter what kind of fruit, the price of dried fruits is lower than fresh fruits, including dates. If it is not made into preserved fruits, the fructose in the dried fruits will gradually decompose. In the end, it will be like firewood. If it is not stored well, it will rot easily. The winter in Shu Prefecture is not dry and cold. It is usually humid, and the dried fruits are not easy to preserve. The dried fruits that he keeps for himself are only a small part of it. What should we do? Baigu was furious. Buy it. The imperial court bought it and sent it to the source of the Yellow River to Juku and other places for others to eat. There are not many fruits there, and the dried fruits are already good enough. Li Yi was depressed. You are so smart when you ask me for taxes. Now that I am asking you for money, you are slow to react. The imperial court bought the dried fruits and preserved fruits from Shu Prefecture. Don't the people in other places need to sell them? Baigu found fault with Feng Yu. If the people in other places want the imperial court to buy, they can send things to the soldiers at the Yellow River. In order to send things to the soldiers in time, the people in Shu Prefecture have suffered a lot. A bowl of water is uneven, so the saints are heartless and treat the people like straw dogs. If you are not willing to fork out the money, I will take it. No, His Majesty will take it. His Majesty has many salt wells in Shu Prefecture. Li Yi reacted. Why am I fighting for this? I will leave the good reputation to Li Longji. Li Longji has a lot of money. Okay. Li Longji said. He will spend his own money. If he really spends all his money, he will ask Brother Yi for a way to make money quickly. Talking about other troubles, talking about money. With a god of wealth beside him, the people in Shu Prefecture can feel the emperor's kindness. 2 things have been settled. Is there anything else? Li Yi was also afraid that Baigu would die of exhaustion. The surrounding prefectures are also collecting taxes. The people strongly request that we only collect a part of the business tax. The people want to cancel the rent. Baigu is in the state of not biting when there are too many lice. Since he begged Li Yi once, he can beg Li Yi again and again. There is no difference. This is a good thing. Li Yi felt that the people have a high awareness. What's good about it? The accounts are a mess. It is all small transactions. Tax exemption and rent are waived. The Tang dynasty's revenue is lacking. Baigu complained. He does not believe that Li Yi does not understand. Those who carry the burden and sell things do not collect taxes. Those who set up stalls are not monitored by the governor. Once other places start collecting taxes, the officials will take advantage of it. I will print tax receipts, just like printing money. But it is very simple. I will set the taxes for the people. After paying the taxes, I will keep the tax receipts. When the new crops are promoted, those who have the tax receipts can buy seeds. Wait for a while. When I say that I will sell it to the barbarians and make a lot of money, I will give it to them. If there are benefits, they will not get any benefits without the tax receipts. If the tax collectors want to collect 1 coin when collecting 2 coins of tax and do not issue a tax receipt, the tax collectors will not get any benefits in the future if they do not get a tax receipt. Also, this kind of behavior can be done secretly. Send someone to pretend to be a seller and take a look. If they are found out, it will be a serious crime. Our taxes are low. In order to avoid taxes, we use a decentralized transportation method. If we are found out, the cost will be too high. The small shops outside have a tax of 50 cents, a tax of 100 cents. If it is less than 1 coin, it will be counted as 1 coin. If the total value of the tax is less than 50 cents, it will not be counted as tax. Or I can print tax receipts of a lower value. Jiao, Fen. Li Yi came up with a temporary solution. It was a precursor to paying taxes for the entire Tang dynasty in the future. For example, in Huazhou, taxes will be paid according to the normal way. Huazhou and Tongzhou will collect taxes the same way the governor collects taxes. The burden of the people is reduced, but they spend a lot of money. In the end, taxes will be passed on to consumption. What the people get is more flexible and free rent expenditure. It is not limited by the season. For example, the price of grain during the summer and autumn harvests is low, so they have to bear extra expenses. Arrange for someone to print it. Give me a plate of dried and stir-fried tussa pupa. Bai Gu did not look at others. He could not ask Xiao Yi. Was he wrong? Chapter 1735. Tussa cocoons were delicious when fried. Roasted or fried were not. Bai Gu had never touched centipedes before. He had eaten scorpions, but most of them were bean worms and tussa cocoons. Now, no one touched the silkworm cocoons. It was different from Li Yi's cocoons. They were more susceptible to allergies. The silkworm cocoons were small and required silk reeling. Silk reeling could not produce live cocoons as they did not have the technology. After cooking, the silk cocoons were ready. The cocoons inside were all water and were small in size. People who reared silkworms did not eat them. If they ate more, they would be poisoned and die. The tussa cocoons were big. A small opening was made at one end and the cocoons were removed. A little would be lost during silk reeling. The lost little would be the disjointed silk. But the small end that was cut out could also be used to make silk quilt stuffing, the kind with messy threads. Li Yi's tussa cocoons were expensive. When cutting cocoons, no one cut them from the middle. Most of these cocoons were shipped from Khitan and Bohai. The local governor-general also led the people to breed them. 5 fried cocoons were sent over. The organs in the middle were removed. They were not fried with chili. Otherwise, it would irritate the gastrointestinal tract. They were not allergic to the protein in the tussa cocoons, but they were allergic to the spiciness. The treatment was troublesome. Which one caused the allergic reaction? It's delicious. We should breed them in large quantities in Hunan. Why do we have to buy the tussa cocoons from Bohai at a high price? Song Jing asked Li Yi after eating one. Li Yi ate a grasshopper and did not answer. The strategy had already been explained clearly. Why ask? Let's make them unable to leave us. Let's. The little guy who was eating a centipede suddenly said. Swish. Everyone looked at him. The little guy was not afraid. He put his finger in his mouth and sucked a few times. Buy their things, sell their things, they. Yes. They are used to it. They cannot leave us. That's right. Clap clap clap, Li Yi applauded. His disciple, who was not his disciple, did not think too much. Little guy. Clap clap clap, the palace maids and eunuchs were the first to react. They clapped. Following which, the others also applauded. Only Song Jing was clapping with an awkward expression. He asked the question with the dignity of the Grand Chancellor, but in the end, the first prince answered with the age of a child. Since that was the case, what was the point of slaughtering them? Li Yi winked at his eldest and second disciples. Grandpa Song's test is really easy for children to understand. Grandpa Song is shouldering the national affairs, but he still doesn't forget to care about the children, Feng Qingdai said. Grandpa Song, as expected, one of the three must have a teacher. You are worthy of the Prime Minister's virtue. Shang is also Xiang Lu. He taught Confucius at the age of 7, and is even more talented in knowledge. Li Fuquan continued, praising Song Jing for his shamelessness. Then he changed the topic and said that the little guy was like Confucius's teacher, Xiang Li, sigh. It's a pity that Xiang Li doesn't have the power to protect himself. He's not as good as Xiao Yi. Li Dan suddenly said. In the end, Xiang Li was assassinated. Others came to snatch him, just like the special forces. If they couldn't snatch him, they would kill him. Xiang Luo was 12 years old when he died. Xiao Yi was found to be at the age of dancing elephants. Confucius said that Xiang Li was born with knowledge, and now Xiao Yi was one. The difference was that Xiang Li couldn't protect himself. Who could touch Xiao Yi? Looking at his current armor, he was still so timid. Unless he flew out, he had to be surrounded by guards. As soon as the three of them spoke, Song Jing's embarrassment disappeared. He quickly modestly said, I can't compare to Zhong and I. That's not right. Zhong and I wrote the Spring and Autumn Annals and used Confucianism to teach the people of the world. In the end, the world was divided and united. Grandpa Song didn't use virtue to beg the people of the Tang dynasty, but the people increased their food and clothing. If Zhong and I walked the way of heaven was constant. He didn't exist for Yao, and he didn't die for Jie. Grandpa Song walked the way and didn't fight for it. Only the people of the Tang dynasty could learn it. Li Fuquan once again praised Song Jing. He even compared Confucius to him. What practical benefits could Confucius bring to the people? Look at our Song Zaifu. The people live and work in peace. If you don't believe it, look at the capital government. Song Jing was embarrassed. This child, junior brother, 100 words are 100 things. It's better to judge the actions. Why is the morality of the Tao Te Ching more talented than Confucius and Grandpa Song and now? The little girl quickly corrected him. You're too arrogant. Speak less. At the same time, she also praised Song Jing. I know, senior sister. Li Fuquan shrunk his neck. He was afraid of this senior sister. He just showed off his knowledge and used the contents of the Analects, Xuanzi, and Tao Te Ching. As a result, senior sister directly used Huainanzi, Shuawen, and Zhuangzi to scold him. Life is difficult. That's it. In the story of the Three Kingdoms, Zhou Yu was bullied to death by Zhuge Liang. Since Yu was born, why would Liang be born? His senior sister knew everything. He didn't have any advantage. He was always crushed and never killed. Bai Gu's mood suddenly became bad. Disciple. Too late. Even if this boy was suppressed by the little girl, he could also suppress the other children. No, they all ran to Xiao Yi's house. Then who? Yes, Pei Yaoqing. He should be here. Isn't he taking the virgin exam? Let him see, what is he taking the virgin exam for? Virgin exam? Our Tang dynasty's virgin exam is, anyone below the age of 10 who can pass the Book of Filial Piety and the Analects of Confucius can take the exam. The test is to recite 10 lines in each book. Those who pass all of them will be rewarded. Those who pass more than 7 lines will be rewarded. Pei Yaoqing, you're so arrogant. Come here and see what 2 9-year-old children know. Book of Filial Piety. The Analects of Confucius. They are proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics, miscellaneous classics, and miscellaneous classics. They don't need to be nervous to take the exam. Instead, they can take it out and use it when they need it. You should be glad that you didn't meet the little girl Qing Dai at the same age. Otherwise, she would crush you in terms of knowledge and bully you to the ground. She could even take your pulse and treat your illness before letting you get up. As for the other child, he didn't receive any education more than a year ago. The gap between him and the little girl was widened. Ha! Song Jing recovered in a flash. How can I compare with other children? Children these days. The other people's mood inexplicably became better. The weather seemed to be no longer hot. These 3 children were really too outstanding. The key point was that they were from the Tang dynasty, and their teacher had just solved 2 important problems. They were all children of their own family. Although the little girl was young, she was also very sensible. In the future, the children should live in the Li family Zhuangzi. They don't need to learn any skills. They just need to be happy. Noble consort Lu suddenly became hypocritical. She was pregnant. There were many ways to make the children happy. Basically, money was enough. Why should they live in the Li family Zhuangzi? Look at the children taught by Li Yi. Each and every one of them was sensible and lively. They were not the kind of children who were honest. The children were not obedient at all. All of their obedience was just an act. However, when it came to serious matters, the children knew what to do. For example, when they went to the martyrs' cemetery to burn incense, none of the children laughed or played. The more mischievous the children were, the more solemn they were at that moment. The education of the Li family Zhuangzi was simply heaven-defying. Can the frozen crabs still be eaten? Fry a few skewers for me. Princess Yongmu suddenly spoke loudly and turned everyone's attention back to the food. Just chill them at the seaside. They were sent here the day before yesterday. Let me test them. If they can't be eaten, then make them into sauce. After fermentation, they will be fine. Li Yi got up and went to look for the crabs. These crabs were not easy to raise. They were all caught at the seaside and eaten on the same day. They couldn't be eaten overnight. Chapter 1736. Li Yi took the small crabs and chilled them. When they were sent from the seaside, they would be filled with seawater. If they were alive, they would be frozen immediately. If they died on the way, they would be thrown away. Every day, they would be sent over according to their nutritional intake. It was a waste of money. However, there was no shortage of rich people in the Tang dynasty's capital office. Like Wang Wei, he was not a high-ranking official. He was born in the Wang family of Hedong. His mother's surname was Cui, but she was actually from the Cui family of Qinghe. With such an official position, he could build a large garden for his mother to live in. Of course, his younger brother was more powerful. His name was Wang Jin, and he was the assistant minister of the government. However, he was not the head of the secretariat, but the assistant minister of the government. What was the difference? When it was Li Yi, it was equivalent to. If he was the head of the secretariat, he could be called, or party secretary. If he was the head of the secretariat, he would enjoy the treatment of a high-ranking official. Whether he had real power depended on whether he had other positions. In other words, Wang Wei's younger brother was a deputy premier of the standing committee. Of course, his power was not small. But it had nothing to do with Wang Wei building such a large garden for his mother. It was Wang Wei who did it. This proved that there were still many rich people in the Tang dynasty. Living crabs were valuable, but dead crabs were not eaten. Unless they were sent over in winter, dead crabs were also fine. In summer, the temperature was not low enough. It only reduced the crab's metabolic activity, which was equivalent to dormancy. When the train starts running this year, the price of small crabs will plummet. You know the situation at the seaside. Whether the resources are wasted or not depends on the logistics. Li Yi put a few skewers of small crabs in the oil pan and talked to Princess Yongmu. His voice could be heard by all the people around him. Princess Yongmu helped the children carry things. The crabs by the seaside are the most worthless. The locals don't eat them. There is no meat, mainly because there is no oil to fry. In the Bohai Bay area, after the tide recedes, there are many small crabs and sandworms under the rocks. The locals didn't touch these things before. They only ate fish or big crabs. Now, things have changed. It's mainly because of the processing technology and the publicity in the newspapers. In addition, the most important thing is that Li Lang, you've given us a lot of technologies. The people of the Tang dynasty now have more choices for cooking. Princess Yongmu chatted casually. She didn't need to praise Li Yi. Did Li Yi need to be praised? Yes. However, the officials are more important, especially the minor ones. Li Yi was not modest. He was the one who had pushed him. On the contrary, he was worried that some petty officials would try their best to gain benefits and delay the people's livelihood. When he was young, he had been to the Bohai Bay. It was now called the Anong Protectorate and was under the jurisdiction of the Jili province. At that time, he was still young and was playing with his family. At that time, that place still had to collect tickets. If they went from other places, they would be able to bypass the door, so there was no need to buy tickets. When they went up the mountain, the local people were like thieves. They didn't have anything on them and asked if they wanted to eat burritos. It's almost the same as selling drugs. You have to be on guard. If you want to eat, one burrito costs 50 cents, so two people will have to eat two. Then, he would take you to a secluded place where his package was. He was a local. There were small crabs and other things in the burritos. They were all fried and very affordable. The same thing would cost 2 yuan at the entrance of the store. If you didn't know the situation of the things in the sea and asked a few more questions, the salesperson would look at you as if you were a person from the countryside. Li Yi had experienced it before, so he wanted to change. The small crabs by the sea didn't have much meat. They were just crispy. Some were flatback crabs, some were meatball crabs, and some were fluffy crabs. When they were fried, they would make a sound. When they were eaten, they would crunch. Li Yi put 5 crabs in a row and fried a bunch. No one was allergic, so they could eat all of them. Princess Yongmu gave the burritos to the elders first, including the 4 chancellors. Thank you, Wen Tian. Sui thanked her and took a small crab. The more he chewed, the more fragrant it became. After swallowing, he smacked his lips. 2 yuan for one. The poor really can't afford it. He was talking about the price of the live crabs in Chang'an City. He asked the customers to cook the live crabs for 2 yuan each. Those that just died were 1 yuan each. Li Qingqi sold them wholesale. Those that died after he got them, he didn't sell them. They were all alive. If others bought them and raised them, they would die. The price would be calculated separately. The wholesale price was 1 yuan for 2 crabs. Those that Li Qingqi didn't sell were distributed to the people of the Zongjing temple. Those that died after they came were fried and sent to the school. The merchants who bought the dead crabs were not allowed to sell them at noon the next day. They could fry them and add some salt. This way, they could last for more than 10 hours. They could be sold for 1 yuan for 2 or 3 crabs. If no one bought them, the merchants would also send them to the school. At noon, they would give them to the children during lunch. Under normal circumstances, the merchants would make an appointment first, let others tell them in advance, pay a deposit, and buy more crabs according to the amount. Under normal circumstances, there would be no leftovers. It's easy in the future. The train comes here in a day. I think I can buy 2 crabs for 1 yuan. The cost of oil and labor is expensive. When Zhang Jiuling was in Guangzhou, he didn't eat this kind of small crabs at all. In Chang'an City, he actually had to buy them one by one. Life is too slow. Bai Gu was concerned about the passage of the train and the collection of taxes in Haizhou. They had to wait for the railway to be paved. When the train was ready, one head would be placed on a section of the track and could go out at any time. The other head was in the process of being manufactured. When the time came, they would have to pull the switch. Otherwise, they would bump into each other. Xiao Yi, what's your arrangement for the person pulling the switch? Bai Gu mumbled and found that the railway was very dangerous. The army. Li Yi replied with 2 words. He definitely didn't want to arrange for a random person to pull the switch. Not to mention whether this person would drink too much or not. Even if he didn't drink, he could easily be killed by bad guys. The best way was to send an army to guard every switch. The cavalry would patrol in sections and put an inclined plane in front of the locomotive to push the east and west. Good. Bai Gu thought that it was unnecessary to ask. Do you think Nu can come back at the end of the month? Noble consort Lu calculated the itinerary. When Princess Jincheng entered the territory of the Tang dynasty, the fast horse came back and reported every day. The pigeons were saved for the critical moment. According to the speed of the team, they would reach the place where the artificial canal was dug in about 10 days. The yacht would pick her up and come back at the end of the month. The other boats are ready. Li Longji replied. The yacht couldn't hold too many people, so the steamer would follow. When they went, they would go against the current. When they came back, they would go with the current. Brother Yi, when the time comes, we have to set up the water curtain and arrange the program. Noble consort Lu directly told Li Yi at this moment. Okay. Li Yi agreed. In fact, he had already started to prepare. Not only were there water curtains, but there were also fireworks and colorful lights. Many people who had seen Princess Jincheng in the past had not seen her for 8 years. Princess Jincheng was only 13 years old when she got married. Now that she had a child, it was unknown whether the hardships of the Tubo dynasty had left any traces on her face. The banquet was guaranteed to be held in the Li family Zhuangzi. Maybe Princess Jincheng would like to go back to the palace to have a look. Chapter 1737. Going downstream isn't that fast. Princess Jincheng sat on a chair on the deck and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. Right now, she wanted nothing more than for the captain to spread his wings and fly back to Chang'an. She didn't have any memories of the scenery along the way. This place was at the end of Juku. There were people grazing, so it was a good place to graze horses. There were also people waiting at the pier by the river with things. They were going back east, and the boat was coming back from the west. They could take them with them. Therefore, there were 4 boats carrying things in the group. The things were given to Juku, and the other things and people were loaded. There should be more boats, but they were requisitioned by Princess Jincheng's group. They had no choice but to let the people who were used to the number of boats suffer. There were no sailboats on the Yellow River. There were only steamers and propeller boats because they couldn't find so many boatmen. Juku is really rich in water and grass. Chi Dai Pro praised, but there was no praise in his eyes. He knew how much Tubo blood was in the lush water and grass. The most tragic battle took place here. This was the first time Tubo saw the power of an explosion and the helplessness of setting up a formation. As for the scouts, they had never won a single battle and were always eaten up for no apparent reason. In the future, the entire Yellow River Basin will have a place to live. Princess Jincheng saw the small town and the people going in and out. With the walls to block the wild beasts, they could sleep peacefully at night. Nunu, when we reach Chang'an, will the Li family Zhuangzi have a place to live? Chi Dai Pro still didn't have a clear idea of Zhuangzi. The newspaper had written about the situation of Zhuangzi in the Tang dynasty. There were many fields, but few houses. The hired tenants lived some distance away from their homes. How many times bigger was Li Yi's Zhuangzi? The farmers lived in the surrounding areas and built fences. It seemed to be worse than her own red-white palace. Li family Zhuangzi has the imperial plantation to the north. We can arrange for people to live there. The rest will live in Li family Zhuangzi. Princess Jincheng knew the size of Li family Zhuangzi. From Li family Zhuangzi to the east, all the way to Pure Flower's palace, it now belonged to Li family Zhuangzi. How many people can live in Chang'an? The Li family Zhuangzi was older than Chang'an. All the winged knights and horses could stay inside. It's noon and the weather is hot. Let's go back to the cabin for lunch. Chi Dai Zhu Dan found that the sun was too bright and stuffy. Last night, it was drizzling. The sun shone down and the water vapor rose. There was a lot of grass around, so there was a thin layer of fog on the grass. That's right. It's been raining a lot recently, and the Yellow River has a large volume of water. I hope there won't be any damage along the way. Princess Jincheng said as she got up and took Zhu Dan into the house. This ship is quite big, some ships can only hold a dozen people. Today, they were eating hot pot. The altitude was lower, and the temperature of the water was higher. For every 1,000 meters of elevation, the boiling point of water would decrease by 3 degrees Celsius. Therefore, in many places of the Tang dynasty, the temperature of boiling water was less than 100 degrees Celsius. The current place was less than 2,000 meters above sea level. Boiling water could be used, so there was no need to bother with the pressure cooker. Giddy up! Hiya! Make way, the imperial court is in a hurry, make way. A group of 6 people was moving forward at high speed. They had been running for 2 days to reach one stop every 10 miles. From Chang'an to Azhou, the straight line distance was about 1,500 miles. Obviously, they couldn't fly, so they could only run according to the road. In some mountain roads, the horses didn't dare to run as fast as they could for fear of falling down on the road. Except for going to the toilet, the 6 people spent all their time on the back of the horse, including sleeping. 4 people were responsible for watching the horses. 2 people lay on the back of the horse and closed their eyes for about 2 hours. Then, they changed people and ran all the way. In the past, their monthly salary was 6 dawn of grain and pickles. Now, in the Tang dynasty, it was part of the salary. If converted into money, they could get 500 yuan a month. If they delayed things, they would be beheaded. Now, they didn't give grain, pickles, or soy sauce. They directly gave the lowest level 3 dawn, which was about 100 yuan a day. Other people worked hard and earned more than 20 yuan a day. It was already good enough. They didn't need to work that much. Their value was reflected at this moment. They could sleep on the horse. The urgent news was like fire. When it was Li Yi, he drove from Xi'an to Wuchang. It was twice as fast as the current messenger. There was a highway. They reached the riverside. Azhou's administrative center was Jiangxia County, where Yellow Crane Tower was located. Yellow Crane Tower was in Jiangxia of the Tang dynasty, not Wuchang during Li Yi's time. Wuchang during Li Yi's time was far from Wuchang County of the Tang dynasty. Acheng and Huangshi during Li Yi's time were the places covered by Wuchang County of the Tang dynasty. The 6 people got off the horse. Their legs were weak. They put on life jackets. The people at the water stop didn't dare to delay. They didn't look at the weather and directly took them out. It was raining now. It had been raining for several days. The waves of the Yangtze River were rolling. Other boats stopped, but this small boat was shuttling. 2 people were rowing, and 1 was in charge of the stern. The sailing route was slanted and rushed down the river. If it wasn't so, it would have been overturned. When they reached the port, the 9 people breathed a sigh of relief. The person steering the boat told the 6 people to go ashore first. They followed and didn't go back. It was too dangerous. The 6 people got on their horses again and rushed to the administrative center. There were many people on the shore. The people were piling up sacks to see which place might be washed away. They first filled up the sacks with sand. They wanted to protect the embankment. Stop, here. My provincial governor is here. The provincial governor is not in the administrative center. The 6 horses ran 3 miles. Someone heard their shouts and shouted back. The 6 people quickly turned back and saw a man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat under a straw shed. They couldn't tell his age. Provincial Governor Lu. The captain of the 6 people asked. Look at the seal. The other party didn't say whether it was him or not. He carried the official seal with him. It wasn't suitable to find a paper to print it, so he directly showed it to the other party. The captain frowned and looked at it. He tried hard to make the words look normal. The captain's eyes hurt. He nodded and said, His Majesty's decree. He handed over the letter. There was a lacquer seal on it. Let's go back to the administrative center. Provincial Governor Lu felt inconvenient. Look at it immediately. We can't delay. It's Li family Zhuangzi. The captain knew some things. Ba Shui Li family village. Provincial Governor Lu asked. Look. Li Dongzhu wants to pay. Quick. The captain was anxious and passed him a knife. Provincial Governor Lu looked at the lacquer seal and felt that there was no problem. He took the knife and opened the letter. He was slightly stunned and looked at it again. He raised his head and looked at the captain. The captain frowned. Why are you looking at me? If someone dies, no matter how many heads you have, it won't be enough. Don't think that you will be fine just because you are from the Fanyang Lu family. Men, pass down the order. Tell the people to bring their things to higher ground. Don't care about anything else. When the rain stops and the water level drops, the Li Dongzhu from the Li family Zhuangzi in Cheng and has promised to pay compensation. Tell the other prefectures. Send the letter. Provincial Governor Lu didn't dare to delay. If the captain called out the Fanyang Lu family, it might implicate his family. The order was passed down. There wasn't enough time to write the announcement. Even if it was written, there was nowhere to post it. The entire prefecture started to move. The news spread to the other prefectures. The other prefectures didn't see the letter, and it wasn't meant for them. Hence, they followed the instructions. After all, the Fanyang Lu family had endorsed the letter. When the commoners heard the news, they hurried to spread the word. Every family and household packed their things and prepared to leave. They headed to higher ground. There were many mountains nearby. Chapter 1738. There were many mountains and rivers in Azhou, and there were all kinds of lakes. The people of Jiangxia were the first to act. They put their valuables on the livestock and brought their food up the mountain. The neighbors took care of the livestock and ran down to catch chickens and ducks. They also carried the coal on their backs. The houses and furniture were abandoned. It was best if they could come back if they were not washed away. It would be troublesome to rebuild them. The people were not worried about money. Dr. Li Dongzhu from Baishui said that he would compensate them, so it would not be bad. Gradually, the people from other places followed them up the mountain. They did not meet any old man or woman who said that they would die with their houses. If there was no one to compensate them, they would probably shout like that. If there was money, who would want to be washed away with their houses? Taking advantage of the fact that the dam had not burst, they moved food, firewood, and coal. They did not move the furniture, but they moved the food, firewood, and coal. The neighbors of the Tang dynasty were really close. They understood each other. They helped to build the shed, light the fire, and find dry firewood. If they could not, they would pour oil on it. As long as there was a pile of firewood, it was easy to do other things. Wet things could be ignited. Drilling wood to make fire, wet wood still made flames. Eating was simple. There were no conditions for cooking. Salted vegetables were good food. Lu Zhengdao did not keep watch outside. He returned home. He wrote an urgent memorial to the imperial court, but he did not expect the imperial court to react so strongly. He just wanted to wait until there was a flood and immediately open the Changcheng warehouse to apply in advance. In the end, the imperial court wanted the people to run away. Whether they were washed away or not, they promised to compensate them afterward. "What's your surname?" Lu Zhengdao changed his clothes and asked the corporal, who also changed his clothes and was eating with narrowed eyes. "My surname is Zhao. My courtesy name is Zhao." The corporal replied. His name was Sun Zhao. Good courtesy name. Lu Zhengdao wanted to laugh. This family actually gave their child a courtesy name, Zhao. Not bad. Zhao was a blessing. He had enough to eat and warm clothes. He did not ask for anything else. "Thank you." Sun Zhao cupped his fist and lowered his head to continue eating. He chewed and swallowed slowly to speed up the digestion. God knew what would happen next. Lu Zhengdao opened his mouth and held back. He realized that the 6 of them were rushing day and night. From Chang'an to Jiangxia, it took 2 days. If it were him, he would have died on the way. The imperial court had used a large amount of money to support the relay station. At that time, he had found it laughable that some people did not know how to cherish money. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for them to make money? The relay station was definitely not just supporting the urgent reports, but also the safety of the people on the road. At this moment, the urgent report once again showed its power. If anything happened in the entire Tang dynasty at this relay station, they would definitely reach Chang'an within 5 days if they ran as fast as they could. Chang'an received the information that the winged knights were guaranteed to arrive within 10 days. For half a month, whoever wanted to start an uprising would only have half a month's time. After half a month, they would start to get beaten up. As for the local government, they only needed to guard the key areas to avoid any problems when sending troops to suppress the enemy. "Xiao Yi, I heard that there's a lot of rain in Azhou. Have you made the necessary arrangements?" Lu Huaishan arrived, looking travel-worn. Tuan had just dealt with the corrupt officials in an area. When they returned to Chang'an, they were all very tired. When they learned about the situation, they hurried to Zhuangzi. "What's the big deal? Look at you guys. Slow down, there's no need to rush. I hope you all live a long life." Li Yi's heart ached. A group of old men ran away. He had not seen them for more than a month. "Although I'm a little thin, I'm in good health. I have abdominal muscles." Lu Chong lifted his shirt to let Li Yi see his stomach. "Your abdominal muscles are because of exercise. What does it have to do with the business trip?" Old Lu, Azhou Provincial Governor Lu Zhengdao, Fanyang Lu. During the reign of Jinglong, he was still a county magistrate. Did the imperial court give him an edict because of the edict given by Fanyang Lu, or because he did a good job? Li Yi thought a lot. How did Lu Zhengdao become an official? Why was he praised? Did Li Xian become the emperor to stabilize Fanyang Lu, or was Lu Zhengdao really capable? The old and new Tang books did not mention much. If it were not for the inscriptions on the tablets, the later generations would not know much. The people who wrote the old and new Tang books were not from the Tang dynasty. The Tang books were the history of the Sui dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, Ming dynasty, etc. They were all written by people from later dynasties. Were the people who wrote the old and new Tang books influenced by the power of the time and were not willing to support Fanyang Lu? There were many problems. History books were also written by people. How people wrote depended on the political environment and the people's likes and dislikes. For example, there was a section that criticized the people's army. Later on, people slowly understood that it was not the case. In the end, the people who were in power never acknowledged it in court because of political needs. When it came to such fundamental problems, people would ask the people to do three things: shut up, shut up, shut up. Even the history books in front of them were like this. What about the history books from so many years ago? Li Yi said as he looked up Lu Jingdao's situation when he was a county magistrate. He could not find any specific information, but his evaluation was very good. As for the words in the edict, Qing Kai Kai wrote early, his innocence was heard. Morning and night in public, class first, this was a cliché. Many people in history had this evaluation. How is he now? Lu Huaishan only asked one question. Good. At least he knows to report that he wants to open and close his position. He cares about the people. Since that's the case, recruit 10,000 cavalry. They will arrive in 4 days. Li Yi thought about it and agreed. Who cared if his previous situation was real or fake? He was working very hard now. If he did not report it, when a big problem occurred, the people would suffer. Yes. Li Longji listened and supported Li Yi. Gao Lisher ran away again. He arranged for 10,000 people to go out and bring their things. They wanted to arrive in 4 days. The winged knights were not mobilized because they were testing the recruits. If they did not work, they would be disbanded. The recruits immediately went into action. They were hired for money. They were surrounded by the 16 guards and the winged knights. These two groups were not just for money. The dead were buried in the cemetery of martyrs. Look at the performance of those who went there. The children held flowers, the adults burned incense, and the incense burned all year round. The tombstones were full of flowers. The winged knights were a private army, but were they not? When the winged knights went to eat in restaurants, the restaurant would not pay the bill. However, the winged knights promised to pay. The absolute trust that the people had for the winged knights could not be bought with money. Shao Yi, I will go. Lu Huaishan had thought about it. Princess Jincheng is about to return. Don't run out. I will check your bodies. My eldest disciple, Qing Dai, is fine now. I will check her every day. She is stable. My new second disciple. Aya. She is too stupid. Drawing a square with one hand and a circle with the other, she can't draw well. I am going to strengthen her training and connect the dots. As Li Yi spoke, he changed the topic and diverted everyone's attention. He could not let the people in the group go out anymore. They all looked tired and old. They should rest first. As for drawing a circle with one hand and a square with the other, it was not difficult. The person playing the piano could control it slightly. Even if the innate talent was poor, it could still be trained. Then Li Yi watched the group of old men draw circles with their left and right hands. Chapter 1739. 10,000 soldiers were selected and required to arrive in 4 days. Therefore, each person rode 4 horses, and the horses carried their own refined materials. In addition, they carried large honey pills to treat malaria and medicine, to make things in the water coagulate. Most of the rest were compressed biscuits. The large group raised the dragon flag and rumbled toward Azhou. Should we reduce the rent in Azhou? Yao Chong was drawing circles for a while when he felt that his hands were not listening to him, so he stopped. The land is guaranteed to be soaked in water. Otherwise, why would Lu Jingdao open a regular warehouse? Fortunately, they grow rice, so let it soak. The other crops will inevitably decrease in production, and it will delay other work. If the houses collapse, the quality of life of the people will drop to the bottom. It will take a few years to recover. Let's see the specific situation. The collapsed houses will be exempted, and the uncollapsed houses will be reduced. Li Yi had never been to Yellow Crane Tower in the Tang dynasty. It was very different from his time. At least there were no blocks of buildings, and he could not find so many bridges. Since the imperial court has reduced the rent, you still want to subsidize? Lu Chong also gave up on drawing circles. After the subsidies, the local people will be in a good mood. Their families will have more savings, and they will be more loyal to the imperial court. The East Lake there is beautiful. They help to grow lotus flowers and fish, and enrich the entire Tang dynasty's resources. Many things must be done with a model. When they get benefits, they trust us more and set a model there. As Li Yi spoke, the East Lake of his time appeared in his mind. It was artificially divided into tourist areas. Dongzhou and the Tang dynasty had nothing to do with tourism. Only the literati were willing to go there. The key point was that he had told the people to go to the mountains, and the Li family Zhuangzi would pay for it. If he did not pay, would the people listen next time? I hope the houses won't collapse. Lu Youqiu could not do anything but pray. Soak it and build a brick house. See if the houses that have not collapsed are sturdy. If they are dangerous, knock them down. Li Yi did not care. When the people lived in new houses, they were in a good mood, and their health was good. They had more children. The natural resources there were abundant, and there was no shortage of water. Economic development was easier. If they moved to the north of the capital, there was little rainfall. They could not do anything. How's the war situation? Yao Chong was most concerned about war. When he was the prime minister, he did not solve any external problems. Fortunately, he was still alive and could see the day when the Turks were dealt with. It's a normal recommendation. Zhang Jiazhen didn't stand me up, which means that everything is stable. Presumably, the captives are being escorted here, and the horses will be temporarily held back by the locals. Li Yi used Zhang Jiazhen's actions to determine the situation of the Heaven soldiers and the Henji army. I hope so. Yao Chong could only place his hopes on Li Yi's words. The hidden cavalry is covered in yellow sand, and the sea market is faintly discernible like a mirage. Regretless heroic spirit urges the will to fight, the horse neighs, the man roars, the spear and the bow fight. In the heavenly army, a man in his 30s was dancing and singing to the accompaniment of a group of singers. The melody was bleak, and the musical instruments were mainly hujia, pipa, huqin, and jiao. The dancer's posture was relaxed and bold. When she turned to the side, she even raised her head and drank the wine. Her clothes were stained with the color of the wine. Zhang Jiazhen was watching. This was a Liangzhou poem. It was the same as the Seven Absolutes. Some parts of the Seven Absolutes could be flat or narrow, but the Liangzhou poem was fixed. Many times, the Liangzhou poem could be used as the Seven Absolutes. Unless the Seven Absolutes were in accordance with the Liangzhou poem's rhythm, they could not be used as the Liangzhou poem. The dancer's posture was more and more bold, and her voice was more and more hoarse. In the end, she simply shouted. When she stopped, she panted a few times and returned to Zhang Jiazhen's side. She raised her wine and drank. Ziyu, this Liangzhou poem is well danced. Zhang Jiazhen praised and clapped her hands. She had learned from Li Yi. Now, many places in the Tang dynasty knew the meaning of clapping. During the war, someone ran to the Heaven soldiers to sing and dance. Zhang Jiazhen gave him face. The other party was also a jinshi. For the time being, he did not have an official position. He always found a group of people to drink and have fun. This person was called Wang Han. He was good at writing frontier poems. His family was rich, and he seemed to be similar to Wang Wei. When he went out, he brought a group of people with him. During the war, the imperial army was everywhere. When a group passed by Jinyang, the administrative area of Taiyuan Prefecture, they were discovered by Wang Han. He remembered that Zhang Jiazhen had not returned for a long time. She had always been in the Heaven Soldiers. He missed her very much, so he brought people to reward the soldiers. He killed more than 100 sheep and gave everyone mutton soup. Then, he touched a gun, a flintlock. He also danced to liven things up. Drinking in the army was a big crime. Zhang Jiazhen, for the sake of friends, accompanied him for a few drinks since he still had more than 100 sheep left to kill. The soldiers were also happy. They could not eat mutton. The mutton soup filled their stomachs. The meat had been boiled into the soup. In addition, there was a lot of flour used to make pancakes and whole wheat flour. The soldiers of the Heaven Soldiers who did not go out were reluctant to eat it. They ground the bran into powder and mixed it with the whole wheat flour to make mutton soup. They did not go out to battle. The good things should be put in the logistics baggage and given to the brothers in front of them. Jiazhen, why don't you think Li Yi came to see me? This time, I sent things to the Heaven Soldiers. Will he come to find me when he knows? Wang Han did not care much about his singing and dancing. He was waiting for someone, for Li Yi. He had gone to Chang'an before and wanted to be valued by Her Majesty. He also knew about Li Yi. At that time, he did not care much. However, in the past 2 years, the Li family Zhuangzi was too powerful. They were wealthier than his family. The exchange coupons for his family were printed by the Li family Zhuangzi. He wanted others to come to him. He was talented and had a Jinshi background. He passed the exam at the age of 24. He had been good since young and always felt that he was better than others. He knew Wang Wei but did not have much contact with him. Wang Wei liked to pursue Buddhism and did not have a Jinshi background. Later, he heard that Wang Wei and a good poet named Meng Haoren followed Li Yi and was now a small official. He had a Jinshi background. Should that person take the initiative? Zhang Jiazhen's hand that was holding the wine cup stopped. She stared at Wang Han. She knew that Wang Han was crazy, but she did not expect him to be so arrogant. You're truly ignorant and fearless. You want Li Yi to come to you? Is it because your family is rich? Or you can write poems? Or you have a Jinshi background? You can't do any of the three. Don't you know who is the mainstream poet in Pyongkang Square? Money. The Li family Zhuangzi printed the money. The clock that you asked people to carry to tell the time was sold to you by the Li family Zhuangzi. As for the Jinshi background, the students who stayed at the Li family Zhuangzi all got A in the imperial examination. Ziyu. When I write to him again, I will write about you. Dr. Li may not write about you. The Li family Zhuangzi is really busy recently. Fortunately, you are dedicated to the Tang dynasty and did donate things. If you have time, you can go to the Li family Zhuangzi to visit. Zhang Jiazhen was in a difficult position. Li Yi will definitely not come to you. He wants to come out and ask how many people do not agree. When he goes out, he needs to bring a group of people. Who will look at you? If they really look at you, are you afraid of death? I will write another poem and write it together. I will write it well. Wang Han could tell that this matter was difficult to handle. He decided to show his poetry talent again, the kind that can move people's hearts. Chapter 1740. Don't write poems. Don't write about what you saw in the barracks or the grasslands outside. Zhang Jiazhen immediately stopped him. He was the provincial governor and had the means to understand the situation. He knew what His Majesty liked. If you wrote poems, His Majesty would have finished reading it. If you wrote essays well, His Majesty might let you write another one. Even so, if you wanted to write essays, you would need to have political talent. If that was the case, why not just write something useful? Alright, I will write essays and listen to Jiazhen's advice. Wang Han agreed. Essays were harder to write than poems. Those who could write essays were guaranteed to be able to write poems, but those who could write poems might not be able to write essays. Good. Zhang Jiazhen heaved a sigh of relief. She did not take the other party's sheep for nothing. Exchanging 200 sheep for a chance was worth it to anyone. If she helped, the other party would not help her. As a grand scholar, she could arrange an official position for herself. She could also go to Chang'an to look for officials. Jiazhen, how is the fight going this time? I was in Taiyuan Prefecture and saw a large group of baggage guards passing by. Wang Han was curious and asked. This. Zhang Jiazhen was worried. Ziyu did not know the ways of the world. Luckily, it was not a big problem. Li Yi did not care. As long as they were talented or Li Yi was willing to groom them, anyone could be dealt with. Zhang Jiazhen hesitated for a while before whispering, push the Western Turks to the north. The Western Turks and the other tribes will fight their own battles and will not join the Western Turks. How are we going to fight? Wang Han was puzzled. What do you want the enemy to do? Ziyu, you should think about it first. If you have the chance to meet Dr. Li and he asks, you have to answer. Zhang Jiazhen reminded. Will he ask me this? Wang Han did not understand. Will he accompany you to write poems for fun? You always want to ask the imperial court to open an elementary scholar examination to select outstanding people. If you answer well in front of Li Yi, it should not be a problem. Zhang Jiazhen encouraged Wang Han from another aspect. Wang Han's family business was too big and many things required his help. Wang Han was free and easy. He had become a grand scholar and did not care about being an official. Many people in the Tang dynasty admired such people, who had no desires. Thank you, Jiazhen. Do you think I can be a county magistrate? Wang Han's voice suddenly lowered. Zhang Jiazhen was surprised. Are you in a hurry to become an official? It's not like you. He replied, yes. For example, Taiyuan. Lantian County's county magistrate, if it's really not possible, we can change it to Xinfeng or Xianyang. Wang Han interrupted Zhang Jiazhen. Zhang Jiazhen, he had originally planned to give Wang Han the position of county magistrate of Jinyang County of the Taiyuan Prefecture. Jinyang County was the governing area of the Taiyuan Prefecture. He had never thought that Wang Han would become the county magistrate of Jingji County. There was nothing he could do to help. He was the county magistrate of Gongji County. Let alone him, he could even ask the chancellors if they dared to make the arrangements. Apart from Chang'an and Wanyan counties, the other 20 counties in the capital must develop rapidly. The former first-class officials could only be registrars, county captains, and county ministers. Perhaps Li Yi had left the position of county magistrate for them to be promoted. How could others get involved? Ziyu, do you know how to manage the world and help the people? The imperial magistrate's county requires the people's wealth to increase by a lot every year. The income of the yamen will also increase by a lot. Zhang Jiazhen reminded him tactfully. It was not easy to be a county magistrate. His poetry writing skills could not be used on this. Isn't there an official to handle it? Wang Han was very straightforward. He said whatever he thought of. After meeting Dr. Li, we will see if it's possible. Zhang Jiazhen did not dare to guarantee anything. She would just take one step at a time. Jiazhen, let me dance again. Wang Han drank a glass of wine and ran to the front to sing and dance again. Crunch. Crunch. Zhu Yi, the popcorn stick is delicious. Even an old man like me with bad teeth can still chew it, the old man said. Bai Gu ate the popcorn. If it was not for the fact that the popcorn stuck to his jaw, it would be perfect. You speak as if I didn't fix your teeth. If it was someone else, do you know how much it costs to see a dentist? Li Yi looked at him with disdain. He was responsible for all of his teeth, including the original teeth that had not fallen out. I'm talking about old people who don't have teeth, or people who lost their teeth accidentally. Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. You want to argue? There are too few dentists in the Tang dynasty. Actually, there is a lack of craftsmen. It is cheap to make false teeth from cow bones and then use copper wire to fix the false teeth around the teeth. As for the root canal, even if it is not anesthetized, the nerves can still be removed. It will be more painful, but it can be tolerated. If it is not completely removed, use arsenic. If the false teeth are removed, it will not affect the ability to speak. You don't have to wear them when you are not eating. It is fine to wear them. The stimulation from copper is not a big deal to us people. Li Yi became serious. The people of the Tang dynasty needed craftsmen who knew how to make false teeth. They also needed to have basic medical knowledge. At the very least, they knew how to sterilize and disinfect. The false teeth were made from cow bones and copper wire. If they were damaged, they could be replaced. If they were afraid of pain, they could drink some anesthetics. The root canal treatment depended on the situation. Generally, anesthetics were not used. It was the same for tooth extraction. When he was a child, his teeth were still swollen. Anesthetics were not effective. He used forceps to remove the big tooth. Later, the big tooth on the other side was damaged. He had to wear a cap, remove the nerves, and remove it with a needle. He had important things to do and could not be anesthetized. He forced it out bit by bit. Look for my brother and the Workers' Alliance. Alcohol has to be supplied. It would be better if people who study medicine are willing to learn. This can make money. For example, ivory, antelope horn, rhinoceros horn, and other things can also be made into teeth. Ivory is more expensive, but other things can be cheaper. The imperial court can subsidize some of the materials. Cow bones are enough. In the future, collect some. Don't grind the bones and feed it to chickens and ducks. Li Yi began to talk about the specific procedures. If one or two teeth were missing, it would not affect eating and talking, unless it was the front teeth. The Tang dynasty had the technology to fix teeth, but it was not very good. Previously, the Li family Zhuangzi had publicized some methods. Shao Yi, this rod will soften after a long time. Look at the place where I bit. It is soft here. Bai Gu knew that this involved specific problems. He could not intervene, so he tried to find something to talk about. It's saliva. After a long time, the water in the air will enter. It will not be crispy if it is moist. If the food can be dried, it will be like. Li Yi paused as he thought of something else. It was quite important. Later, give out free bath tickets. Let the place where the servants are hired do it, not me. Then, there will be tax reduction, for example. Shao Yi, wait a minute. What does this have to do with tax? Bathing is not very expensive. Bathing pools are basically closed in summer. It is only opened when some people are willing to take a bath. Bai Gu instantly became spirited. What tax reduction? If the employer buys bath tickets, we will collect less tax. For example, if I hire 10 people and pay 50 yuan of tax, I need to let 10 people bathe once every 10 days. I have a monthly package, so it should be 20 yuan. The imperial court will refund me 20 yuan. I will use it to buy bath tickets for my employees. The imperial court requires it. There is no other way. Li Yi gave an example and spread his hands. If the imperial court does not require it, why should they give you 20 yuan? How would I know how many employees you have? If you make a false report, I will have to send someone to investigate. Won't I be tired? Is the labor cost not money? Baigu waved his hand and shook his head. No, I will not agree even if you beat me to death. If you want to give me money, then give me money. Chapter 1741. The people around them were silent. Li Yi wanted to take money from the Ministry of Revenue. Baigu would lose his life. Xiao Yi. Li Dan felt that Baigu was not bad. It would not be easy to find another one after forcing Baigu to his death. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Don't worry, Mr. Mu, Li Yi said to Li Dan first. Then he turned to Baigu, who was tilting his head in a fit of pique, and said, Old Bai, how do you collect taxes from the bathing pools in the various workshops, 30% tax? It's not easy to boil water. Baigu's attitude instantly softened. He had acted just now for Li Yi to see. There's a way called induced consumption. My fundamental purpose is to eliminate lice and pests. Bathe frequently, especially washing your hair, and take out the bedding to dry. When the weather is sunny, those little things will be sunburned to death. But many times, things are not as you wish. In chess, there are still abandoned pieces competing to be first. You. Crack. Baigu broke off a large piece of the popcorn stick in his hand and handed it over. Xiao Yi, eat something. I broke it here. I didn't bite it. Thank you. Li Yi took it in his hand. You're welcome. Tell me the details. Money is a small matter. What's our status? It's vulgar to talk about money. You have to be elegant. Baigu spoke very naturally, as if he was chatting about daily life. He was not in the state he was in just now. Okay, this money, no, this economic behavior. It's connected. What is the Ministry of Revenue most afraid of when selling noodles? Stopping work, right? So many people rely on selling noodles to make a living. Bathing pools need a stoker, selling tickets, delivering water, selling tea and snacks, massage and pedicure, cutting hair and picking ears, facial grooming, hair oil and powder. Xiao Yi, let's get down to business. Baigu listened for a while. No, they had digressed. The operation of the bathing pools will drive a large number of people to make money and get jobs. In the summer, people don't go to the bathing pools to bathe. How much money does bathing make? The real money is in the auxiliary industries. Boiling water earned less money, but using boiled water to make tea could earn more money. Using the method of tax deduction to sell bathing tickets to the employer, a portion of the tax will be deducted. With the tickets in hand, the employer didn't have that many employees, or he didn't want to give employee benefits, so he could only sell the tickets. If he didn't sell it, he wouldn't get the tax refund benefits. It wasn't like he would get a direct refund. It's fine if he gives them to his employees, but if he doesn't and sells them out, there are so many employers selling them out. According to the market economy, if the supply exceeds the demand, the price will inevitably drop. Then what? Baigu held a piece of popcorn stick and forgot to eat it. He listened carefully and thought about it. The others around him did the same, waiting for Li Yi to continue speaking and learning. Also, there's a time limit for this bathhouse ticket. It can only be used before winter. Those who have tickets should work hard to spend it. It's cheap. Just taking a bath and not performing any other services was enough to maintain the basic operation of the bath. You don't buy soap when you take a shower. You can refuse other services, but how can you wash without soap? You buy soap. Soap is taxed. On the other hand, there were some people who added additional services. Their jobs were stable, and the people who provided the services had to spend the money they earned. When you get the invoice, you have to buy it from the bath and some other tickets for additional services. The tax collected is a certain amount because it's not easy to calculate. If you have the ticket, you will calculate the additional tax according to the ticket. Even if you pay 1% of the cost to avoid tax evasion, an additional 3% tax will be added. There's still a difference of 2%. Li gave a simple introduction. It was indeed simple. This didn't include advertising fees. You could advertise in the bathtub and sell your products in the bathtub at the same time. Gotcha, gotcha. Li finished eating the popcorn stick. He didn't want to talk about such a basic idea. He felt that it was too unscrupulous. He couldn't earn much money. He just sold soap, hair oil, and toothpaste to make some money. Then there will be fewer lice and pests. Lu Huaishan actually understood this very well. He had been cheated before, and had been cheated until now. Back then, he copied a few sentences for a meal of drunken crab. In the end, everything changed. The best way is to wash your hair and dry your bedding. Look, I don't have any. Li pointed at his head. Everyone looked at him and immediately turned their heads. There was no point in using him as a reference. What does the situation of the people have to do with you? You can still fly. Do the people have to fly too? Xiao Yi, your goal is to eliminate the lice. Li Riji understood. After going around in a big circle, the economy and jobs were all for the sake of eliminating lice. They are like mosquitoes and flies. They are the vectors of infection. Get rid of them, and fewer people will fall sick, especially when the weather is hot. There is still winter in the north. After Jiangnan, there will still be lice in the south. Some diseases will be spread through them. Li Yi felt that Li Riji was a good and smart person. That was what he planned to do. Get rid of the vectors. Just like when there was an epidemic, everyone started to wear masks. Then he noticed a problem. Fewer people went to the hospital for treatment. It was not because they were afraid of going to the doctor. It was because fewer people went to the doctor for the flu. Everyone was wearing masks. Was the flu more powerful or something else? That thing could be blocked, not to mention the flu and other respiratory infections. Some people said that they would definitely catch a cold in winter. When there was an epidemic, they would be fine after a winter. How magical! This was the result of the national defense. Many diseases in history were like this. Things like lice were no problem as long as the hygiene was good. Even livestock and poultry had lice. At worst, they could spray lime water or plant ash water and then wash it with clean water. Li Yi always felt that the reason for the large decrease in lice numbers was soap. When the people used soap to wash their faces and hands, and at the same time wash their clothes, the lice-breeding environment was destroyed. The lice were obviously not used to the soap-washed bed sheets, pillow towels, and other things. The capital government wanted to try it first to see the effect. If the requirements were met, they would start to promote it. They would use money to exchange for the health of the people. Moreover, when it was sold, it might not necessarily be a loss. The people were also willing to use money to exchange for health. People would die if they fell sick. Xiao Yi, you don't like it. Give it to me. Baigu thought it was just a matter of money. In the end, money was not in Li Yi's eyes. He reached out to take the popcorn stick that he had just given to Li Yi. Li Yi quickly licked it from head to toe with his tongue and looked at Baigu. Baigu's hand paused. His eyes widened as he looked at Li Yi in disbelief. He seemed unwilling to accept it. He looked at the piece in his hand. Bah! He spat out, Xiao Yi. I don't want to eat it. Here you go. Baigu wanted to get back at him and fight to the end. Li Yi looked at it. Bah! He also spat out, I don't want to eat it either. Baigu, ha 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 ha, Li Dan couldn't help but laugh. Long Zai, don't waste food. Yao Chong suddenly added. He found that he was happy again. Bai Gu took a deep breath. This popcorn stick must not be eaten. Xiao Yi, I have a question. Li Yi reached out to take Bai Gu's popcorn stick and handed it to Xiao Lan. Feed it to the chicks. The chicks love it. I want to feed the parrots. Take more. Xiao Lan ran to play with the parrots. Chapter 1742. Thick cumulus clouds floated slowly in the sky like a big cotton ball. The water in the ditch was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Schools of small fish less than an inch long swam around in the water. The children who were on holiday were barefoot and holding the fish with their hands closed. Zhao Guan, who specialized in the wholesale and retail of dried broad beans in Chang, an East City, sat at the door and basked in the sun while watching his grandchildren play with the other children. Don't put your wet hands in your mouth. It's dirty and you'll have a stomachache. Zhao Guan reminded them repeatedly. If any child wanted to bite their fingers, he would definitely tell them. The weather was good. The shop assistants carried the broad beans to the small courtyard in the back and spread them out to dry to prevent them from rotting. Because of the tax, Zhao Guan's two sons took the imperial examination last year and passed the 3rd degree in mathematics. Now, they were working as minor officials in the Wanyan County Yamen and were mainly in charge of the tax. He was very proud. He taught his sons from a young age and couldn't take the imperial examination. After paying the tax, he was given a place. In 2 years, his 3rd son would also take the imperial examination and try to pass the Jinshe exam. He drank tea and felt that this was a blessing. Ah! Ha ha ha! A child slipped and fell into the water. The laughter of the other children came from the surroundings. Zhao Guan put down his teacup and rushed over. He picked up the child and said to the child who was about to cry, "Don't be afraid. There's a popcorn stick to eat." Ah! When the child heard that there was delicious food, his face changed instantly and he looked at Zhao Guan. Stand still. Take off your clothes and wear your pants. Don't show your breasts. Wash your hands and eat the popcorn stick. Zhao Guan said and went in to get a basin of water. The children gathered together to wash their hands and wait for the popcorn stick to eat. Zhao Guan went into the house and took out 7 popcorn sticks. He gave one to each child. His family had some money and exchanged it for many popcorn sticks. Anyone who brought their children to buy broad beans would get 1 stick. He didn't dare to sell them. The Li family Zhuangzi restricted him. If someone reported him, he was afraid that it would affect his son's career. Father, uncle. While eating the popcorn stick, Zhao Guan's grandson and granddaughter shouted in one direction. A group of people came over. From time to time, people entered the shop next door. It was Zhao Guan's second son, Zhao Zai. Zhao Guan was surprised. Why did his second son come back early today? Little Bean, why aren't you working in the yamen? Zhao Quan asked his son, Zhao Zai. Little Bean was Zhao Zai's nickname. Shopkeeper Zhao, we are from the tax department of the Ministry of Revenue. Did your shop pay 510 qian of tax from the beginning of the year to the end of last month? There are 4 employees. Zhao Wan's son said to Zhao Wan. Little Bean, don't you know what's in the house? Why are you calling me that? Zhao Guan was a little confused. Shopkeeper Zhao, it's like this. The imperial court is grateful for the suffering of those who pay taxes. Therefore, based on the number of employees, the tax refund will not exceed 30% of the total tax amount. It's just that it's not easy to do business. If you hire a worker, you'll have to pay a portion of the tax back. It can't be more than 30% of the tax. Zhao Zai winked. According to the government's requirements, they had to be kind to the commoners. You can still get some of the money back. How much? It's not easy for the imperial court to cough up money. This time, Zhao Guan understood. At the same time, he understood that his son represented the government, and it was not good for him to be too close to him. His son was a high-ranking official, so he spoke differently. Father, here's a popcorn stick for you. Zhao Zai's daughter broke off a piece of popcorn and gave it to her father. Uncle, here's mine. The little boy also gave it to his father. Good, good, good. However, I have official duties and can't accept gifts from the commoners, especially from children. Eat it yourself. Here, take it back. You can eat it at noon. Zhao Zai was happy. He took out something wrapped in a lotus leaf from his pocket. The little boy handed the popcorn stick to his sister and took the bag. His little hands were very fast. He opened it directly. There was a big braised chicken drumstick inside. Where did the drumstick come from? Zhao Guan was worried that his son would not make a mistake. I gave tax refund to each family. I can't go back to the yamen to eat at noon. The yamen asked me to bring it out. I can still eat it when I go back in the afternoon. Zhao Zai smiled and told his father that there was no problem. What did you give the child? Zhao Guan was not worried about making a mistake. He was more concerned about his son. I ate a lot in the morning and will go back in the afternoon. I won't be hungry. Zhao Zai smiled. It's almost noon. We've already prepared rice. Come in quickly. Everyone, come in. Everyone, have a bowl of rice. Eat it before you leave. Hurry, it'll be in your stomach soon. Don't delay. Zhao Guan wanted to pull a few people in. They were his son's colleagues. Zai, we'll go to the front. You can take care of the neighboring shops. The person next to him said to Zhao Zai and nodded to Zhao Guan. They gave up some time. Thank you. Zhao Zai thanked him. His courtesy name was the same as his name, Zai. The person who took the courtesy name said, Z and the character are the same. Come in and eat. Don't stand outside. He called the children. They were playing in front of his house. How could he not afford a meal? As he spoke, he brought the children who wanted to refuse into the house. He had asked them to cook more when he was cooking just now. Datang, you're back. Come, follow me. Zhao Guan's wife was inside. She had been standing at the counter and looking outside. She took the children to eat first. She didn't need to take care of her son. They met every day. The three sons all married and lived next to each other. The third son studied at home. There was also a school, but it was not the children's class. The second daughter-in-law and the third daughter-in-law worked in the E-League. The eldest daughter-in-law helped in the shop and cooked. Father, here are 271 bathing tickets. One ticket is one bathing coin. It can only be used in a fixed bath. 1% of the tax will be refunded for each employee. We have 4 employees, but I've also applied for Xiaoyu. She works at home. Father, you and mother don't count. So there are 5 people. 510 bathing coins in tax. 5% of the tax will be refunded. 270 bathing coins and 5 cents. As long as there's a change at the end, it will automatically enter. It's exactly 271 bathing tickets. Zhao Zai took out a large stack of bathing tickets and showed them to his father. The bathing tickets were square. The front was black and red, and there was a blank picture. At the back was the seal of the Ministry of Revenue and Tax. It was easy to fake. It could be printed by engraving and overprinting. As for the seal at the back, it could be carved with mud or radish. After the seal was engraved, the crime, how many baths do they have to take? For them to use? Zhao Fan frowned. Who would take baths in the summer? It can be sold. Not only can they take baths, but they can also buy soap from the baths. If they don't take baths, they can buy soap to use. But in that case, other people have it, but our family doesn't. It's not easy to find an experienced worker in the capital. Zhao Zai didn't make the decision for his father. He said that under the circumstances, they should save the money and use it themselves. The workers would be disheartened. If the workers quit and the news spread, they wouldn't come to your house even if you wanted to find an experienced worker. The size and appearance of the broad beans required workers who were familiar with handling, sorting, and storing them. So, it's not for our family. Zhao Fan understood. It's for the people of Cheng and by Li Dongzhu. It's to get rid of lice and pests. It's mainly used to buy soap. When you're tired from work, you can take a hot bath. It's quite comfortable. Zhao Zai made it clear. If you don't give it to the workers, it's yours. You can use it to change a pile of soap. It's also fine to give the workers soap. Why don't you just change the soap directly? Why must it be a bathing ticket? Zhao Fan didn't understand. Only the Li family Zhuangzi sells the soap. Does the imperial court give benefits to the Li family Zhuangzi? Zhao Zai gave the answer. Why can't the imperial court give benefits to the Li family Zhuangzi? What kind of person is Li Dongzhu? Zhao Fan felt there was no problem. Chapter 1743. Father, Zai, let's eat. Zhao Zai's wife came over. She was Xiao Yu. Her belly was slightly bulging. She was pregnant with another child. Everyone in the family hoped that the child would be a boy. A boy could inherit the family business, work hard, and take the imperial examinations. After all, the daughter belonged to another family. If they married close to each other, they could take care of each other. If the daughter married far away and ran to another village or out of the county, it was not good for the married daughter to take back her husband's things. Could she run to her mother's house to work? Moreover, she had to follow her husband's surname. Even in Li Yi's time, only a few countries did not follow their husband's surname, including liberal and democratic countries. The dowry was the property that a woman owned after marriage. She could choose not to give it to her husband's family. Once they divorced, the woman would take her dowry. The dowry from her husband's family would not be returned. Zhao Zai was the eldest son. It was not good for his wife not to give birth to a son. However, if she could not give birth to a son, she would say it was a man, not a woman. It was written in the newspaper. In fact, women were also related, but Li Yi did not mention it alone. Xiao Yu, don't do the hard work. Let them do it. Give them bath tickets. They will work harder. Zhao Zai was afraid that his eldest daughter-in-law would be tired. It's all mother's cooking. I'll help. Xiao Yu arranged the food. There was soaked sorghum rice, salted beans, and pickled vegetables. In the Tang dynasty, the people used a lot of salt because there was basically no salt for cooking. Everyone ate pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables made from beans. After adding pickled vegetables and salt, the pickled vegetables would not be salty after they fermented. Now that there were many kinds of vegetables, the people learned to cook and stew vegetables. The consumption of salt decreased. Good times. If it was a few years ago, do you still want to eat water? Cook oatmeal and add some pickled vegetables. It's the boss's kindness to be full. Zhao Zai thought that the treatment given to the 4 workers was too good. He used the past as a comparison. Father, you're right. There's also salted duck eggs and shallot tofu. Xiao Yu answered and turned to get other things. You have to eat meat, even if it's hot, Zhao Zai shouted. His eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant. He had to give her delicious food, including fruits. His eldest daughter-in-law was not the daughter-in-law of an ordinary family. She was the daughter of an official. Turning his head, Zhao Guan said to his son, "This month, take some things and send them to Xiaoyu's family. We're officials now, so we need to know proper etiquette. Got it, Dad. Zhao Zai didn't care. His family wasn't short of money. Giving away the benefits he received was purely showing off. Don't deal with it. Let others understand that the daughter-in-law who marries into our Zhao family won't suffer, and the daughters of our Zhao family won't suffer either. Hearing his son's perfunctory reply, Zhao Guan was not happy. Father, you're right. I'll do my best. Zhao Zai changed his attitude and tone. Have you reported Little Yu's pregnancy? Zhao Guan thought of something important. The Li family Zhuangzi had an extra gift for the wife of an official from the capital office who was pregnant. However, most people would wait until the pregnancy was obvious before reporting it. They were afraid that the child would die in an accident if the pregnancy was too short. Usually, when the pregnancy was more stable, the Li family Zhuangzi's benefits would be followed up. You don't have to report it yourself now. When you look for someone to see if there's any good news, just remember that they should report it. Zhao Zai said softly. You still think it's embarrassing, right? What's wrong with asking Li Dongzhu for things? You eat first. I'll go light 2 incense sticks. Zhao Guan said as he left. There was an incense table behind him with Li Longji and Li Yi's memorial tablets. He lit 2 incense sticks and mumbled as he inserted them into the incense burner. He let out a long breath and felt relieved. When he came back, he saw that his son hadn't touched his chopsticks. Eat. It'll be cold soon. Wait, you still have work to do later. He urged him. Rice was cold to begin with. Leave it to them. Leave a few for me. They're just nearby. I can rest now. Father, when their family comes to our house to buy fava beans, remember to add more. Zhao Zai wasn't in a hurry. His work was shared by his colleagues. I don't need you to tell me. I know who's whose family. When you're done eating, give the rest of the bathhouse tickets and report it. When Xiaoyu married into our family, she wasn't like this. We couldn't afford to hire anyone. She worked like an animal. Zhao Guan, who had finished lighting the incense, focused on this matter. He wanted something from the Li family Zhuangzi. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The door was open, but the person still knocked twice. What do you want? You don't have to knock. Zhao Zai turned his head and said. Then he was stunned and stood up. The Li family Zhuangzi. What do you need? The person who came had the word Ba on his clothes. He represented the Ba Shui Li village. I'm Li Zhencheng, the 6th steward of the Li family Zhuangzi on the east bank of Ba Shui. I went to the square just now and didn't see anyone. Is this the shop of Zhao Zai and Secretary Zhao? The person who called himself Li Zhencheng was very polite. He lowered his status. Quick, come in. Zhao Zai went over to pull him in. Zhao Guan also stood up. The person lowered his status, but it didn't mean that his status was low. It was called etiquette. People who weren't officials should show respect to those who were. If those who were officials thought that they could bully others, they were definitely stupid and not suitable to be officials. I think so. Bring the things in. Li Zhencheng didn't need others to pull him in. He came in by himself. Behind him, a group of people were moving things out of the car. One big bag after another. You must be Mr. Zhao. You have a good son. You're in charge of the tax collection for the Tang dynasty. You've never done anything wrong. You really have a good upbringing. Li Zhencheng knew Zhao Zai. He greeted Zhao Guan first. My son is unbearable. It's the imperial court's good management. Stewardly, sit down and have a meal. As a businessman, Zhao Guan was very knowledgeable. Speaking of good upbringing, just look at the Li family Zhuangzi's Zhuangzi and you'll know who was better. Then I'll bother you. There are a total of 4 people who came with me. We came in the same car and didn't eat. Li Jincheng didn't refuse. 4 big bags were carried in. There was also an extra, big food box. The 4 people washed their hands after putting the things down and sat down. The food box was opened layer by layer. There were steamed fish, roasted goose, and other dishes inside. That goose looked to be 15 or 16 catties. It was a big food box. I'll cut the goose into slices and share them with everyone. You can't eat it on normal days. Today, you're lucky. Li Jincheng took out a knife from the food box and skillfully cut the goose. The others took out plates and put the food on. Zhao Guan and his son understood. The Li family Zhuangzi's people deliberately chose to come at mealtime to deliver food. Zhao Zai was under a lot of pressure. The better the Li family Zhuangzi treated him, the worse he would be punished when he made a mistake. The Li family Zhuangzi attached great importance to him being in charge of the tax collection. The steamed fish wasn't a big one. It was divided into 4 and placed on a plate. There was also pork ribs and red dates soup. Although it was called soup, it was actually full of food. There were 3 dishes, but there was no main dish. They probably wanted to eat the Zhao family's food. The 6 of them couldn't eat much. The rest of the food was sent to the back. According to the official medical staff, Secretary Zhao's wife is pregnant. Dong Zhu is grateful that Secretary Zhao didn't overcharge the Li family Zhuangzi's tax collection. Therefore, I've prepared a small gift. I hope Secretary Zhao will do me the honor of accepting these gifts. After we finish eating, we'll count them. Most of them are maternity and baby products. In a few days, Xingqing Palace will open a big maternity reception area. Go there when you're about to give birth. If there's an emergency, the Li family Zhuangzi can send people there. Li Jincheng took out a list of gifts and put it on the table. Chapter 1744. Xingqing Palace. Zhao Zhuang and his son exclaimed at the same time. Yes, it's Xingqing Palace. It's close to Li family Zhuangzi and built a bridge to cross the river. If there's a problem, Li family Zhuangzi can help. Li Jincheng nodded in agreement. The nurses had started to take in apprentices, so there were more people available. The nurses could take in a cesarean section. Dong Zhu could only help if there was massive bleeding or other conditions such as amniotic fluid embolism. Xingqing Palace was empty now, so a part of the area was reserved for pregnant women. The original building was there, and a 3-story building was built where the bungalow used to be. It could accommodate more people. Where's His Majesty? Zhao Zhuang asked in a low voice. His Majesty lives in Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi has a spacious place, and my Dong Zhu is always there, Li Jincheng said matter-of-factly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The emperor had to live somewhere, and that was where the safest place was. Was there a problem? Li Dongzhu is too extravagant. Zhao Zhuang didn't touch the gift list. He would wait until the meal was over. It's all because of Secretary Zhao's hard work. Li Jincheng continued to praise Zhao Zai. Butler Li, please report to Li Dongzhu. Although I'm not very talented, as long as I'm in this position, my accounts will not be wrong. Zhao Zai expressed that he wouldn't dare to touch money when others gave him money in the future. Li Dongzhu cared so much about his family. Zhao Zai thought about his situation when he was in Li Dongzhu's position. Zhao Zai didn't know that this was Li Yi's normal operation. In the past, when Li Yi sold medical equipment, the key was the doctor's family. Which one of them didn't deal with it? He could play tricks. For example, some people just didn't accept the money. His wife was driving. Bang! If the car was rear-ended, the other party would take full responsibility, unless his wife was drunk or driving. If the car was rear-ended, the other party wouldn't report the accident and would settle it privately. Money was given, however much money was given. After taking the money, the other party gave a business card gift box and said that they would take responsibility if there were any problems. When the other party left, the gift box made a sound, and the music was very pleasant. When he opened it, there was a printed picture of him winning the football lottery. There was also a lottery ticket that happened to be the winner. Where did the lottery come from? Someone was standing guard at the reward counter. If someone planted 1 million yuan and gave the other party 900,000 yuan, the other party would earn an additional 100,000 yuan. However, 1 million yuan would require a 20% tax deduction. In that case, should he take the lottery ticket that had no problems and the doctor in the key position? Don't you have a business card gift box? Li Yi had countless ways to give money to others. It all depended on whether it was worth it. Li Yi didn't need to spend so much effort to deal with Xiao Zai. He didn't even know about this situation. It was arranged by the steward. After the supervisor had made the arrangements and obtained the results, he wrote them into the document that needed to be shown to Li Yi. I admire Secretary Zhao's dedication to the country and the people. Li Zhenchang responded and reached out his chopsticks to add fish, pork ribs, and goose. The other three did the same. They picked up the food they brought and ate it. After that, the four of them didn't touch the food they brought. They only ate the soaked sorghum rice inside dishes, leaving the delicious food for the Zhao family. At the back, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law brought the children to eat. The children were overjoyed. There were fish, roast goose, and pork ribs. You have to keep a close eye on Little Bean in the future. You didn't report this to the higher-ups. Little Bean might regret it for the rest of his life. The mother-in-law told her daughter-in-law that the Li family Zhuangzi was not asking for a favor when he sent the gifts. If they had to say, beg, they were begging him to be an official. If he really had such a request, he would be suppressed for the rest of his life. If he dared to do anything he shouldn't do, his whole family would be in trouble. Xiao Yu knows. Mother, eat the fish. Xiao Yu touched her tummy happily. She felt that with someone watching over her husband, her future would be stable. She didn't need to worry. Children don't understand adult matters. They ate happily. All the shops in Chang'an had received the bathhouse tickets. Most of the people thought like Xiao Zai and gave the tickets to the shop assistants. But there were always some people who thought they were smart or felt that others should do this and that. In their eyes, there were only benefits and nothing else. They had their own set of theories. They liked to play with psychology. They didn't understand psychology, but they figured it out in life. For example, if a customer came to buy something, he would chat with the customer and find out that the item was not cheap at all. When the customer found out that other shops had the same item at a lower price and went to buy it, he or she would pass by his shop and ask, "Why aren't you coming? Where are you going to buy things?" Some people didn't want to lose face and just smiled. They gave people the feeling that they would be sorry if they didn't go to their shop to buy things. In fact, if such a person was Li Yi, it would be very simple. He would reply, "Your shop is expensive. If you want to reduce the price, I will go to your shop to buy." There were also people who opened restaurants. After entering, the boss directly told them, "You should eat this meat." Ah! Some people still felt that they couldn't lose face and bought it with a smile. It was also Li Yi's turn. He replied, "Why are you so talkative? Don't you want money? Serve it if you don't want money. People who spend money shouldn't be influenced by others. Who cares about face? Buying your things is giving you face. If I don't buy your things, you have to hold on. Think about it yourself. Why don't I buy yours? If you can't figure it out, don't talk to me. I can't be bothered to talk to you." Such people had the same thought for their employees. They had to be loyal and they would pay them. It was as if the employees didn't work for him, they wouldn't be paid if they worked for others. The key point was that some employees were indeed despicable. They were brainwashed and thought that they had to be worthy of their boss and couldn't ask for anything. There were fewer people like this in the Tang dynasty. The contracts were different. Some slave contracts were equivalent to selling one's body. Others could be reported to the government if they didn't do well. Xiao Hu, what's missing from you? Why are you quitting? A shopkeeper of a grocery store said to a man in his 20s. The bathhouse tickets given by others are all given to the employees. If you don't give them to me, I will find someone who gives them to me. The person called Xiao Hu was called Zhou Huang. You have worked for me for 3 years. Tell me, what you ate, wore, and used in these 3 years, which one of them wasn't given to you by me? The shopkeeper questioned. It's written in the newspaper that no boss gives his employees things for free. The employees help the boss earn money. The boss likes to do the most. You talk to him about your feelings. He talks to you about his difficulties. You talk to him about your difficulties. He talks to you about money. You talk to him about money. He talks to you about his feelings. You see through his nature. When you get angry, he immediately turns around and scolds you for being young and not knowing how to bear hardships and losing the spirit to fight. In fact, he just wants to use the lowest price to make you earn more money for him. How shameless. Zhou Huang curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. Get out of here. I know you are this kind of person. This month's salary is gone. I won't give you the money from last month. If you have the ability, you can go and sue me. The shopkeeper was angry. He was poked at the most sensitive part of his heart. His hypocritical face was torn off. Chapter 1745. Fine, I'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi. I'll kneel at the bridge. I don't want the money, I want your life. Zhou Huang sneered. Do you think I don't have a way? He was even angrier. His salary had been withheld for a month. He really didn't want to suffer, so he endured it. He had suffered a lot in the past. Now that other places gave him bath tickets, but his boss didn't, he couldn't quit. Then he would fight. Was there no place to reason? It was useless to look for the officials. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi. Xiao Hu, don't go. Xiao Hu, I just can't bear to part with you. What I said just now was just out of anger. Come, here are the bath tickets. I'll give you 2 more. It's not that I don't want these 2 bath tickets. I want to exchange them for soap for you. Why do you want to go to the bathhouse in summer? The shopkeeper panicked. At the Ba River Bridge, once someone knelt, they would either be punished or sit on the ground. Moreover, sitting on the ground would be an additional crime because the Li family Zhuangzi had used manpower and resources to investigate. But no matter how many people knelt, none of them sat on the ground. I don't want it. I want to go and kneel. Zhou Huang didn't want to be fooled anymore. Here's the money. I have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Come, the money. I'll give it to you until the end of the month. The shopkeeper had no choice but to give the money. In order to shut Zhou Huang's mouth, he also gave him the money he had saved. Humph. Zhou Huang didn't appreciate it. He took the money and walked slowly on the road outside. He was thinking about where to work in the future. He had to earn money to eat. Look at this heartless person. If it wasn't for me, The shopkeeper waited for Xiao Hu to leave before he exploded. He criticized Zhou Huang on morality and conduct. He was telling the other workers that he had been wronged and that he was a good person. Shopkeeper, I quit. Give me last month's and this month's money. If you don't, I'll go and kneel. Another worker stood up and said after gathering his courage. He was still a little afraid. Me too. Another worker stood up. Shopkeeper, don't say anything. I see through you. A third worker. Give the money. Give the money. Give the money. When the other workers saw that someone had taken the lead, they shouted one after another. You're all ingrates. Here, scram. No one will want you. The shopkeeper's heart was bleeding, but he didn't think he was wrong. In another grocery store, the shopkeeper smiled as he distributed the bathhouse tickets to his employees. I heard that it was Li Dongzhu's idea. The Ministry of Revenue has refunded my taxes. Take it. If you don't want to wash it, then change the soap for home use. Boss, you can keep it. We use soap on a daily basis. You bought it. A shop assistant shook his head. That's right. I don't want the boss. When I get paid at the end of the month, my salary will be deducted. My mother is sick. I know that you specially spent money to buy good medicine. Boss, how are you going to get rich if you treat us like this? There's meat in every meal. Boss, keep it for yourself. It's not good to be too kind. Killing and arson will make one rich, but repairing bridges and roads will leave no corpses behind. Bullshit. What are you guys talking about? Did I make less money? You guys helped me work hard and snatched other people's business. There are still people coming to my door. I didn't dare to show my face for an entire month. Fortunately, the yamen caught them. Don't work so hard in the future. Give me time to deal with it. I happily took the food and ate. Today, I made a bunch of preserved vegetables and pork. I'm craving it. The rice that has been eaten is all well water. If I eat garlic, I won't have diarrhea. The shopkeeper cursed and even raised his leg to kick him. The workers laughed and dodged. They went to get the food. They were also reading the newspaper. The newspaper clearly described the psychology of the boss, the workers, the shopkeeper, and the customers. They knew that the shopkeeper made more money because of them, but so what? The shopkeeper made more money and gave himself more benefits. Everything else was fake. The wages that he received were real. What feelings and hope? Was it fun? People had to compare. Other places were not as good as this. The newspaper said not to be controlled by others with words. When you find out that you are at a disadvantage, you will immediately turn hostile. The newspaper gave an example. For example, some workers who received their wages and were told that they should treat others to a meal. At this time, they would retort back, I have to support my family. I don't treat others. If you don't support your family, you treat me. It was their own business to treat others to a meal. They were not forced to treat others. If they were forced to treat others, not only would they not appreciate it, but they would also think that they were easy to bully. If your identity and status did not reach a certain level, you would be really stupid if you treated many people to a meal at the same time. It was not important to have a lot of money. What was important was that others looked down on you. Now, the boss always gave good food to eat because of the boss's status. The thick cumulus clouds did not turn into rain clouds. The sun set in the west. The sunset was too beautiful. The big balls were not cotton, but cotton candy with colors. Xiao Yi, how much soap and hair oil did you sell? Bai Gu asked Li Yi when he was outside for dinner. He was thinking about the operation. The bathhouse tickets for tax refund were just issued today, and I can get the data. There must be a process. Li Yi grumbled. What's wrong? The war against the Turks has started today. The news just came back. Do you have the specific data? Bai Gu changed the topic. Yes. I have the data model here. The positive and negative difference is within 5%. I promise to target them. Li Yi nodded. Yes, there was. There was a war. But now, he was asking about buying soap. No. That's good. I can rest assured. Bai Gu suddenly changed the topic. He did not question why there was a difference. He knew the situation. Chang'an City's tax refund was not a lot. Even 100,000 yuan was not used. This was because it did not include bulk goods transactions. It was only targeted at the merchants in Chang'an. There was a huge difference between 100,000 gold coins and the mobilization of 300,000 men. The entire Tang dynasty had tens of millions of yuan for this military operation. It was not about spending tens of millions of yuan. It was a lot of money. Xiao Yi, what is this dish? Li Longji did not care about the money. He looked at the unfamiliar dish and asked. Not all of the kidney beans I brought back can keep the seeds. I will shred the kidney beans and stir-fry them with shredded meat. This tomato scrambled eggs is the same. There will be a lot of them. The seeds will depend on the situation. I hate this dish the most, but I'm very good at cooking it. Li Yi looked at the tomato scrambled eggs and did not like it. He either ate the tomatoes raw or made soup with it. He did not like to eat it, but his cooking skills were very good. In the past, when he saw others eating happily, he also gained something. Giving roses to others would leave a lingering fragrance in the hand. The seeds he brought back from overseas, the rice beans from the kidney beans, still need some time. The rice beans could keep the seeds. The rice beans were delicious. This was what he called the golden hook. In the past, there was no such name. Everyone planted the rice beans themselves and stewed them. He did not know who was the one who gave the rice beans such a disgusting name. Including cherries, the early ripe cherries in the US. Why did they have to change the name to plum date? Plum date is equal to the early ripe cherries in the US. How much did they have to suck up to them? Plum blossoms and jujubes. That's shameless. Chapter 1746. The adults in the village were reluctant to eat this batch of tomatoes and string beans that couldn't be kept and used to cook. The children ate happily. They knew that the adults would not eat it even if they let them eat it. As long as they enjoyed it, they would be filial to the adults in the future. Li Longji and the others were also satisfied with the food. Only Li Yi did not eat it. He still could not figure out how tomato scrambled eggs could be delicious. He cooked it well, but it did not mean that he accepted it. He wanted to eat raw tomatoes and scrambled eggs. He also did not want to eat scrambled eggs with cucumber. He knew his own thoughts. He ate cucumbers and tomatoes as fruits and cold dishes. Fried shredded pork with kidney beans was to his taste. It was juicy and could be eaten with rice. Brother Yi, you finally don't have to exchange your life for food. I feel very comfortable eating it. Li Longji was full of emotions. Time is up. Many things that can't be planted have to be eaten. Heavenly World will give some. In the past 2 years, Heavenly World has no other attraction except for the gimmick, even if it is backed by the imperial power. People who went there found that they could not directly contact the imperial power. The membership fee seems to be worthless. Li Yi mentioned Heavenly World. The biggest gimmick of Heavenly World was created by His Majesty, but it was useless. The other things in the capital were gradually enriched. People could not understand the cooking after eating it once, but after eating it a few more times and failing dozens of times, they would eventually understand. Li Yi did not comment on whether the Chinese were good in other aspects or not. If it was eating, as long as someone made it, everyone could quickly learn. Li Yi never restricted the spread of cooking skills. The simple method was also introduced in the newspaper to enrich the people's table. Including iron pots and spices, the combination of these, the people would consume less staple food and use it to raise poultry and livestock. Brother Yi, I'm afraid you don't know that the consumption of heavenly world is increasing now. Li Chengqi swallowed a mouthful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and showed a satisfied look. Why? Li Yi asked cooperatively. The big family of Nanku is now handing the sign to heavenly world. If you want to know which one is open, you have to go to heavenly world. Li Chengqi said with an expression that said, you can't guess. Li Yi patted his forehead. It's over. Could it be that this name could not escape its fate? How could this be? Li Yi really didn't understand and couldn't think of a reason. It was Xinyan, great master Jia Xian, who started it. She said that Jia Xian had a thin body and it would be difficult for her to improve. In heaven and on earth, the military is important, but in the mortal world, women are abandoned. The winged knights spent their brocade silk, while the Nanku clan added their wealth and firewood. Rivers and rivers can move to the sea, but the boudoir never changes, and the heart remains chaste. Li Chengqi explained the situation, Xian Yan took the lead, and Nanku's big shots immediately followed. Whoever received the guests must go to the heavenly earth to ask. If you don't ask, you won't be able to enter. After that, they had to go to the bathing pool next to the Wanyan County Yamen to take a bath. Only then would they be qualified to be selected. Ever since Nan Chu started working with the Li family Zhuangzi, it had been very arrogant. In the past, all the kings could give orders. Now, all the kings were living in the Li family Zhuangzi. Those who did not live in the Li family Zhuangzi dared to challenge the rules of Nanku County's big family. Li Yi was stunned and inexplicably moved. Who said that the women of Shang dynasty did not know the hatred of their country and sang the song of the backyard flowers across the river? Previously, the women of Pyongkang Square had donated a lot of money to support the Yellow River battle. Now that the war against the Turks had started, they were afraid that the imperial court would not have enough money to support the army, so they thought of ways to help. After that, the women of Zhongxiu and Beiziu also joined in. Go to the third floor of Nanku County, the second floor of Zhongxiu County, and the first floor of Beiziu County. Li Chengqi said other things. The ambergris that was sent last time has been processed. I will use it as a fixative and make perfume, and send it to Pyongkang Square. I will make orchids first, and the next batch will be plum blossoms. The glass bottles will be beautiful, and there will be paintings inside. What about Wu Daozi? Let's see if he knows how to paint. Li Yi decided to give gifts to the women of Pyongkang Square, using things from the sperm whale. No matter how precious these things were, they could not be compared to the affection of the women of Pyongkang Square. Since that's the case, why send the ingredients to heavenly earth? Why don't you sell them in Drunken Immortal House? Bai Gu suggested with a kind look on his face. Li Yi shook his head. No, it's heavenly earth. Drunken Immortal House needs to pay taxes. Li Yi did not think that old Bai Gu was being kind. Who would dare to collect taxes in heavenly earth? It was the money to support His Majesty's private army. Drunken Immortal House was his, so he had to pay taxes. That's not what I meant. It's a misunderstanding. Shao Yi, you've misunderstood. Bai Gu was not embarrassed at all. After the corn is filled with milk, if the milk is not good and it is difficult to use as seeds, break it off in advance and send it to Pyongkang Square. Li Yi ignored Bai Gu's words. He wanted to give more benefits to Pyongkang Square. Yes, corn is delicious when boiled and roasted, Princess Yongmu said. Good. Li Longji agreed. Li family Zhuangzi started to get busy. They made soap and distributed the bathhouse tickets. More than 60% of the people changed their soap. They did the economic accounting. In summer, they could wash at home and by the river. In winter, it was cold, so they went to the bathhouse. It was difficult to boil water by themselves. While there were tickets, they changed their soap, towels, and toothpaste. Some people wanted to take a bath. Most of them were men. The women did not want to go into the big pool for the sake of hygiene. The water in the big pool of the women's bathhouse was scooped out and poured over their bodies. The result was that some shops lost their workers. They did not give out bathhouse tickets, and the workers ran away or changed jobs. Without workers, there were no customers. It was not like Li Yi's time, where there was a discount. No matter what the shop did, there would still be people lining up to buy it. In the Tang dynasty, Chang'an was not good. The people despised them. Which shop was cold-hearted? It was easy to get into trouble if you went there to buy something. In Li Yi's time, the Japanese Empire was in such a situation. When a shop had problems, they tried to shirk responsibility and avoid the important matters. It did not take long for even a century-old shop to close down. All the shops in Chang'an began to reshuffle. Some shops complained, "Give me a refund. I didn't pay you less. Why should I give you a refund?" The workers also had an excuse. "You paid the tax, why should we give you a refund? Do you count the number of workers when you give a refund? How many workers do you have? Isn't the purpose of giving money to the workers? The imperial court is not giving you money, it's giving us money." The other people who did not participate did not think about the issue of tax refund. They began to wash their hair, dry their bedding, and even took out the straw mats to dry. Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper wrote, "Try to get rid of lice and vermin this year. Everyone should work hard together." The people responded to the call. The last quarter moon was in the sky. Li Yi could not sleep. He opened the curtains and looked at the night sky. He did not go out. There were mosquitoes outside. He was calculating the situation around the Tang dynasty. After the Tujue retreated to the north, if other places wanted to join the Tang dynasty, should they be allowed to? If they were allowed to join, where would they be arranged? They could not be settled in their original places. They could rebel at will. If they migrated, should they confiscate their weapons? Then what should they do? Should they order the Bohai Sea to send troops to cooperate? If they did not send troops, should they be reprimanded or started a war? Everything had to be considered in advance. They could not wait until they met. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.